There we go. All right there, everybody. How are we doing today, everyone? I am here yet again. Sorry to disappoint you. I know you guys were expecting someone a little bit more handsome or a little bit more charismatic. You get none of that with me, so that's how it goes. So again, sorry about that. But let me get our chat started here, see what we can come up with. Hey there, everybody. Emanuela Cadet, how are you doing? If you guys can like and subscribe for me, let me, I can put you on the list here. So let me move some stuff over. And hello there, Antonio Tinajero. We can look at that for you. So like I said, like and subscribe, and then I can put you guys on the free list. Here, so. Awesome. Mary says she's subscribed and already has liked, so you'll be number one. We do things in a random number generator way, so let's do this. Paid readings get priority, but it's been a long time. It has actually, and I took a break for a while. Thank you, Antonio. Liked and subscribed. Okay, so we'll have, let's see, liked and subscribed. Awesome, Glory. Okay, so we do things in a random number generator way. So, awesome. Thank you guys so much. So basically, unless I get a paid reading, you guys skip the line for paid readings. The rates are right down there. But if not, we just do a random number generator for the free readings. We do one card, one question. Have it be something that's kind of easy for me to answer. If you want specifics, you can pay for a more in-depth reading. But if you're just wanting a quick like yes or no, or you're wanting to know if you should do this or that, that's where this kind of advice can come in. From the cards, from maybe psychic sources as well. It depends. Sometimes I connect with people, sometimes I don't. So don't take that personally either. But regardless, we'll get you an answer to your questions. So thank you guys for coming on here, though. Appreciate you. My name is Chance. If you guys were wondering, I am the Chance from ChancesTarot. If you recognize me from anywhere, it would be here. Hi. So, yeah, let me get the numbers going here, and we can see what we can do. You love the cat? This is Yoshi. He is, oh, he's looking around. He is a beautiful mackerel gray tabby. I believe that's right, mackerel tabby. They're known for being dramatic, and he is. He's dramatic, and he's a chonky boy. He's a big chonker. He loves to eat just like his daddy, and I'm his daddy, so I also love to eat. Speaking of which, what's everyone's favorite food? Alrighty, I'm just getting the numbers written down, and then I can give you guys numbers for the RNG. This just takes me a minute to get the numbers written down. Nice to know. Glad he's with us. We've got two other cats as well. They will probably be making an all-star appearance. And sometimes they fight each other with weird cat-like accuracy. And what I mean by that is they use their little cotton swab paws to bap each other on the head. It's funny. I don't know. It's like cotton ball fights, cotton swab fight. Anyway, chicken Alfredo, seafood, spaghetti. Ooh. I like those answers. Okay, I'm not a seafood guy, all right? If you guys have a problem with that, you can click off the channel right now. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Seafood ain't for me. However, a lot of people that I know love seafood. It's like their favorite thing. I like salmon, but I don't think that's technically seafood. I mean, I guess it's both, right? But my favorite is, well, okay, I gotta think of food and not dessert. Even though sometimes dessert is a meal for me. The most important meal of the day is dessert. Okay, you know what? I think I got enough numbers written down. So, our first person here is going to be Now remember, if you're first, it just means you're first on the random number generator. It doesn't mean you're first in line, but there's not a ton of you guys here. So thank you, Brina. I like it too. I've been wearing it so long it's become a part of my head at this point, kind of like Toad in the Mario series. Is it a hat or is it his head? We don't know. But thank you, Brina. I appreciate that. Okay, all right. Give me 1 second here. Let me get the names written down. So we have Mary, and then we have Maria Elizabeth. So Mary, you're number 1. Maria, you're number 2. And hold on to these numbers. If you don't, when I call your number, I will call your name as well. But I'm just letting you know. Okay, and then Antonio, you will be number 3. Glory Clark, you will be number 4. Okay, Emanuela Cadet, you will be number 5. I can count. Not well, but I can do it. And then Brina Brown. Yeah, Cash App works. The name of your husband, love Mario. Mario is, he is my spirit animal. Yeah, as weird as that sounds, he's it for me. Let's see here. And thank you, Brina, for liking. So, are you wanting to do Cash App then, Brina? Or, because if so, I got 5 people on the list. We can do, let me see this here. Let's do this. So, nope. Ah, yeah. The Mario movie is bomb. I haven't seen it yet, or I haven't. Has it come out yet? The Mario movie, or you mean with Chris Pratt, or do you mean the old Mario movie? So right here are the rates. Okay. $2 gets you 2 cards, $5 gets you 4 cards, maybe some psychic impressions, if there's anything that I can feel that way. $10 gets you 6 to 8 cards, and again, possibly psychic impressions, right? It really depends on if I can connect psychically. Regardless, you'll get a card reading, but sometimes I can get a little bit more accurate details with the psychic. Okay, and Ariel, I can get you number 6 here. All right, and I'm just going to start doing these ones. So 1 card, 1 question. So guys, get your questions ready. Let me do this really quick. Cash App. Okay, so Cash App is this one. It's kind of confusing. But basically, that's the Cash App right there. So your number, Brina, would be 7. If you guys want to do the Cash App, though, you get priority. Like, you don't have to wait in line. And you also get more detail with your answer. So it's up to you. If you guys want to do just 1 question, 1 card, I can do that. It's not going to be super detailed, but it can give you a basic answer, you know? So it's kind of up to what you guys would want to do. But your number will be 7, Brina. But again, if you guys pay for a reading, I take you off the free reading list. You don't get a free question, but you do get priority. So if your number does come up, we can do it that way. So Brina, your number is 7. And then I can actually go to the list here. Oh, you're okay. Here it is. It's just money sign Chance Madsen. So hopefully that was enough of a screenshot time. So I'm going to go ahead here, and if you do a free question, you can pay for another question or for more details if that's what you want to do. But with that being said, let's kind of get the ball rolling here. And okay, we have 1 through 7 coming up on the list. I got to lower my phone's brightness so you guys can see, but this is our random number generator. When I shake my phone and my ass, we get a number, okay? It's not a good number. It's usually always a 3 out of 10 for me. I don't have the best ass, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to shake it regardless. Okay? Shake it off, like Taylor Swift tells me to. All right, so here we go. Number 1. Now that seems like we're going to go in numerical order from here on out. If that happens, it's going to be an astronomical thing. But I'm up for it. All right, number 1 is Mary. Are you there? Is Mary there? Did I ever say my favorite food? I like, oh. Awesome, okay. All right, so here's what we'll do. I'll read Mary, and then Brina, I'll go to your question. Okay, thank you for the donation. Super appreciated. Let me do Mary's one card, one question reading, and we'll do that. But thank you so much for the donation, Brina. Super appreciated. All righty. We're cooking with gas now. Whatever that means. Okay. All right. Yes, I got it. Thank you so much, Brina. We'll get right on that shit. Like I was saying, I'll do Mary's one card, one question, just because we drew the number here. And, all right, so let me do this. Oh, wait a minute. 1 second here, hold on. Okay. All right. Alrighty. So Mary says, will you get the job with the company HB? Let's see if we can find that for Mary. Will Mary get the job with the company HB? All right. HB. Yeah, so my favorite, I've got so many favorites. It's hard for me to be like, yeah, that's my absolute favorite. I'm just gonna go with desserts, okay? Because I'm a desserts boy. I love the desserts. I can actually move my chair up now because I look like I'm really short. There we go. Now I look like a taller boy. I love banana bread, okay? I know a white guy talking about his love for banana bread. You've probably heard it before. It's good though. Banana bread, zucchini bread, pumpkin bread, bread, a bread sandwich. Hey there, Zarya. How's it going? I love the breads. And I got this drink here. This is my favorite drink from Starbucks. All right. This is a... This is the it's a venti ice toasted vanilla oat espresso. It's delicious. It's a shaken espresso from Starbucks with toasted vanilla syrups. Hey there, Zarya. I can give you a number here. Let's do 8 for you. Alrighty. Just realized your ex-boyfriend has been cheating on you the whole time. I'm sorry to hear that, Zarya. At least you found out, though, now, even though I'm sure it doesn't mean too much, but at least there's some clarity now. Hey there, Indica. And Stephanie Zanko? Hey there, guys. Like and subscribe. I think you guys are already subscribed. I can give you some numbers here. So let's do 9 will be Indica Moonlight. And then 10 will be Stephanie Zanko. Or Zanko. You got in. Your number is 9, Indica, and Stephanie, your number is 10. Sorry if it seems like I'm everywhere, guys. Just getting people's names written down. Okay. Will Mary get the job at H&B? Get the job with the company H&B. Let's see here. Let's shuffle these cards. All right, will you get the job with H and B? Here we go. Okay, so I get this right here. This card here makes me think... Well, I'll show you. This is the Four of Coins. Now, if you look here, there's a bunch of coins sitting in the tent, kind of being out left in the cold. There could be a tendency for this company to pass you over. I do feel like you could find something better. The way it's looking now, and I'm looking at this, I feel like they may choose somebody else. But I don't feel like you're going to be out in the lurch for too long, right? You're not going to be out in the cold for too long. I hope. It seems to me like you're very welcome, Indica. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that, my friend. I do feel like if for some reason it doesn't work out with this company, hopefully something else better can come along for you. But the Four of Coins is making me feel like either you won't get the job, or if you do get it, it's going to be something that happens a little bit later. Maybe you have to apply again, or maybe you have to do something like that. But that's what I'm seeing here. I'm hoping I'm wrong. Mary, I don't want to be right with this. I want you to get the job you want to get, but that's just what I'm seeing. You're welcome, Mary. You're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate that. Okay, so now we're going to go to Brina's question, because she did a paid reading here, so we're going to go to her question. And what were you wondering, Brina? And thank you for being patient, too. And again, venti, iced, shaken espresso, 4 shots of espresso. Toasted vanilla. It's tasty. It's one of my favorites. Oh, man. Coffee shouldn't be this good. I'm telling you right now. But it's so good. I tried cutting coffee out for a month. Like 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. Would not recommend it. Coffee has got my little ones in a grip for life. Let me put it that way. It's not going anywhere. The coffee, that is. All right. So Brina, are you there? Because we can do this. Let me go like this. So I can go here and do this. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, so... Oh, there we go. Give me 1 second here. I'm doing something. Then... All right. So Zarya, your number is... Okay, your number is 8. Okay, an in-depth basic general. Awesome. Yeah, the shaken espresso is the shit. So let me do this, and let's see what we can come up with for you, Brina. And thank you again for the contribution to the channel. I'm going to take my shoes off. Don't need them when I'm in the house. Or as I call it, my little tiny pocket dimension. You guys really haven't seen the rest of the house. You don't even know if there is a rest of the house. They don't even allow bathrooms here. You just go where you are, so. All right, let's do some cards here. And then, Brina, is it okay if I connect with your energy if that time comes to try and get some information here? And for those of you that pay, I put the names here so that way you guys can come back in the video and you can find your reading easily. So if you pay, you get your little name ski on the screen there. Okay. Let's do it. One more shoot. Okay. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Brina. I will see what we can do. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do here. I'm getting the cards ready, and then, like I said, we can do some of the psychic stuff as well. This just helps me to kind of get things ready. So let me grab this. Hopefully this is charged. It's the opposite of charged. It's completely dead. So here's what I'll do. Hey, Hayley Dupree. Yes, your number can be number 11. And we do it random number generator style. If you can like and subscribe for me, I can put you on the list here. Your number would be 11 if you like and subscribe. Would love that. Take your time. I have no other option. I've tried to speed things up. I've tried to be the quickest I can be as a man/boy, child. I cannot go quicker. I have one speed and it is dreadfully slow. So you'll have to pardon my sluggishness. But I can't help it. Alrighty, let's do one more here. Yeah, so Hayley, let me know if you've liked and subscribed, and I can put you as a number 11. And we can go from there. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race. Not the way I do it. I always lose. I mean, if you're sleeping when the race starts and you're still in a coma when it's over, I'm pretty sure it's not a race you're gonna win, unless it's a sleeping race, in which case I would be first every time. Hey there, Stork and Naromi. How are you doing? So like and subscribe, guys, and I can put you on the list. And again, Brina, I appreciate your patience, and like I said, I will get to your reading. We're just getting more people coming in here, so I'm putting them on the list if they like and subscribe. Okay, so Hayley Dupree, liked and subbed. Thank you, Hayley. You will be number 11. And Naromi says they've liked and subscribed, so they're number awesome. So Naromi, you're number 12, and Stork, you're number 13. Thank you guys so much. Super appreciated. We do it random number generator style. Basically, I shake my phone, and like I said before, and my ass, and we try to see what we can get from there. Okay? Yeah. So it's a random number generator. I hold my phone up, I shake it after I'm done with Brina's reading, because she paid. When you pay, you get your name right here, you get priority, and you get a longer reading. But for free readings, all you have to do is wait for your number to be called. And Stork, your number is 13, Naromi, your number is 12, and Hayley, your number is 11. All right, so let's see what we can find out here. Hey there, Kevin. I'm doing good. How are you? Might have to write one more here. 14. Okay. I put you on the list, Kevin, as number 14. All right. Let's do this. I got the cards ready here, so let's look. This will be general advice, and then I can give you, hopefully I can give you a name or guide you in a certain direction, but we'll see. You're doing great. Just woke up. You know what? I've had those days. I start my day every day waking up. So I think that's a good way to start the day. Some days though you just be sleeping. Okay, so here's what I've got for you, Brina. Hey Nina, how's it going? It's been a minute, hasn't it? It's been almost a week and a half. Or over a week and a half at this point. And how's it going for you, Nina? Alright, so attachment in reverse and King of Wands. Brina, this is what I get. Oh, you have to go to school. Well, you know what, Kevin? Thank you for coming on here. I appreciate you. And, oh yeah, I'm filled with dad jokes. I'm like a piñata that just has dad jokes as the candies that are inside. Yeah, they don't stop. I've even heard some really good ones. Oh, I've got dad jokes, but I have a grandpa memory, and so I can't remember the dad jokes. I know I laughed at them though. You're still getting over my absence, Nina? Well, I'm here now. I think. I could be dreaming this whole thing. Attachment in reverse and the King of Wands, Brina, right here. And I'll explain what these mean, just to myself, not out loud. And then we have, no, I'm kidding, I will explain it. Then I have Door to Romance in reverse, and I have the High Priestess in reverse. Well, thank you. This is a Nike hoodie, and oh, Nina, you can, if you want, you can check out the merch I've got in the description. I have 24 new items that I added. They're zodiac based, and so if you guys have your, your favorite sign, I have hoodies and shirts, and then I have a mug that has your sign on it. So all 12 signs for the mug and all 12 signs for the hoodie, or the jokes. Dad jokes and grandpa memory. You're gonna steal this? Thank you, Hayley. I appreciate that. I won't remember any of it, so that's great. So like I said, the High Priestess in reverse and the Door to Romance in reverse. Again, I'll tell you what this means. But I'm gonna kind of do all of these and then I'll show you. Then we have the Yin Yang symbol in reverse. And we've got the Four of Coins right here. And then we have 6th chakra, Archangel Metatron. Hey there, Zarya. And in reverse, then we have 9 of Cups. We have a Happy Little Accidents guy over here. This is Bob Ross. And as I've said many times before, I too would be happy if I had a bunch of golden cups in front of me. I don't know what it is, but when guys have a bunch of golden cups in front of them, you just can't help but smile and laugh just a little bit. That's how I roll. I get it. I understand this guy on a deep level. I understand it. Okay, so from what I'm seeing here, general advice for you moving forward, Brina, and I'm thinking we're talking about love, right? We're talking about finding somebody or maybe keeping somebody. Let me go back up here. Okay, important steps to take. So, yeah, Zarya, your number will be 15. There it is. All right. Well, I guess, Zarya, you can actually be number 14. It's going to be confusing. That'll work. Okay. So attachment in reverse and the King of Wands. Hopefully you're still there, Brina. I tend to get distracted. But hopefully you're still there. So attachment in reverse, King of Wands. This to me is attaching ourselves to certain outcomes when it works with this kind of thing here. Number 14, Zarya. Okay, you're here, Brina. Awesome. Number 14, Zarya. I changed it to 14 because we had a person leave that was going to be 14. So you're number 14, not 15. I did say 15 at first, though. Okay, you get me. So we're attaching ourselves to outcomes that I feel like we're in a situation where we want to be in a relationship. Maybe we end up more in situationships where it's kind of like if they feel like it. And there can be a situation here where we attach ourselves to an outcome that isn't going to be a viable outcome. So when it comes to love, when it comes to finding the right person for us, or when it comes to getting these kinds of situations and understanding them, there can be a tendency for us to kind of ignore the signs that someone is putting up red flags, or that someone isn't necessarily into us the way that we think. And I feel like there can be a tendency of, if someone is playing hard to get, it's kind of like it entices us, right? Or if someone's being distant, it can entice us. It can make us kind of excited. But that in itself, when it comes to love, is going to be something where we're going to be messed up over and over again, because we're viewing someone's distance as a form of love. And really, a distance is a form of indifference, okay? Indifference is the opposite of love. People think hate's the opposite of love, but love and hate are actually pretty closely tied together. There's passion between either one of those things. There's passion there. There's love for somebody, there's hate for somebody, but someone's thinking of you. But when there's indifference, they're not thinking of you. They just want distance. They're not, they don't care. And that's kind of the situation a lot of people find themselves in, is we find these people or possible partners, and we attach so many outcomes to a person that is not who we think they are. Maybe they've presented themselves a certain way, and I talk about it on the channel a lot, self-love, self-respect, building up our sense of self-esteem, our sense of self-worth. That's going to be the most important thing moving forward. And the reason why I'm bringing that up specifically is because of this. Okay? These two cards I showed you, we have Door to Romance in reverse, and then we have Lady Gaga in reverse right here. She's sitting on her little moon. I always see Lady Gaga, but when this is in reverse, this is not listening to our intuition. It feels like we've been in situations where relationships have kind of shown us where they're going to go, what they're going to lead to, but we tend not to listen, or we turn a blind eye. And this makes it so it's harder for us to understand where someone's coming from in a more genuine way, because I feel like there's a bias for us to get in a relationship and want to stay in a situation where we can kind of daydream and view someone whoever or however we want them to be. And when we do that, we're missing the reality of what the actual connection is. A lot of us have mistaken forms of someone pressing our triggers or our buttons, and we've convinced ourselves that love has to be this dramatic thing, that we have to be, it has to be this very, very dramatic thing. But really good love, a really good relationship is very quiet in a lot of ways. And it's two people working together. There shouldn't be all this drama, and there shouldn't be these hot and cold kind of games. If you're getting the hot and cold treatment, someone's playing games with you. If you were told earth or fire, you don't know. So we'll get to that. I haven't done the psychic part yet, Brina, but we'll get to that. You said like general advice, right? And so I'm letting you know. I've been in a relationship for 13 years, and there's been parts where it's been difficult, right? It's never something that's always easy, but it's something that's worth it because you're working through it with somebody else. And the way that you do this, you're good. You're good. I understand you're not talking to anyone. Just in the future, this can kind of help you, because a lot of times people get stuck on the notion that, like I said, love has to be this dramatic thing, this big thing. There always has to be butterflies in your stomach. It always has to be this huge, huge event. And a lot of times love is about very, very mundane things and moments. And you want to get somebody in your life that you would feel comfortable with in any situation. Not just someone that can share the big moments with you, but someone that can share the small ones too. And a lot of times I feel like we try to find that person that can do everything for us. And we have a list that's 5 miles long. That's great. That's great. But sometimes there's good options out there, and they're just a little bit different than what we would normally expect. And the key tenets towards a good relationship are this, okay? You have communication, cooperation, trust is a huge, huge one. And loyalty is kind of the same thing. And kindness and gentleness, right? So when I say communication, All right, Free, your number will be, let's see, 15. Okay. Hey, Jason, how you doing? I can put you as number 16 here. Okay. So, here's what I was going to say. So communication, cooperation, appreciation, that was another one. But when, basically, if you ever get in a fight with a partner, you need to be able to talk about it and resolve it and then move on with the relationship. If for some reason you're not able to talk about it or bring it up and you're not able to resolve it, it's going to lead to holding a ton of resentments later on, and it's eventually going to blow up into something else, right? It's eventually going to blow up in a way that is not going to be helpful, right? It's going to be this very kind of bad situation, and it's because there hasn't been a place where you can air things out, so to speak. So the best thing I can say is you want someone who's going to work with you, who's going to talk with you, and if there has been a big blowout fight, they don't ignore it. You guys actually talk things through, you work things out, and you see where each other's coming from. As long as that's going on, that's great. That's a good relationship. If there's trust, if you trust the person, again, great. If you feel appreciated and respected, great. Don't just settle for one of these things. Have all of them, okay? Don't settle for someone who's going to treat you lesser than. There is no reason for someone to treat you lesser than. A lot of times we'll convince ourselves that we deserve this or we deserve that. No, we deserve to be treated with love, appreciation, and respect. I don't care who it is. If you want this person in your life, you want to attract the right partner, we need to value our sense of self higher than anything else. And that's not being selfish. That's saying that we matter because we do. Our lives matter to us. Our situation matters to us. And we're the only ones that are kind of rooting for us all the way. And so we have to be there for ourselves. Primarily, that's the main thing moving forward. And that's kind of the whole reading that I would say right here. Is that making sense to you, Brina? I can give you something a little bit more with the psychic part, but just this part right here, is that making sense for the general part? Okay. And again, if we're ever in a situation where someone's doing the hot and cold stuff, they like you, they don't, or they're coming forward and then they're pulling back, if that keeps going on over and over, they're not for you. Step away from that relationship, because I can tell you right now, that's them showing you their best side. Okay, continue, please. Okay. So that's them showing you their best side when they're being hot and cold. Literally, if we're ever starting to date someone and that's their best side, because they always lead with the best foot forward, I'm telling you, it's only going to go downhill from there. So if someone's doing the hot and cold thing, they're showing you red flags, or they're trying to rush you into having sex, or they're trying to rush you into a situation that you don't feel comfortable with, speak your mind, set boundaries, and you'll get to see someone's character right then and there. If they act cool and they act like it's okay, and you're all right to have boundaries, it may be a good idea to move forward with a relationship. But if they get upset and they start acting entitled, or they start acting like something's going on, you don't owe anyone anything. Okay, I don't care how many dates you've been on, you don't owe anyone shit, all right? And so that's something I want you guys to be aware of, is the value that you guys have, okay? Because man, woman, anything else, like it doesn't matter. Respect is a core tenet to a relationship, 100%, all right? And all of that starts with self-love, healing the wounds that we have, because a lot of us, if we haven't been in a healthy relationship, an adult relationship, it usually stems from childhood traumas and things that happened. Maybe our parents were too distant or negligent, or maybe our parents were abusive, or maybe our parents were too overbearing. But a lot of it comes from kind of how we view the world and how we view connecting with people. Sometimes we think that a partner can come into our lives and they can help validate our existence. They can make us feel better. They can get rid of all the things that are wrong with us, and we can be in a happy place. And yeah, that's, in my opinion, that's fairy tale thinking. just because we still have to do the work on ourselves. I honestly believe that if you want to be in a healthy, good relationship that's long-term, that has all the milestones and tenets that you guys want to have, we have to be complete with ourselves first, and then someone else can come along and they complete us even further, or they help us push forward even more. But a lot of times people will use relationships as a form of escapism to try to get out of maybe their job or to try to get out of their life, that whatever it happens to be, but they use a relationship as a form of escaping because they're focusing entirely on someone else and they don't have to worry about their own problems anymore. And a lot of times those relationships don't allow for any kind of growth between the two people because you're too busy focusing on that person's desires or wants, and usually that other person doesn't give a shit what you want. You're focused entirely on them and they're not giving you anything back. And we convince ourselves that that's a loving relationship. It's not. That's a lesser than relationship, okay? Because we've had trauma or because things have happened, we've told ourselves that this is love. This is, this is maybe how my parents did it, or this is how other people have done it. And they seem okay, and it's like, no, they're not happy. I can tell you right now, people, when they're in a good relationship, they can talk about things with their partner, and they can be expressive and open, and you can be vulnerable, okay? And that, again, that's another part. If you can be vulnerable with your partner, if you can talk about things and they don't ridicule you or make fun of you, that's going to be a big deal. If you're with somebody and they make fun of you for crying, or they make fun of you for doing this, that, or the other, step away from that connection, okay? That's going to be the most important thing, is communication, appreciation, respect, trust, and you need to have all of those. If one of those is missing, it's time to move on to something else, because you're just going to be wasting your time. I call them tire kickers, because they're people that will just... You've always been the black sheep. Okay. So the odd one out, so to speak. And because of that, the thing with being a black sheep, and maybe, Brina, this relates to you, maybe it doesn't, but the thing with being a black sheep is sometimes we want so badly to be recognized by somebody, right? And when we do that, when we want so badly to be recognized by somebody, or we want something to happen for us, we kind of lose sight of the self, don't we? We lose sight of who we are, and sometimes we can enter into a very, very codependent relationship where our sense of identity is tied to another person. And when and inevitably, there will be a breakup, and we will lose what feels like a large part of ourself in that breakup, because we haven't established a strong sense of self yet, and we used someone else as a crutch to establish that sense of self. And it's just really important to set boundaries and self-esteem and have confidence. But all of this takes time, and it's a gentle process. I'm not forcing you to do this overnight, and I don't think that that's how it's done. It's a gentle process, and it works through love, boundaries, self-respect, and a lot of it's reparenting too, which is a psychological tool that you can use to kind of go back in your mind. Think of events where you were with a parent, or you were in a very critical stage in your life, and maybe someone said something that was hurtful or did something that was hurtful, and imagine yourself stepping into the parent role. What would you say to that younger version of yourself? This can actually help change your brain chemistry as time moves forward. So it can actually help change things. But reparenting, that takes time. And going through the attic of memories that we have definitely takes time. So is that making sense so far, Brina? I can get a little bit more detail on the sign and maybe a name. You're trying every day. I'm sure you are. And that's good. That's the best thing. Just keep trying every day, and the only person I want you to compare yourself to is yourself the day before. And if we have a day where things are difficult and they're hard for us, I want you to be even more gentle with yourself on those days. We don't get anywhere by pushing ourselves harder, okay? Especially if we're already hurt, if we're already feeling broken or depressed, we don't get anywhere by pressing things harder. We need to take a step back. We need to rest and rejuvenate. A lot of and I wonder if this helps reparenting. It does. It does, Hayley. It's I'm not going to go into the way it works necessarily, but it does. It does help. Just because it'll take me a little bit longer to explain that. essentially it can help rewire the brain. Let me put it that way. There is... Okay. Are you okay, Brina, if I do a teeny bit of an aside here for just 1 second? Because I can tell you why the reparenting thing works. So, essentially there's this, all right? Okay. So, each one of you guys, do you understand how the brain works? Because I can tell you how the brain works here, right? You're all ears. You came to listen. Okay. All right, so here's how the brain works. It works through neurons, and it works through synapses, or synaptic responses. And so basically, I want you guys to think of this, and I'm going to show you a very, you're welcome, Hayley. You're welcome. You're not interrupting. In fact, if this helps people, if this helps anybody, I want to be able to help people. So, essentially, this is what we have here. So neurons, or neuronal synapses. I don't think that's the right way to say it. Anyway, neurons. Okay, this is how the brain works. Hey there, Jeannie, how you doing? Okay, I want you guys to see these, and I want you guys to think of these as being, well, like I said, the neurons in the brain. Okay. They're going to look like that at first, okay? The line underneath doesn't really represent anything. I'm just putting a line under there. But they're going to look like these little pins with a head on top of them, okay? And then what happens is whenever we're trying to learn something new, it could be a skill, maybe we're playing a new game. You know, I know that's where I'm always at. But if we're learning something new, different neurons will fire in the brain. Our brain has tons and tons of synapses, like so many, it's ridiculous. But when we do something new or something we haven't done before, one synapse in the brain connects to another synapse in the brain. And when it does this, it sends a signal, okay? And the signal at first is kind of like this. All right? So if you look at this here, look at that signal. You can see it's not a very strong signal. It's kind of weak. All right? But I want you guys to think of things like this. Think of driving. Think of learning to play an instrument. Think of when you've tried to do something like riding a bike, and all of a sudden you're just able to do it and you don't have to think about it anymore. That's because this has happened. So the neuronal, pretty sure I'm saying that wrong, but the neuronic synapses, basically, they start doing this, okay? And I'll show you this right here. So instead of firing and sending a signal to each other, because these two synapses have been used for so long in conjunction with each other, instead what happens is they form a myelin sheath, okay? The myelin sheath is an interesting thing, but it's basically this. Okay, so that signal that I was telling you guys before, the myelin sheath connects the two synapses almost immediately. Instead of your brain sending a signal or a wire to the other part of the neuron, it's doing it immediately. But whenever we're learning something new, the reason why it's so difficult at first is because our brain is trying to connect the two dots and it doesn't know exactly what to do. Over time, things get easier, but we have to be comfortable with being vulnerable in the first place to learning new things. And a lot of times, we're told as kids, the world is the oyster for us, you know, we can do anything we want. But as we get older, it feels like our options become more and more limited. We need to start setting ourselves free again and realize that it's normal to keep learning and growing as we get older. So basically, reparenting, at first, it's going to seem like something that doesn't seem like it's working. It's going to seem like something that doesn't feel like it's going to be doing very much. But eventually, over time, it becomes easier and easier, and we can start to heal things and traumas and things like that that have kind of been plaguing us. But it works through that kind of way. It's the synapses in the brain working together. And like I said, at first, think of driving a car or think of whatever it is that you've done and you've sort of mastered. You don't have to think about it anymore. If you're riding a bike, don't have to think about it eventually. Like, you just get on the bike and you go. You don't have to think about the speed you're going, what to do, how to turn. You just do it, right? And it's because you've mastered that, or your brain has worked how to send the signals super fast and you can process it. So it's the same with learning anything else, but especially the reparenting skill, doing anything that's psychological, recovering from addictions. All of this stuff uses different parts of the brain, and it takes time for these things to take effect. And so if it seems like a trickle effect, at first it is, and then eventually it's full on raining, and then eventually you have an entire ocean full of all of the knowledge and all of the things that you've been learning. But at first it starts out pretty slow. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. Hopefully that makes sense. My crude drawings there. Does anyone have any questions on that? And I'll see what I can get for you, Brina, for the name and possibly the sign. Awesome, Hayley. Perfect. Okay. So, let me see what we can get here. Let's see how charged up this little guy is. I'll let that charge a little bit more. And so, awesome. This is what happened today. My 15-year-old autistic boy signed his first sign today. It was... That's amazing. That's amazing, Jeannie. That's perfect. I love that. That's really cool. And hopefully in time it becomes more and more easier, more and more, yeah. You have to, Brina. The reason we keep attracting the wrong people, or we're not getting into a relationship that we like, or we're just alone, is because we haven't healed through trauma, okay? And when we haven't healed through trauma, we tend to come at things in a very different way. And yeah, neurons at work for sure. Absolutely. But this stuff that I'm saying right here, it takes time. And there's so much, especially in the United States, okay? I don't know where everyone's from, but in the United States, there's this tendency to overwork yourself, and then when you're already burnt out, you need to keep working. You need to wake up at 3 a.m. yesterday to get shit done. And you need to stay awake for 25 hours a day, 365 days a year. You can't sleep. There's this tendency to, when we're doing anything that isn't even slightly productive, that we're failing at being humans, okay? No, okay? Do you look at animals and think... I don't know, do you look at a cat or a dog and think it's failing at being a dog when it's being a dog? No. Humans put these weird labels on ourselves, and then we say we're not productive. Okay, we're human beings. We're not human doings. All right, so sorry that one had to come out. But you know where I'm coming with this. You know where I'm coming from. The gentleness has to be there. Okay. So, let me look and see what we can get for you. For a possible name or sign. So I'm going to connect with your energy here and we'll see what we can come up with. So okay. Oh. Okay, I'll come right back. One more second, guys. One second. Yes, Janet B, if you liked and subscribed. Okay. You like and subscribe, I can give you a number. Yeah, just let me know if you've liked and subscribed. Okay, let me see what we can get here. Now I'm going to use some stuff here, Brina. The way I'm going to define this relationship, if a name comes through, great. I'm going to say there's going to be tendencies for this, there's going to be tendencies for that. Thank you. Thank you so much, Janet. Your number will be 17. You can look in the description to see how we do things on here. Janet B, number 17. Okay. So essentially what I'm going to say is this. When you're working on the self-love, you're working through that. That's good. And as we're working through the self-love, we're working through that gentleness, we're going to start to trust ourselves more. And when we trust ourselves more, we're going to make the right decisions. And we're going to find people that have a more secure attachment style versus an anxious or avoidant attachment style. A lot of times with relationships, people get in, you can either have two anxious people in a relationship, and that's where both people are just smothering each other. And it's like incessant. It's so much, right? And then you have, hey, Mariam. And then you have a relationship where one person is anxious, okay? The other person is avoidant. And what happens is the anxious person chases the avoidant person, but the avoidant person runs away. So the anxious person starts running harder, but the avoidant person keeps pulling away. That's not a good situation either. Generally, two avoidant people in these are called attachment styles. Generally, two avoidant people don't stay together for too long. It can happen, but it's a very hands-off relationship. If you can imagine two avoidant people just kind of pulling away from each other all the time, I don't see how that could work, but you know, that's what I see there. So hold on one second. But the anxious and avoidant attachment style is pretty common. Okay. So I'm going to describe. Hey there, Ronnie, Sahu, Justy, Ronnie. I'll just call you Ronnie Sahu because I don't know how to say the rest of your name. I'm sure it's a beautiful name though. So like I said, I'm going to describe tendencies and possible characteristics. I just don't want to limit your options as we're looking for somebody, because sometimes when the psychic says something, a person's just going to look for that thing, and when we laser focus on a possible love interest coming in, we could miss other opportunities. So I'll say kind of suggestions, what I'm feeling, but specifics, I feel like it can kind of damage possible other perspectives coming your way. So let me see what we can get here. Okay. I usually start off by scribbling. Yes, Mariam, you can be number 18. So Mariam, you'll be number 18. All right, I usually start by scribbling a little bit. This can help me connect. I don't know why it works necessarily, but it's like I can get something through the vibration of the pen scratching against the paper. So let's see here. First thing that comes through is it feels like no, not yet, Jano. I'm still doing Brina's reading here. So it feels like the main thing that I'm feeling, my voice was shaking there, is going to be, it feels like a P name, possibly. So I would either see this as a P name or possibly a Pisces individual, like a water sign. It does feel like there could be fire in the sign as well. So I'm feeling like it could either be Pisces or Sagittarius, or a person that has Pisces or Sagittarius traits. So basically, Pisces is going to be very mysterious to the point where they don't even know who they are. And a Sagittarius is going to open mouth, insert foot. Taurians, though, are great. I'm just going to let you guys in on a secret. No, so basically, Sagittarius, fire sign, Pisces, water sign. Okay, give me 1 second here. So it doesn't feel like another water sign. It feels like Pisces or possibly a fire sign. It doesn't feel like a Cancer. It doesn't feel like a Scorpio, Pisces. The other thing that I can get here is I feel like it's going to be someone who has a very much kind of worker mind mentality. So they're not going to be someone who wastes time, I guess. Just want to get married once. Okay. I understand that. I'm going to say this just so we can be clear on this. I do not believe in the twin flame, the soulmate stuff. I don't believe that. I feel like it's very limited, and in the tarot community, it's something that feeds into people's kind of love addictions. Okay, I've seen people stay in horrible relationships because they said, well, this person's my soulmate, they're my twin flame, whatever. But they're in abusive, awful relationships, and it's like, no, that person's just horrible to you. They just treat you like shit. It's not a connection that was meant to teach you anything except what you didn't want in a connection. And so I don't personally believe in that. I think there's many, many people that we could be compatible with if we work things out. That's what I personally believe. I believe there's more than one person for each person. If we can communicate, talk things out, work things through, and if the person is a balanced person, I feel like we could connect with damn near anybody. But, that's personally what I believe. Just because I've seen people in horrible, horrible situations, and they've had that kind of mentality. Amen. Thank you, Mariam. Thank you. So like I said, I feel like it's a P name. It's either a P name, Pisces, or a Sagittarius individual. And another thing that I want to say, just as I'm doing this reading for you, Brina, a lot of us have gotten caught up in the romanticism of the world, and that has ruined a lot of relationships. That's ruined a lot of relationships. Romanticism is kind of like this feeling of like when you get with somebody, they should be able to read your mind and you should be able to read theirs. No, I'm a psychic, and my partner still needs to tell me. She still needs to tell me what's going on with her, because I'm not going to do that. That's bullshit. If someone wants me to read their mind, no, tell me, be an adult. And that stems from when we were children, our parents could look at us and they could tell us what if we needed food or if we needed to sleep or if we needed something else. As we get older, we get more and more complex as adults. And it makes it so that we still think mind reading can happen because our parents were able to do it, but our needs when we get older are much, much more complex. And so always communication is the key. Never think you know what someone is thinking. Ask them. Do not be an investigator. That is an investigator that guesses. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, that's not a good job to have because you're going to fail at your job. An investigator never wins. Okay? Imagine if Sherlock Holmes was like, well, I think what they were trying to say was, I think it was maybe. No. No. Okay. So communication, like I said, is key. No mind reading bullshit. No, they should be able to tell you what's going on. Okay, let's see what else I can get here. And then I'm getting Aquarius coming in as well. Okay. I feel like maybe I'm seeing an Aquarius. Possibly, it feels like it's someone that has a strong sense of self-discipline. I was going to say self-discipline, okay? I have no idea what the hell that is. Self-discipline. It feels like someone who's very kind of rigid and very kind of let's see. Hey there, Lynn. What was I going to say? It's kind of someone that, self-discipline. I'm telling you right now, if you're self-disciplined, you can do anything you want to do. Because no one knows what the hell you are. What the fuck is that? I don't know. But self-discipline. The person either feels like they're a very strong individual, and this could be, it feels like either mentally or physically, maybe both, but there's like a lot of strength with this person. And so that's the first thing I'm seeing, and I feel like there's going to be an arm tattoo is what I'm seeing, and I'm getting a feeling of someone who could be, it feels like an army person, or it feels like someone who's in the military or has been, but I get a sense of someone who's more like stern and serious, and I feel like there's someone who's loyal, but they're not someone who's maybe not the, how would I put this? Maybe not the most, I'm so sorry, the coffee's making me burp a little bit. They should call it star burps, because that's the only thing I go there for is the burps. They do taste good, though. So, strength, self-discipline, someone who's strong, leadership qualities, someone who has a tendency to be, like, I feel like when you find this person, they're going to be in a crowd of people, meaning I don't feel like the leadership qualities or that part of themselves have shown through at that point in time. But something about this person feels to me to be very strong in a way that's like, I feel like they're open-minded. I feel like they're a good person. I just feel like they're serious. You know, I would hope they'd have a good sense of humor, but the only thing I'm getting here is someone who's very serious, someone who's kind of like in that place of I don't know. That's just kind of what I'm getting here. So I would say, like I said, the P name, all right, Pisces, fire sign, or an Aquarius, all right, it's like half the signs, that's like 5 signs. That means there's like a 45% chance to be right, so that's not too bad. It's 40, you know. No, but essentially it feels to me more water sign. Doesn't feel fire, doesn't feel earth. I do feel like there could be a fire sign, but ultimately it does feel like Pisces or a water sign of some sort. Mostly Pisces, honestly, mostly Pisces. I feel like it's going to be a union that you have with this person. I feel like they will have a softer side to them as well, but it's not going to be something that you see, especially when you first start to get to know them. The person's going to present themselves as kind of an uber masculine person. I feel like they could come across as a little bit insecure, because if you see someone that's uber masculine, I'm going to tell you right now, once you see those traits, it is very unattractive. It's weird. It's like, I don't know what's up with guys going like this, and they walk like they have to take a shit. I don't know what that is, but, well, he might walk up to you, but like I said, he's going to have to take a shit. No, I feel like he could walk up to you. It does feel to me like you meet this person in a way that's like you're outside somewhere, or this person's in a crowd somewhere. There could be a tendency for this person to walk up to you. I don't feel like you're going to be the one initiating. I'm wondering exactly how it goes down, but it doesn't feel like you're going to be the one initiating, at least from what I'm feeling. These energies are prone to change as time goes on, though, Brina, but you know what I mean. The uber masculine thing, at least to me, is really weird. I don't understand it. I love the color pink. I paint flowers on my iPad. You know, I wouldn't know what to call that, right? But that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah. Hey there, Lynn. Did you like and subscribe? If you like and subscribe, I can put you on the list here. But hopefully that kind of gives you some insight, Brina. I feel like I don't want to get too involved in this because, like I said, you could be listening so much to what I'm saying that you target really, really far in, and then you don't let other possible opportunities come your way. And so I don't want to get like... Letter P is an initial. I would say yes. It could be the first name, could be the middle name, could be the last name. Thank you, Lynn. Your number will be 19. But does that help you, Brina? Sorry I kind of went on a tangent there, but if you guys are willing to listen, I'm willing to talk. Even if you're not willing to listen, I'm willing to jabber your damn ear off, so stick around. All right. So here's what we do. Yes, that's what I said about the initial. I do feel like there's a P in the name. I do feel that. Let's get on to the free list and see what we can come up with here. But hopefully that helps you, Brina. Like I said, I spent a little extra time because you seemed like you wanted to listen. And thank you, Brina. Thank you so much. All right, let's jump into that free list and see what I can do here. We're moving to the free list now, guys. I've only done one name on the free list so far, and neither of you guys have been called. None of you guys. None. Except for Mary. I gave her her reading. But besides that, let's move on with this shit. So random number generator, go! I gotta get it ready first. That was anticlimactic. Okay, let me do this. Actually, yeah, self-love. Self-love is not being selfish. Remember that. All right. Here we go. Hey there, Chantel. Thank you for coming in. Number 2, Maria. Are you still there? Don't be nervous, Hayley. I'm just going to rip you a new asshole. It's not a big deal. It's everyone. If it's your first time here, I really cut into you. It's what I do. I remove any sense of self-worth or confidence you have, and I replace it with a little bit of the thing we call loathing. I shouldn't say that's what I do out loud. That's what we do. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Number 15 is free. Are you still there? 15 is free. F-R-E-E. Have you guys played, the game I'm really into right now is Borderlands 3. Have you guys played Borderlands 3? Or like the first or the second or the pre-sequel or... There's like 4 games, even though it's called Borderlands 3. Oh, I already answered your initial question. Okay, all right. No, you didn't miss it, Zarya. You didn't miss it. All right. Number 19 is Lynn Pham. Are you there, Lynn Pham, still? Mariam says, I've watched playthroughs of Borderlands. It's good. Oh, yeah. It's awesome. It's, oh, I've been loving it. I've been doing, yes, it's your turn, Lynn. I've been doing streaming through Google Stadia. And the robot guy is, okay. Let's see. Robot guy. You mean, is it Flack? FL4K? Or Claptrap. That's who you mean, is Claptrap, the little robot with the smart-ass remarks. The whole game is a comedy. I love it. Yeah, yep. They're coming out with a movie, Borderlands the movie, and Black... Okay, I gotta say this right. Black Jack plays Claptrap. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I love the way that sounds. And he's also going to be Bowser in the new Mario movie, which I am stoked. I'm going to buy some merch from that Mario movie. Oh, I'm excited for that. I think it would be, honestly. Kate Blanchett is gonna pee. It's not that kind of movie. Kate Blanchett is going to be Lilith, right? Your tongue would have had a stroke. I just did. I just said Kate Blanchett's gonna pee, so I have tongue strokes all the time. That sounds... Alright, let's pretend that never happened. It's gonna be a weird replay for people. Alright. Anyway. So, yeah, what was your question, Lynn? Sometimes the YouTube machine blocks it. Anything for art. Yes. Yes, I can agree with that. Speaking of which, I did some new designs. Don't think you guys have seen this while we're waiting for Lynn to type her question. Let me move this over. Oh, will you pass the next bar exam? Okay. Hold on now. One second here, guys. I'm going to show you some stuff here. Okay. I think everyone's seen most of these. But let me find it here. One second, then we'll get to Lynn's reading here. Oh, I thought it was on here. Yeah, that's okay. I'll find it later. Okay. So will I'll find out later. Will Lynn pass the bar exam? Yeah, Nicole, I can add you. Thank you. Let me do that for you here. Let me start shuffling the cards. So Nicole, your number will be 20. Stay with us this time, Nicole. Stay with us. All right. And if you guys want to, again, you can check out the merch I got down in the description below. Your zodiac sign on either a mug, a hoodie, a sweater, a shirt, and other shirt-like clothing items. You're very welcome. Okay. Will Lynn pass the bar exam? The next bar exam. Now, you guys are going to hate this, so I'm going to just say it the way I see it, okay? When you ask a question that is reliant on your own performance, the cards can't say if you're going to do well or not, because it's up to you if you're going to do well or not. Like, what if when you go to take the bar exam, you're sick, right? What if you don't wake up to take the bar exam, you miss it, okay? So if we're talking about a question that is relying on you performing well, honestly, that's up to you. I could see if you prepare for the bar exam, if you do what you need to do, will you pass the bar exam? But ultimately, it's up to you. When it comes to these kinds of questions, you're kind of the free will part of the equation, if that makes sense. SC, how's it going? It's been a minute since I've seen you. I did take a 10 or 11 day break, so I'll give you the number 21, SC. Hopefully, though, Lynn, that makes sense. Hopefully it's not like, yeah, okay. I always use this example as I'm shuffling these cards for Lynn. I use this example. Someone says, hey, will I win the lottery? And then I look at the cards and I say, yeah, you'll win the lottery. But what if they never bought a ticket? Kind of hard to win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. So it's something like that. It's like you're part of that. So, all right, so let's do this for Lynn. If Lynn prepares correctly and studies for the bar exam, is she going to pass it? Good, SC. I still did some work on my break, but it was more, you can look at the shop down below that I got. I added 24 new items to the shop that I have, and watched Andy Warhol on Netflix. Really good. Honestly, I really liked it. Yes, it's hard to predict things that are determined by me like that. It is. Even I have trouble predicting. But, no, I know what you mean, Mariam. Yeah, because free will comes into the equation, doesn't it? That's true. Hayley Dupree, they could find the lucky ticket on the street. They could. They could. 5 of Cups in reverse. So I do feel like there's a good possibility you could pass it. 5 of Cups upright. Well, you can look at this sad little guy here. I'd be sad too if I was transparent. That's not my favorite place to be, is when I start to lose my opaqueness. Don't like that. So when I see this, I feel like you definitely can pass the bar exam. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort, but it's going to be something that I do feel like you can pass, honestly. It may be like passing a kidney stone, which, isn't the easiest thing to do, but can be done. But eventually it all comes through. And when you're done sweating, all that's left is relief. Don't know why I went down that path with that one, but there you go. All right, so you're welcome, Lynn. Mariam says they're seemingly random and you cannot determine the path of the energy would take. Yeah, you can't. Even with the cards, I can't determine. When it comes to free will, I cannot determine anything. The cards were not used for questions like that, right? And it wasn't a bad question. That's not a bad question. It's just like, hopefully you pass this time. I want you to pass, Lynn. I have no reason for you to not pass. I really want you to pass. But it's, yeah, the energy is just going to take a different path. And I've had times where I've done things for people. I've done readings for people. And I told them this is going to happen in 3 months' time. Okay? And the exact scenario, the exact situation, the exact name of the person, whatever it happened to be, it did happen, but it happened either earlier than when I said, or it happened much later than when I said, like a year and a half later. And it really depends on the path the person takes to lead towards that goal or to lead away from it. Will I find true love? If you work on yourself and you do that kind of stuff, yes, I do believe you can find it. But if you just sit there and you say, man, I wish things would improve, but you don't do anything to improve those things for yourself, no, you're not going to find it. We have to do the work. to get the payoff, so to speak. Hey there, Ava Z. Do you want to be added to the list here? There's the pen. Yes, Mariam, exactly. Energy is not bound by time or space. In fact, from what I understand, the way energy works, on this plane right here, because we're in physical reality, time is linear, meaning there's a past, present, and future, right? But on the other side, in the spirit realm, everything happens simultaneously all at once. There is no past, present, or future, but linear time is what we experience here. Does that make sense? You're okay, Ava. Thank you for telling me, but you're just fine. Don't worry about that. Hey there, Alex. I want to say Francis Alexa, but that's wrong. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Perfect. Okay, so Ava Z, your number will be 22, and Francis's number will be 23, and we do random number draw, or Francis, okay, maybe that's how you say it. So it takes a little bit, yeah, time just works differently. I've heard of that happening, Mariam. It's called a time slip, I think is what it's called. Awesome. Okay. Awesome. I said it right. Okay. Let's move on to the random number generator of our dreams. Okay. This is where shit gets real. All right, so let's see what number comes up here. We got 23 people here, and we've already had some numbers go by, so. Number 4 is Glory Clark. Are you there, Glory Clark? And paid readings do skip the line. If you guys are wondering, if you guys don't want to wait for your random number to pop up, you can avert that bullshit, you could say, by picking one of these options over right here. The camera's mirroring me backwards, and so I have to always remember that my left and right are switched on the camera. Okay. That's crazy, Mariam. I've heard of stuff like that happening. I've had weird things happen too, but it's like, it's interesting how stuff like that works. I do believe it's possible, though. It's just usually pretty rare. Okay. All right, number 16 is Jason, or Jano. Are you there? And yeah, magic usually does take the path of least resistance. All right. 21. SC. Hopefully you're still there, SC. You were here a second ago. Oh, and Jason's here. Perfect. Okay, Jason, what was your question? And then SC, what's your question? Because I'll do Jason's question first, and then I'll do SC's question. Okay, Jason. There's a bit of a lag, I think, on the other end, so if I skip over you when the lag's over, just let me know. And just remember to refresh your streams often so the lag isn't too bad on your guys' end. Okay. What does Elise feel about Jason currently? And then, yeah. You're good. You're good, Jason. Don't worry about that. Let's do this here. Oh, it does. It does. It helps me to feel alive. When blood starts coming out of my ears, I know I'm doing something right. Doctors say that something's wrong with me, but it makes me feel alive. I know it raises your blood pressure. Doing this job sometimes, though, and especially since I'm tired today, I needed a little bit of a boost. How does Elise feel about Jason currently? All right. Okay, so here's what I get with the Elise part here. It's it turns a period into an exclamation point. You don't want to drink coffee on your period. All right. 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel in reverse, right here. This makes me think that it could be that Elise right now is feeling. The way I would describe it could be situations where they're feeling stifled, or they're feeling like they can't express themselves for something right here. The 5th chakra, Archangel Gabriel in reverse, is kind of like a card of someone not being able to speak their mind, or someone for some reason not being able to feel like they can say what's going on. Or it could just be someone who could be closed off towards you, or someone who could be more non-communicative, I guess. Basically, it's kind of like if I get this card here, it could either be that, and I don't think you're being controlling or anything, Jason, but it could be a card of control on your part or on their part. But it's, to me, it's kind of like, it's a card where I look at it and I say, why isn't this person talking? Why isn't this person communicating? 5th chakra in reverse is a card of like stifled communication. Okay, so she's been stuck lately, so that would make sense. Yeah, so that to me, how she feels about you, I'm going to say right now, not thinking about you. I don't feel like she's really thinking about you right now. Probably just focusing on her at this point in time. And non-communicative, communicative. Tater tots. I was going to have some today. I decided not to, lest I become one. I don't want that. Hopefully, though, Jason, I know you're probably looking for more of an answer than that, but it seems to me like they're focusing more on themselves, at least at this point in time. Yeah. I'm going to go to the next one here. And SC, what was your question? That's the only thing you can do, Jason. You seem like someone who's patient, and that's going to be hugely important. Like you said, I hope she talks when she's ready. I love that because it shows that you're ready to listen if the time comes. And ultimately, you know it's not up to you on if they talk or if they don't or if they do this or that. The only thing we can do is we can hope and maybe have something happen. But yeah, hopefully that does happen. Hopefully things work out in that way. Okay, SC says, how will I know when I've met a friend I can trust? I feel like my finger is always on the trigger to dismiss everyone out of fear. Recently, I've been chatting on dating apps, trying to connect, but I don't know. So, okay. I'm there with the wrong... I'm there with the wrong premise. So everyone is kind of putting me off in some way. I can't say to let friends into my heart and space again, but not ones that are just going to betray me. Hey there, simple thing. I don't do health readings. I don't like to do health readings. I'm not a doctor. You're okay, SC. I think I got the gist of what you were saying. If you want to like and subscribe and you have a question that isn't health related, I can do that. I generally don't like doing health readings. Again, I'm not a doctor and I'm not fit to give medical advice. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. And also, I could get in trouble, so it's definitely not something I like to do very often. So you want to know if you're going to be with somebody or if it's going to work out. The best thing is going to be this. If you're around somebody, right, SC, I understand there's a fear of letting people in. And then there's also there's probably a fear of having that fear in the first place because you could feel like you could be alone, right? Question revision, please. If you want to, SC, you can revise your question. I can taste the blood pressure. It's so high right now. Calm myself down. The greatest medical advice, eat tater tots. You pity my heart. Well, I pity the fool. Okay, so you said, I want to know if I'm in the right place for friends. I'm manifesting it from within. Okay. So how we know if we're in the right place when it comes to friends, when it comes to, let's say, community, right? A sense of community. We want to be with people that we don't feel a sense of anything like rushing. Like if you're in a situation where you're trying to make friends with somebody and you feel, and it could be a relationship, like a romantic relationship, or it could just be a friendship. If it feels like things, no, Naomi, you haven't missed your turn. If it feels like things are moving way, way too fast, or the person's trying to, like I was saying earlier, if it feels like the person's trying to have sex with you too early or trying to be intimate with you too early, or even if it's a friend that's trying to move things along too quickly, or like they immediately say you're their best friend. Like basically, if you're in a situation where you feel like things are moving very, very quickly, do a double take on that. You want to be in a situation that is gentle and organic and it moves organically. Like you don't have to force anything around the person. Things just kind of move organically. You also want to make sure that, especially with new connections, that you can talk with them and you can kind of be open. And you want to see how they handle vulnerability. You want to see how they handle things. So start with small things about yourself. Set boundaries that you have. Like, for instance, say things you do and don't appreciate and see how people react to that. Because a lot of times you can see someone's true colors by how they treat you after you've set a boundary. A lot of times you'll say something to somebody, you'll say, I don't appreciate that. And the person will just get really pissed off and, call you names and then leave. That's when you know they're not for you. If we're wanting someone to connect with, you need to have someone who respects boundaries, who respects your principles. And that's another way you can know. But the only way we can know for sure is to try and connect with people and see what that's like. Even though I understand there's fear, I understand there's a sense of like not wanting to be hurt again. But to make friends in the first place, we need to be able to put ourselves out. We have to. Otherwise, we can't make a connection. Or we'll make a connection, but it's going to be so superfluous. Like it's going to be so non-existent that it's just going to be, what's the weather like today? If you want a meaningful connection, you do have to open your heart to the connection. There has to be vulnerability, even if it's for a friendship, but especially if it's for a relationship, like a romantic relationship. There has to be some give and take. And you know what you don't want in a relationship. You don't want to be betrayed. You don't want to have these things happen. And because of that, there's going to be moments where it's going to feel more difficult because there have been things that have happened in the past. But things like that don't keep happening. When we've worked through issues, we've built up a sense of self-confidence, and we know what we will and won't stand for when it comes to connecting with other people, especially friends, romantic relationships. it gets a lot easier to discern who is someone who is going to waste our time and not going to work. I do understand people are pushy AF on apps. I feel wrong for even trying there, but I'm trying to move forward with getting out of my shell. With the dating apps, there's a problem with that because you're trying to, in my opinion, right? I feel like with dating apps, they're very aggressive. Like you said, people are very pushy. They are, because it's kind of like they're just a face or a profile picture and they're talking with you. And obviously, if someone's trying to pressure you or push you into something before you've even met them or even talked to them one time, things like that, obviously stay away from that. You're gonna meet people that are gonna be not the best people on dating apps. Getting out of your shell is good, but there's a lot of people out there that are they're just looking to, have sex or hook up. If you're wanting something more meaningful, and there's nothing wrong with that if both people are okay with it, but a lot of times I feel like people they kind of lower their standards for these other people to come in, and they're not people that will commit in any way. They're just kind of time wasters. They're people that are looking for a fun time, the sex part, and then they go off and they do whatever. Friendship is different, making friends, doing stuff like that. I would recommend, there's places online where you can start to form friendships with people that have similar interests. And if you feel like a person's going to be, one of the things I would suggest is this, okay? Boy or girl, or whatever you identify as, make your profile picture, if you're going to go onto a forum or a website that has your hobby or interest, make it a plain profile picture. Make it something very mundane. Don't even have it be of you, especially at first, until you feel comfortable with the people that you're talking with. Just because you get to see how people are going to treat someone who's going to be anonymous, right? And you get to see, because sometimes there's this tendency for people to go after other people if they can be, attractive or looking a certain way. And it's really important for us to establish a connection with somebody online, in my opinion. If we can establish a connection in a somewhat anonymous way, and then later we can show our face, we can show body, we can do whatever, I feel like that's a good way to get to know people and kind of see where they're coming from. But the online world, you can make friends. There's even actually apps and websites where the whole point of the app or the website is just friendships and not dating. I can't remember, is it Friendster or something? I can't remember the name of the app exactly, but there was a thing where it's like there's no dating, there's nothing like that, there's no hookups, it's just you make friends on there. And that's it, And so that's something you could look into as well. Like the dating apps, you will see pushy people. And I feel like I don't think there's anything wrong with dating apps necessarily. But especially if you're trying to get yourself out there again, you're going to meet people that are going to try to rush you along on things that you're not going to be comfortable with. Good. Okay, that's good. I have had some decent conversations there, even inspired. But they always circle back to the instant gratification stuff, which just isn't on the table for me. But I guess that's the app's premise. So it's what I try. Look at it. I think it's called Friendster. I'm not sure. The instant gratification thing, yeah, that's not right. Bumble has dating friends or business purpose option. That may not be bad either, actually. It's just, yeah, it's one of those situations that, and I get, oh, thank you for that, Chantel. I like that. Connecting with people is always, it's always an interesting thing. But again, the dating apps, they are designed to be the instant gratification kind of thing. But a lot of ways, if we're starting out, getting out of our shell with something like that, you're not going to see the best of humanity through that. There's going to be a lot of pushy people. And like you said, there's good conversations. There's stuff out there, but yeah, try some different stuff. Maybe the Bumble option as well for the friends, and stuff like that. That's what I would suggest. But if your trust is, I've been there too. Having your finger on the trigger, like you said, to dismiss people. And it comes from, I feel like it comes from a sense of you've had disappointments happen. You said betrayals, things like that. And then on top of that, you don't want to ever feel that pain again. And so whenever someone messes up even slightly, even just a little bit, you're ready to dismiss the whole thing. And that's because our compass, our emotional compass is kind of off skew. And that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with us. It just means we have work to do when it comes to tending to our own sort of emotional needs and our own sort of emotional garden, I guess is what you could call it. But yeah, so hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Let's see who else we got here. So I'm going to go back to the list. No, okay. Okay, so the emotional compass, right? Being able to trust ourselves. The reason why I talk about self-love and self-appreciation and self-esteem, self-confidence, basically loving the self and having that not be a selfish thing because it's not, okay? Loving the self is necessary. It has to be there because nothing else can exist that we can love fully. We can love someone as much as we love ourselves, but if we're really guarded, we need to work through the issues that we have. So there can be issues from our childhood. More than likely, that's where a lot of this stuff stems from. And if we can look at that and start healing those kinds of issues, then we can move forward in a way where we're not going to be as guarded. We will realize that even in situations that we've, and maybe this isn't what you want to hear, SC, but even in situations where we found the right person, we found the right friendship, ultimately they will do something to disappoint you. In one way or another, they just will. That's how relationships work. But you have to decide if you want to stay in that relationship or not, because everyone at some point in time will disappoint you. That's a given, okay? But it's up to you on if you would want to stay in something. Right? If it's a good relationship, you stay in it even though it seems like things can happen. But ultimately, it's knowing when and how to cut those things off that are no longer healthy for you, which you understand as you experience life over and over again. But you need to keep making the connections and trying in order to understand it. And I understand being guarded. I understand being scared of the thought of someone getting close. No, not yet, Mariam. But that's kind of where you're at. Your emotional compass isn't... It needs a little tune-up, but it's not broken or anything like that. But I do understand feeling on guard. I get that. I understand that. But it can be worked out. Things can move in your favor. You just need to keep hope alive and do some inner work if you can. Check out the new song by Rosalia. I don't even know who Rosalia is. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'll get the next person going here. Just give me 1 second, guys. Well, awesome. Apparently people are on Bumble. Whatever the hell that is. Sounds like an app for bees to just kind of screw around. They're bumbling. I don't know. Hey, Ashaka Asawa. Okay, so let's move on to our next reading here. All right. Number 20 is Nicole A. Are you there, Nicole A? Nicole A. Yes, there is. I was being the fawns there, Ashaka. Yeah, you can be number 24 if you like and subscribe for me. Yes, next victim, 100%. Number 20, Nicole A. You are my next victim. Step on up. Let's see what we can do. Yep. All right, no Nicole A. So, Ashaka Asawa, have you liked and subscribed? Let me know when you have, and I can give you a number. And let's do the next one. Number 8 is Zarya's Tarot. Already subscribed. Okay, so your number will be 24, Ashaka. Or Ashika. Asawa. Okay. Your number is 24 and it's randomly number generated. So I'll just update my little number here. There we go. Number 11 is Hayley Dupree. And it looks like you're right there, Hayley. So step on up. What's your question? What will be different in your life a year from now, Hayley? Well, you're going to be watching a lot more of my channel. Okay, a year from now, it's going to be great. It's going to be good. It does feel like it's kind of wide, but I can still look it up. I mean, we can try here. Time goes by quickly on here. It does, doesn't it? Sure. Let's see, Sue Freya? Or let's see. Sarifa. Sarifa? Yeah, you can be number 25. Let's do this here. All right, next, let's go on to the next question. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, if you could change it, make it a little bit more narrow for me, or you could give me some of the green stuff, which is called money. And apparently I need it to live, is what the government has told me, so... Yeah, I'm kind of addicted to life right now, so it's one hell of a drug. All right, Nicole. So I'm going to be doing Hayley's reading, and then I'll go back to your reading, okay, Nicole? So Hayley's up, and then Nicole, you'll be next. So stay here. Yeah, so your number is 25, Suri. Okay, just saying that one more time. 25 for Sarifa. Okay. Career in the near future. Still psychic. Still of a psychic nature. Let's limit it to like a yes or no or this or that kind of question. Yeah, that's psychic. It's not tarot. I'm not going to draw the Eight of Swords and be like, oh, an optometrist. You know, like, should you take this or should you do that? it can be more yes or no, or this choice or that choice, or when will you find something? No, you haven't missed your turn. Zarya Parks. Another Zarya came up, which is really weird, but it wasn't you. I know it seems it can be a little bit limiting, but it's kind of like more like I said, more in line with the yes or no questions. If you guys pay for a reading, we can possibly get some psychic input on that. But well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a hard time saying anything that isn't Greg. We've talked about this. So there we go. That's a good question, Hayley. Let's look at that. Will Hayley achieve what they want by the end of the year? Yeah, shoot. All right, will Hayley achieve what they want by the end of the year? Ugh. Tap into that lazy energy. I am. Oh boy, so lazy. Oh, is that a thing? Is lazy energy a thing? Because I'm pretty sure if they had a drink called 5-hour nap energy, I would take it. 5-hour nap sounds lovely. Okay, let's do this here. I got it, Hayley. We'll see what we got here. Will you achieve what you want by the end of the year? Oh. Toddman is Snorlaxing with Snorlax. Yes. I haven't seen Todd on here in a very long time. It's been months, it seems like. Or at least a month, right? He used to come on. Anyway, so we have Cornucopia in Reversia. All right. Cornucopia in reverse is I do feel like you can have what you want by the end of the year. You're going to have to work for it, though, or you're going to have to do whatever it is you need to do to achieve it. And if you're in America, that means 27 hours a day. Don't sleep, or if you do sleep, an hour a year is going to be your recommended amount. Anything over that, you're being lazy. Yeah, that's how it works. Hour a year. I try to space it out every 3 days. I take about a minute's rest. It's been working well. It's been working. The hallucinations have increased, but they're good hallucinations now, so that's good. So yes, I do think, Hayley, you can have what you want. You're going to have to work for it, though. Just take care of yourself. Be gentle in the process. I do think what you want to achieve by the end of the year can happen. Just stay on that course. Europe or Romania? Is that a statement or is it a question? I'm gonna say okay. That sounds to me like are you wanting to go on vacation? Is that what that is? No, you didn't, Mariam. We're moving through the list though. And Nicole, what was your question? Oh, you live there. Oh, that's where you live. I see. Okay. I talk so much that I forget what the hell I do. Yes, Wada. Absolutely, Mariam. It is Wada time for me. What a time for me always. I have to. I come on here, I monologue my little tiny white ass off. And it is a tiny white ass, not like a Hank Hill ass, but it's close. Okay, there's not a good booty on this fruity boy. It always turns into butt stuff with me, always. More specific, Transylvania. Ah. So, I don't want to assume, but I am going to say that you're Dracula. Anyone from Transylvania has to be Dracula. I'm sorry, Hayley. You are of the Dark Lord. I cannot converse with you any further. Okay, so any butt is a good butt. Yes. Okay, I'll take it. What's coming for me in love? Any relationship with someone new or someone from the past? Hey there, Gypsy7. Okay. Hello there. Let's see. I will call you Sethi. You're welcome, my lady. Lady Dupree. That sounds like a vampire name, right? The Duprees. Okay. So, let's see. So I'm going to address Nicole's question next. And Gypsy7, how are you doing? Have you liked and subscribed already, my friend? And Proxia, I'm pretty sure you've already liked and subscribed, right? So Proxia, I will give you the number 26. Yeah, for sure a vampire, absolutely. Lady Dupree of the Night. I just feel like with the name Dupree, you're either a vampire or you're the opposite of a vampire. You're either a vampire or a normal person. It's a wide open thing, isn't it? So, okay. Surifa. I like it if it's through Cash App, because if it's through Super Chat, 30% of it just goes to Google. I never see it. So when you guys pay for a question, I earn 30% less than what you pay. So I do prefer Cash App. But if the only way you can pay is through Super Chat, I'm okay with that too. I do prefer Cash App over anything else. Hey there, Anjani Sami. No, it's not too late to pay and ask for a reading. Southern Vampire like True Blood. Are you a Life Path 22? Oh, I'm not a Life Path 22, but I'm a something 22. Oh, I'd have to look at it again. My numerology I have not looked at in a very long time. But oh, my feet. Love from New Zealand. Awesome, and Johnny. Love from America. Okay, so Gypsy7. Your number will be 27 for Gypsy7. That's awesome. And are you wanting to do a question on Johnny? That's very sweet, Jewel. Yeah, you can do it that way. I appreciate that. I wish it wasn't that way. 30% that Google takes is an awful lot. But if you can only pay the 10, pay the 10, and I'll take the loss for just to get 7. That's fine with me, or whatever it is you want to pay. You guys do not feel. Please don't feel like you have to send me extra. Because it's just the way it works. My prices are the same. So please don't feel like you have to send extra. Okay, let me see here. We'll wait here and see what comes up. You're thinking about your twin flame? Okay, and Johnny, did you like and subscribe? That's what we do on here. We like and subscribe, and then I can put you guys on the free reading list here. Oh, wow, that's... Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Jewel Kamoy. I appreciate that. So let's do this. So for some reason, Sue... Okay, having a really hard time with this name. Surifa. For some reason, I haven't got the money come through Cash App yet. If for whatever reason it didn't send, and that does happen sometimes, if you'd want to try sending it again, if for some reason 2 come through, 2 payments come through, I will give you 1 back. Like, I will totally give you the 1 payment back if for some reason 2 come through, but nothing's come through yet on my end. Just so that you're aware, sometimes my link has a hard time working. You can call me Reefer. I'll call you Reefer Madness. Just because that was a propaganda film back in the early 1900s on drugs. So you'll be Reefer Madness. All right, so Jewel says, does Paul... Awesome, and Johnny. Okay, you're number 28. And then I'm going to go straight to doing this reading here. Okay, there we go. Awesome, there we go. That came through. Okay, thank you guys so much. So right now I'm going to be reading for Jewel. And then I'm going to be reading for, after that, I'm going to be reading for Reefer Madness. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Because of your donations, I can stay on here. You have a pin that says Reefer Madness on it. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, because of your donations, guys, I can stay on here longer. If I'm not making enough, I kind of call it good for the night, but because you guys donated so awesomely, I can stay on here longer, so thank you so much. I still would have done the free readings regardless, but it just means a lot to me that you help support the channel. Okay, so let's do Jewel's question, and then we'll do Reefer Madness's question. And no, we have, let's see. Thank you, Gypsy. Okay, I'm forgetful as hell. Jewel, if you can give me 1 second. So I have a 1-card reading for Nicole. I was going to do her reading. I got totally sidetracked. If you're okay with that, I can go straight to your reading right after. It's just a 1-card reading for Nicole. Would you be okay with that? And then I can do your question and we can spend some time on that. The 1-card ones usually don't take me too long. I just promised them a reading and then I got sidetracked. That's my fault. But if you could be gracious with that, I could do that. But you don't have to. You can say no and I can just do your reading. Yes, thank you, Jewel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so, all right, Nicole, so you said someone knew her from the past. So I'm going to ask a question like this. Will Nicole have someone new? Will Nicole have someone new coming in to the love relationship? Let's look at that. Will it be someone new coming in? All right. Okay. Let's do this here. Let's focus on shuffling the cards up. Will it be someone new? I'm a Taurus, Anjani Sami. Taurus, Sun, Virgo rising, Aquarius moon. And again, I'm sorry for being an Aquarius moon. I know that's difficult for people to hear. It is terminal. So there is that. All right, so I have Door to Spirit right here. I feel like if I could look at this card, Nicole, I could say something like this. It could be someone new or from the past. What I mean by that is imagine that you get amnesia, in which case all relationships are new, even if they're old. No. I do feel like it's going to be a new relationship that's going to be coming your way, but there's going to be subtle signs pointing towards the relationship that's heading your way. So I would say it's going to be new. It's going to be a new relationship, and that's what I'm seeing there. Aquarius, you like Aquarius moons, Aquarius suns. I wonder what an Aquarius sun is like. I don't know. I'm an Aquarius moon. Eccentric is all hell, and the moon scares me. It's probably not an Aquarius moon thing. That's just a me thing. But that's how it goes. So hopefully, Nicole, that answers your question. I do feel like it's going to be a new one. Like I said, Door to Spirit. So that's kind of what I'm getting there. New, it's going to be subtle. So be paying attention. Be focusing on possible new situations, new relationships, conversations coming your way. Kind of be like Jim Carrey in Yes Man. Say yes to life. So weird as that sounds, just say yes to things, try new things, and I feel like you can find somebody that could fit this description. Just be aware that I feel like the signs are going to be more subtle. They're not going to be in your face. It's rarely where things are in your face. You're welcome, Nicole. Okay, now we're going to go to Jules' reading here. And let's see. You too, Nicole. Thank you for being patient. All right, so Jules says, does Paul miss me and will he contact me? So let's look at that for Jewel. And again, Jewel, thank you for letting me do that really quick. Even though that was a mistake that I made. All right, so does Paul miss you and will he contact you? Let's see. Let's see what we can do here. Let's shuffle up these cards. We're going through the list, Zarya. And if you guys stay with me regardless, you will get your free reading. So just remember that. I don't leave anyone behind with the free readings, but you'll have to stay with me for a while, but you will get one. All right, let's do this here. Okay. Does Paul miss you? Let's look at that question. Okay, let's grab these cards over here. Gotta stretch out the old neck. Gemini is confusing. Yes. Geminis can be confusing. Virgos can be little mind bogglers themselves. I think any of the signs can be confusing if they don't know themselves and then they try to get out into the world. It's always a confusing kind of thing. Okay. Does Paul miss Jewel? And will he contact Jewel? Let's see. So I'll show you these cards, Jewel, as we're going along here. Man, we're dealing with some interesting Some interesting cards. So the very first two cards I get are this one right here. We have Door to Personal Healing and Happiness, and the Emperor, and the Emperor is upright. So with Door to Personal Healing and Happiness being in reverse and the Emperor being upright, I have a feeling this Paul person is someone who's, maybe there's something where this person leaves, or this person does something where it feels like the person's just gone, right? If I see this, and the Door to Personal Healing and Happiness is in reverse, maybe this person is pushing people away, or this person isn't dealing with emotional issues very well. I do feel here, because I see Angel of Love and then I see 10 of Coins right underneath it, it does feel like there's still a connection here with Paul. Well, I'll show you the cards I got here. So, like I said, we have Angel of Love, and we have 10 of Coins right here. Okay. Then we have, so we have Victory in reverse, and then we have the Knight of Wands right here. Okay. And then we have Happy Family. And we have the Seven of Cups in reverse. Okay. That's the Seven of Cups card. Seven of Cups is about choice. Okay. But when it's in reverse, it's the lack of choices. And when we see Happy Family, and then I see the lack of choices, the way I'm seeing it here is that maybe this person was the one that cut off the connection, or this person left the connection, right? They left. There's something here with, I feel like I heard the word split. I heard the word, yeah, it feels like there was just kind of a shift in energy. Would it be okay if I connected with you energetically, Jewel? Just to see if I can maybe get some psychic information as well. Okay, thank you so much, Jewel. I appreciate that. All right, so... All right, hold on. There we go. Had to pair the Apple Pencil to my iPad. So like I've said before, I tippity tap on my iPad. The scribble, I don't know what it is. The vibrations can sometimes help me connect with the person's energy. So Jewel, just be focusing on your energy. And what you do with that is focus on the kind of the atmosphere around you. Feel the wind on your face, feel the, or the lack thereof, but focus on the presence of the emptiness around you as much as you can. Be relaxed about it. And I'm going to basically focus my crown chakra and align it to yours, and then I can get some information. So let's see what we can come up with here. Okay, so I got the number 4, and then I have an hourglass right next to that. So it feels like maybe something happened. Did anything happen on the 4th of March, or maybe the 4th of another month? The number 4 coming up, I feel like there's something around the number 4, and maybe it's the 4th of the month, or maybe 4 days ago. Something like that. It feels like that number has significance. If not, that's okay. Okay, so something did happen with 4. Okay. me see what else we can come up with here. Thank you, Pratima and BP. So let me do this. Hold on one second, Jewel. Pratima, you'll be number 29, and look in the description to see how I do things on here. And BP, you'll be number 30. Okay, I'm doing a psychic reading now, so if anyone comes on, just, well, you guys won't know because I can't explain to everyone. Okay, so, oh, actually, let me do this. I always forget this part. Okay. All right, so we'll do this here. March 4th. Okay, so the number 4 did have a significance there. Okay. All right. Okay, I just wanted to know I was getting something from there, so March 4th does make sense because that led to every... Okay, so that does make sense. All right, let me do this here. There we go. Okay, let me see what else I can get from here. Okay, so I'm hearing the words, it's kind of like, it's devastated and deserted. So this to me is someone who, he didn't try to do anything for your daughter's birthday after being with him for 2 years. The devastated, the deserted part, basically someone who doesn't know how to be a man is how I would describe this person. Like, they don't know how to be there for other people. They don't know how to be, and when I say intimate, I don't mean like a sexual thing, but they don't know how to be intimate. They don't know how to be with people in a real way is what I'm trying to mean. Obviously that can be in a relationship as well, but it's like there's a fear of vulnerability, but it's not like a fear where we go, oh, they're scared. It's a fear where it's like, you should fix that shit, right? That's kind of what I'm seeing there. Like I said, the words deserted, devastated were coming in, and I feel like this for you, when this happened, it triggered, probably a lot of emotions to come up all at once, and a lot of things that we felt like we've probably dealt with probably surfaced after this. So let me write that one down here. So one second. So he is done. Give me a second here. Give me a second. I'm gonna talk about it like this, okay? So you, just so I understand this, Jewel, you had every right. You had every right to get mad at someone. If you've been dating someone or you've been with someone for 2 years, even married, whatever, I don't care. 2 years is a long time. They should at least try and make an effort in some way, shape, or form. Like, even if it's just a card, even if it's just a small effort, it shows that this person cares about you and the connections that you have, meaning your family. If this person isn't showing you that they care about your family 2 years in, to me, it's not a question of, so he's done. It's a question of, I feel like you should be done in that situation here, because I don't feel like you did anything wrong, right? I don't feel like you did anything wrong in this situation. All you did was stand up and say, I don't appreciate that, you didn't do anything for my daughter on her birthday when we've been dating for 2 years. You know what I mean? He knows that people have a birthday. It happens once a year, every year. So he should understand that there's a birthday going on. So I can see why there would be something here. I feel like there's a tendency to blame the self rather than focus the blame on the actual person. And I don't feel like there's anything for you to, I'd be upset too. Let me put it that way. And thank you, Gypsy. You're okay. You don't have to have Cash App. I appreciate that you paid. You'll be after Reefer Madness. I'm reading Jewel now, and then Reefer Madness, and then it will be your turn, okay? Gypsy, thank you so much for the payment. I appreciate it. Okay. Okay, so give me just a second here and let me look what else I can get. Before the breakup with this person, were you feeling some distance from them before it happened? I saw something that was getting ready to separate regardless, and was wondering if there was anything that was going on before the breakup. Has it been an on again, off again relationship, or has it been something where it was kind of straining at that point and then there was a breakup after? I'm just curious here. Yeah, are you subscribed, Zerx Plus? I think I've seen you before, but I can't remember everybody. I can give you the number 31 here. Okay. Okay, so that would make sense. That would make perfect sense. So what I saw was this. So you feel stuck. I can understand that. And we'll see what we can do there. But that's what I saw there. Your connection was this down here. These two kind of squares almost touching each other, but not quite there. Basically, there's distance. There's not a connection going on anymore with this person. And all you did was voice your opinion on something. And instead of this person being, I hate using this word, but instead of this person being man enough or whatever you want to call it, this person just runs away from the situation, acts cowardly, and then you're left there feeling like, what the hell did I do wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. This person's making you feel like you did something really wrong. They're just not mature enough to handle this connection. I would honestly say, Jewel, I understand you invested at least 2 years with this person, but I would say that you should be the one moving on from this person instead of having this you know what I mean? Because again, you didn't do anything wrong. I honestly feel like the way I'm feeling this connection right now, you would have to apologize for your reaction to make the connection work again. I don't feel like this person's going to come to you and apologize. Hopefully I'm wrong with that, but it feels like to me that this person will run as soon as things start getting the slightest bit difficult. And the fact that you voiced your opinion and you felt strongly about something scared this person off means, in my opinion, even if they were to come back, they could just leave again. It just because they're back doesn't mean anything. You could even marry the person, doesn't mean you're together with them. I just get a cowardly vibe from this person, right? That's the kind of thing I'm getting here, because you didn't do anything wrong by saying what was on your mind. You didn't. Okay, let me take a drink here. Let me look at that. Okay, so will he reach out to Jewel? Here's the thing. Yes, I do feel like they will reach out again. The closest I can get, Jewel, for some reason, it's the number 9. That to me is going to be the 9th day. of anywhere from this month to September 9th. Okay, so I feel like there's going to be a 6-month time frame. It can happen anytime within that 6 months. I do feel like the person will reach out to you again. But again, right, I'm just going to say it. I think you deserve better than someone who hightails it and runs when you address their bad behavior. Just, my food for thought there. Yeah, I mean, it's up to you on whatever you would want to do, but that to me feels like someone that you can't rely on. If they're just going to leave whenever they want, then as soon as you get them back, if you want to address something with them again, they'll just break up with you again. They showed you their true colors when this happened, and it's up to you on what you want to do with that. Do you want to ignore it? This person's just going to cause you heartbreak is what I'm trying to say. But you can do whatever it is you want to do, but I do feel like they will reach out again. But here's what I'm thinking is going to be going on. If they reach out again, I don't feel like you're going to be able to discuss what happened the first time. I feel like resentments are going to build up. I don't feel like this is the person you can talk things through with. So you'll be in a connection with this person again, but it's not going to be... I don't get a free-flowing love sensation from this person. It feels to me like they just hightail it and run when things get rough, so... yeah. But 6-month time frame, anytime in that 6 months, the 9th has some significance, so I would say could be April 9th, May 9th, June 9th, Okay, I'm trying to move on, but I'm just feeling this energetically, so that is why I'm stressing. Okay, so Jewel, right now you're in a state of... I've talked about this on the channel before. It's called cognitive dissonance. Okay? What cognitive dissonance is it's believing two opposing truths to be true at the same time, but they're two opposing things. So on one end, you're thinking of this person coming back in your life and things moving on and being great. But on the other hand, you're thinking, wait, this person showed me who they really were. And right now you're holding both of those beliefs to be true at the same time. And so you're feeling confused, you're feeling stressed, you're feeling fatigued because your mind right now can't make up the decision on to stay or to go, right? You don't know what to do with this connection. You've been with someone for 2 years. You don't want to cut things off because it's like, well, that's 2 years of my time I'm not going to get back. But being with this person even longer is even more of your time that you're not going to get back. So what we can do, because we can't get a 2-year coupon back on our life, is we can move on in a way that shows that we have value, especially to your daughter as well. It's really important to show that we can show our children, daughters, sons, that we can stand up for ourselves and we won't put up with bad behavior. That's really important because it teaches them values and boundaries as well. Yeah, but if you're feeling stuck energetically, something that you can do to help during this process, and as weird as it sounds, if you can imagine an energetic cord, okay? When we're using the imagination, if you want to talk about any kind of psychic ability right now, people are using psychic abilities all the time. All the time, they just don't know it, okay? So what we can do, and this is a psychic exercise, is that you can imagine, okay, the imagination is the bridge to the psychic world. You can imagine an energetic cord coming from like your belly button, connecting to his belly button. It's kind of like the navel area. And then you can imagine cutting that cord that's connecting both of you together. And you can do that over and over and over again. And each time you cut the cord, the energy from that person's going to get less and less, okay? But that's something that I feel like should be really important to you to see is that, again, this person showed you who they are. The energetic part, cutting this off, that needs to be important. It's kind of like this. I use an analogy that's like this. Someone may come into your room and they come into your room and they throw everything around and they make it a mess and they tip things over, they do whatever. And your first response would be like, hey, come back here and clean this up, right? But a lot of the time, the person that messes up the room or your life or your emotions, they don't come back to fix it. So what do we have to do? Even though they caused the mess, we have to be the person that cleans it up. And that doesn't sound fair because it's not. Until we get into a connection where someone can actually appreciate us for who we are, those are the people we deal with. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. It's time for you to clean the room. Even though it wasn't you that made the mess, I don't feel this person's going to give you the apology that you want. It'd be great if that happened, but this is a pretty big faux pas. It's not just like it sounds to me like they just said, I'm gone. It's been a couple weeks now, or a little bit over, and this person still hasn't, it just doesn't sit right with me. And yeah, and that's just how it is. But I do feel there will be a connection again with this person, but you've learned everything you need to from this. A lot of the times, and I want to say it like this, a lot of the times people bring us truth because humans learn, because we live in a dualistic reality, okay? Meaning there's light and there's dark, there's black and there's white, there's left, right, there's up and down. You know what I mean? There's not a front without a back, okay? Because we live in this reality the way we do, sometimes humans have to learn through contrasting ways. And what that means is that we learn how we want to be treated by people that do not treat us right. We literally look at that connection and we say, you know what? I hated that. So I'm going to look for something better in a partner because this that was going on here, didn't like it. And so we learn from contrast. And a lot of times humans have to learn lessons through suffering, because when humans are comfortable, we stop learning, we stop growing. And so this right here is the universe's way of showing you what can be better in your life. Right now it feels devastating, it feels hard, but this connection wasn't good for you anyway. It's like the Tower card in the tarot. It was meant for it to break down so that something better could come along eventually. There's healing and work that needs to be done, but it's not anything that you can't handle, okay? Self-love, appreciation, setting boundaries, being gentle with yourself, those are the main tenets I speak about on this channel, and that's the main thing that can help you. The reason we get involved with these people in the first place is because we mistake trauma reactions for love, right? We viewed conditional love to be something that we view as unconditional love. And what unconditional love looks like is that someone loves you in a way that is, they appreciate you for who you are in the moment, but they want to inspire you to grow and become better as time goes on. Conditional love is like, I love you, but only if you do this, this, and this for me. Unconditional love is, I love you now, but let's hope you change and keep growing in the future, and we can do stuff together, and we can help to spur each other's growth on. That's the kind of situation or relationship that you want to ideally be looking for. It is. It is. I was reading everyone's comments there. And thank you guys for being supportive. I appreciate that. Everyone coming on here and just helping. That's so appreciated. And it helps people to know there's a community here where we can talk about things. So, Jewel, did that help answer your question? You're good, Zarya. You're good. Don't worry about it. You're coming on here about every half hour, 45 minutes or so and asking. You're good. As long as you don't spam, did I miss my turn constantly and repeatedly, you're okay. You can ask. And no, you didn't, Zarya. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad, Jewel. I'm glad that made sense. You got this. If you need to come on here again and talk with me, feel free to do so. Instead of reaching out or, doing it in this way, come on here, talk with me, talk with the group, and we can help you through this time. I know it feels difficult, it feels confusing, it feels foggy, but because I'm a third party and other people are also a third party to this situation, we can be grounded, whereas right now you're not in a grounded space with this situation. Eventually it becomes clear and you learn and you understand it in full, but right now you're still kind of trying to look at it the way you're looking at it, and eventually it'll start to make more sense. So, and you're very welcome, Jewel. Okay, so Reefer Madness, are you there? You're good. You're good. Gypsy, please don't be sorry. Okay? As I said earlier, if you guys have the ability to donate through Cash App, I would appreciate that immensely. But if you cannot, that is okay. Please donate through Super Chat or through PayPal. Okay? I'm not going to turn away your reading because you donated through Super Chat. You still get the same amount because it's Google that takes the money, but the prices are still the same. Okay, so don't worry about that. I understand. And sometimes it's just more convenient to pay through Super Chat. I get it. It's okay. I don't have any problem with that. Even if it's the amount that's on there and I only get $7 of the 10, I don't care, right? I just appreciate the fact that you guys see my services as valuable enough to pay for, because that helps support the channel. So thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Jalissa Marsaw, how you doing? Okay, yes, he says it's hard to recognize that. It's actually time to raise your standards, but it's necessary in order to stop attracting the same thing again and again. I'm hoping you see this painful experience helps you. Okay, so we're on to Reefer Madness now. So what was your question, my Reefer friend? Nope. Okay. All right, give me 1 second, my Reefer friend, and we'll get to your question. I'll be right back, everyone. Sit tight. Give me like 2 minutes. I'll come right back. I'm going to fill you in on this, okay? What happens when you drink a lot of water? Okay? I'm going to let you guys sit with that because the answer is what I'm going to be doing. All right, stay tuned to the mystery of this. I'll be right back. Boop. Okay, good. All right. So, Gypsy says they knew it was time for a pee break. Yes. That is what I did. I don't know how you guys guessed that, but you must be psychic too, so, yeah. All right. So you said, my husband passed away 7 years ago, and it's been a roller coaster trying to raise her on my own. I'm trying my hardest to be the mom she needs, but it seems like she's not wanting to work with me. She wants to go to her friend's house tomorrow, but with the way she's acting, I'm trying to put my foot down, and all she does is create a scene at the house. So I had to step out and leave for a bit to gather my thoughts, which is why I'm here, hoping maybe you'd be able to help me out. Okay. So the important thing here, no, you haven't missed your turn. We're still doing paid readings here for a second. Pratikshya. So you didn't miss your turn. The main thing we can look at here is, you said it was a teenage daughter, right? So teenagers need to have a sense of rebellion against their parents, and they need to be able to do that in a safe space. I do understand, though, if there's a feeling of being self-respect, or if there's a feeling of wanting to have self-respect or respect for you, I get that. But right now, your daughter, I want you to think of it like this. When your daughter was very, very young, okay, she was like, let's say 2 or 3 years old, it's kind of like that now, but in more of an adult way. Because when they were 2 or 3 years old, they were doing things to test the limits of their reality and what was and wasn't appropriate. And you would either reprimand them, or you would say something like, don't do that, or you would reward the behavior, or whatever it happened to be. But they were testing their limits when they were 2 or 3 years old. When we're talking about a teenager, it's very much similar to that, but they're testing their limits in more of an adult way as things go on. So it's important for them to have a way that they can rebel against you, an authority figure, but I understand if you're wanting to have respect, if you're wanting to have something there. I get that. But rebellion at this age is actually kind of normal and to be anticipated, right? I went through it when I was, probably her age, and I'm sure you went through a similar situation. Sometimes, though, we grow up in a house where we cannot be defiant. We cannot be defiant. We cannot be in a place where we can tell our parents to go shove it. You know what I mean? But it's someone testing the limits, and we're also dealing with hormones. We're dealing with someone who is trying to come into their own sense of being, and the identity right now is being shaped in your daughter, who she's going to be. I feel like, being a teenager is difficult, but especially in this day and age. I wouldn't want to be a teenager in this day and age, that's for damn sure. Yeah, and hey there, as told by Casey, how you doing? The list is still open, yes. You would be number 32. If you'd want to do a paid reading, though, you'd be after Gypsy, who is after Reefer Madness, who I'm reading now. Is that making sense so far, Reefer? Couldn't pay me enough to be a teenager again. Me either. Horrible time. I had horrible cystic acne when I was a teenager. It was absolutely awful. Okay. She demands everything from everyone in the house. There is no compromising. She'll yell at my mom and brothers. She's done it for the longest. I've done therapy, but I'm just not sure what we could do. I get it, though. And that's another part, though. She's not yelling, not even asking. Or she's yelling, not even asking. Right. Okay, so we're not dealing with just basic defiance. We're dealing with someone who's being very demanding and pushing things to a point that's much, much more past our comfort zone. Completely understand that. Okay. So let me ask you this. How old was your daughter when the father passed? You said she's a teenager now. Is she 14, 15? And she won't even do it. Okay. So I'm feeling with this connection here, it feels to me like she hasn't processed the grief from her father passing. Okay, she was 5, now she's 13. Okay. All right, so yeah, there's something here where she's not in touch with her emotions at this point. I feel like she was, I feel like she's in a space where she doesn't know how to express her turmoil, her emotions. There's a lot here that feels to me like it's subconscious. And the way that she tries to avoid these feelings is she's causing drama. And the more that you, oh, thank you very much, Maya. Awesome. Thank you so much, my friend. You will be after Gypsy, who is after Reefer. How are you doing, Maya? Absolutely, Maya. We can do that. So like I said, I'm reading Reefer right now, and then Gypsy, and then it will be your turn. But it does feel to me like there's a sense for this person to want to cause drama. There's pain that they're feeling, but they don't know how to. She yelled at me saying I'm like her grandfather, pulling threats on me, asking me if I want her to pass the way her dad did. Yeah, she's hurting, but that way, yeah, there's a clear sign here of there's a lot going on. There's a lot of pain. I'm wondering if there's anything you can do. Yeah, it does. It sounds like depression. And what can happen with depression, because I've been through this myself, is when I'm really, really depressed, I present myself as being very angry, very moody, very irritable, demanding, whatever you want to call it, because I'm feeling so much sadness inside of myself. But I feel like anger is an emotion that makes it so I'm not vulnerable. When I'm sad, I'm vulnerable. This person right here is asking for help, but they don't know how to ask for it, and they don't know what they need because emotionally they're suffering. It does sound to me like you're dealing with a case where if there's something you can do to get, because you don't have an authority figure that can be involved in this necessarily in the father's past, there needs to be at this point, and I mean, I don't think she would like it, but there has to be some, there has to be some counseling, there has to be something like that. Yeah. Not yet, Mariam. Hey, Ivory, how you doing? So here's what I'll do. I'm just gonna write this down here. So Ivory, you'll be after Maya. So right now I'm reading Reefer Madness, then it's gonna be Gypsy, then it's Maya, and then it would be your turn, Ivory, for a 2-card, 1-question reading. No, Ava, you haven't missed it. Okay. So I would say if there's some counseling you can do or something you can get involved with that way, you're dealing with somebody that the harder you try to get close with them, the more they're going to pull away. And it sounds like to me, the harder you try to get closer to them, the angrier they get. You see that they're hurting, that they need help, and a part of you wants to be the mother that they, you know, that they need, but they're not listening to it anymore. Something's happened with this case where there needs to be some counseling. There needs to be something as an intermediary that's going on between the two of you, because it does sound to me like we're dealing with some pretty deep depression and emotional turmoil. And I feel like that's happening because she hasn't processed the emotions of her father passing. To me, it feels like a lot of it is subconscious. Like, I feel like she knew her father, but being 5 years old, she didn't understand the context. I feel like when things happened, she got it. She got it in a way, but it's more subconscious, and there's a lot of pain in that subconscious area. There needs to be somewhere she can talk, something she can do. And the harder you try to put your foot down at this point in time, the more she's going to say, screw you, I'm going to do what I want. It's like the preacher's daughter mentality, okay? And I'm using that as a weird reference, but the preacher's daughter, she's raised in a very religious household, and the preacher's very strict, and he tells the daughter what she can and can't do. And then that's going to be the wildest person you've ever met, because she has so many limitations that the preacher's, you know, her father's put on her that they kind of go nuts. Okay, We've gone through counseling since she was 5. She normally stays quiet, but then wants to get wild when she doesn't get things her way. I'm going to have to get her back in. Yes. Yeah, at this point in time, because the way things are going now, yeah, it sounds to me like it's a deep depression, but it's going to present itself as anger, because when we're dealing with depression, and if it's really bad, anger is an emotion where people aren't going to sense that we're vulnerable. Anger is like, well, that person's just trying to get me upset. That person's just trying to get me mad, and they know what buttons to press. Right now, though, when teenagers are in this state, this is going to sound like the weirdest thing, you guys, and I'm sorry if it sounds weird, but the empathy center for teenagers does not happen till later on. The empathy zone, I feel like people start developing empathy for other people, maybe 19 to 23 years old, around that time. But when you're a teenager, the only thing you think about is yourself. And when you're a child, you're still in that mindset. It's kind of like you're narcissistic until you get to a certain point. And it's okay for you to be narcissistic. You're still discovering your sense of self, your boundaries, things like that. But that's kind of what I'm seeing there. I get it. That's my house. That's low-key me, the preacher's daughter. I've had her involved in social groups like Girl Scouts and whatnot, things I've never done growing up, but it seems like nothing is working or appreciated. So here's what I'm going to suggest. Reefer, here's what I'm going to suggest, okay? It's going to sound backwards, and it sounds to me like you're wanting to... It sounds to me like you're wanting to help her, you're wanting to help guide her, but it also sounds to me like you're putting pressure on her to do the social groups, you're putting pressure on her to do these things. And just like a girl that's being put in a dress but wants to wear pants, that to me sounds like kind of what you're doing. I feel like you want to be a good parent, you want to be this person that helps her to succeed, right? But we need to ask her what she wants. The counseling is going to be important. But asking her what she wants to do, that's also important, because if we keep pressuring someone, like people wanted me to play soccer, right? I didn't want to play soccer, and people got upset that I didn't want to play soccer. Eventually they got over it, but it wasn't something I wanted to do, but I was signed up for it against my will. A lot of times there can be so much of a lack of freedom that there is rebellion. Social groups, things like that, if they don't want to do it and you make them do it, there's going to be resentment that builds up past that. But now that you know better, you can do better. But asking her what she would want to do and trying to do the counseling again, I feel like that's necessary. I feel like the counseling is going to be necessary. Possibly, let's see. Yeah, so hopefully what I'm saying is making sense here. Because when I was a youngin', I was a little hellion myself, so I understand. Okay. All right. So then, hey there, Moonlight. So then, Reefer, the only thing I can see here that would be of benefit is going to be the counseling, because it sounds like right now, the trust between both of you has been separated right now. If you've never forced, right, and that's what I was feeling too, Reefer, is that you lived in a house where you couldn't rebel against your own parents. She lives in a house where she can rebel, but now we need to kind of reel things back in, and we need to see what the real issue is and the real problem is. She doesn't have the vocabulary or the intellect to understand why she's in so much pain and turmoil. And sometimes that can turn into many different kinds of situations. And I understand you're wanting to give her an environment where she can feel like she can do whatever she wants, respectfully. But there has to be something here that's an intermediary, and the counseling is going to be something that you need to do, because the relationship between the two of you, even though I feel like you're trying your hardest to make it work, there needs to be effort on her part to meet you. And right now it seems like you're trying to make things work, but she needs to see things. She needs to be able to talk and communicate. And with the counseling, honestly, I would say if you could do the counseling and like let her talk with you for a minute and then just leave her alone with the counselor to talk with the counselor about what's going on, I feel like that's going to be something that's going to help. Letting her have her own space and venting and getting things off her chest, because right now, this is not the person that she's going to be when she's older. This is someone right now that's hurting, that's in pain, and she's asking for help, even though she doesn't know it. Hey there, Moonlight. Let's see here. Good, good. So it sounds like to me you've worked through everything. There's still grief from the father's passing, not processing what's happened. Hey there, Moonlight. Let's see. It's just hard when she's talking to me directly. It's never talking, it's always yelling. Yeah, so there's... yeah, Gypsy's right, Chantel. Nope. Yeah, so it's going to be Reefer, and then it's going to be... it's Reefer, Gypsy, Maya, Ivory, and then... just give me 1 second here. Yeah, they're a member of the chat here. I generally, though, and I've said this before, I don't feel comfortable doing mediumship on here. It's not something I like to do. I want to help you, Moonlight. I do. And I appreciate the fact that you want to connect with your kids. And I do want to help with that. But the mediumship, it's harder for me to do. It's something that it's not... Is there another question? Like a 2-card question? Those ones are free. If we want to do a smaller question, something like that. Doing the connection that way. Yeah, I mean, we could do a private session later on if that's something you would want to do, Moonlight. That would be something you'd pay for. Just because mediumship in front of a group like this, bringing through messages from loved ones, it's not something I feel comfortable doing. I'd rather do it in a private setting or have that. I hope that makes sense, just because I don't want you to get your hopes up on here. And I appreciate the fact that you're a member, but the mediumship is something that kind of takes it out of me, you know? And yeah, I don't feel comfortable doing it in front of other people. Occasionally a spirit comes up and it'll talk to me, but yeah. I'm hoping that makes sense. But yeah, so Reefer, yeah, hopefully that makes some sense. I would say the counseling is going to be helpful. I do feel like you're doing the best you can, but there needs to be a third party that comes in here. And in my opinion, I feel like that's going to be the best thing you can do, because there needs to be someone that's unbiased and doesn't see your daughter as someone who's, at this point in time, someone who's more troubled or someone who's this way or that way. Your daughter can present themselves as... Yes, Moonlight, I remember you. Your name's Heather, right? I feel like I remember Moonlight, and I feel like your real name's Heather, and I do remember you very well, actually. That's why I was saying I don't feel comfortable with the mediumship, doing it in front of everybody, that is. But yeah, I remember you. Don't you worry about that. Like I said, I think your name's Heather. I'm hoping I'm right with that. I have a hard time with names. Okay. Okay, so... I bet it is. Yeah, there just needs to be a third party that sees your daughter as somebody else, because right now you're too involved. Yes. Okay, yeah, ask a regular question. Sure, that works fine, Moonlight. So here's what we're gonna do. So we have so Reefer Madness, Gypsy, Maya, Ivory, and then we would have Moonlight. So we still have a few readings here to go through. But hopefully, Reefer, that helps. I know it's not. Oh, and then we have, hold on. So we have Ivory, and then we have Moonlight, and then we have Abria Kirkland. Okay. Because they came on and paid. And thank you, Abria, for paying. Okay. Okay. All right, so I just want to hear, Reefer, if that helped. I wish I could be of more service in that way, but you're dealing with someone that the harder you try to connect, the more they're going to push away, and the more lax you become. I feel like there has to be an intermediary, so it needs to be something that's addressed in that way. There's just a lot of turmoil there. All you could want for her is to be happy. I understand that. I get that. There just needs to be something that pushes the relationship in that direction here. Okay, and then we have Amber. All right, awesome. Okay. It does, Gypsy. It sounds like she's definitely doing her best, and she's focusing on putting her best foot forward. I get that. Yes, Amber, you can totally be added. So here's how the list is going. So, we're going to do Gypsy, 7, and then Maya, 244, Ivory, Moonlight, and then Abria Kirkland, and then Amber, it will be your turn. So that's what I'm seeing there. And again, hopefully that gives you some respite or something, right? Reefer. Yeah. Oh, it's one of those things that I had a lot of things that I did, and I you can think of this in retrospect too. So let's see. Sarifra. You can think of this in retrospect that when they grow up, when your daughter grows up, she'll look back at these moments and kind of cringe a little bit. I had moments when I was younger, and I look back on now and I cringe. You know, it's one of those things that it's like they just don't know at this point in time. They don't know what the hell's going on. And they may say things that are hurtful, and they may say things that are devastating in their own way. But, yeah, again, it's just that turmoil that they have inside of themselves. And the counseling, I feel like, would be a really good way to do something there. And then, obviously, privacy, which I feel like you give them privacy, give them space. That's an important thing, too. I feel like you do that. Yeah, so hopefully that helps answer that one. And I'm going to move on to Gypsy now, if that's okay. What was your question, Gypsy? All right, Maya, we have Gypsy, and then it will be your turn, Maya. So I'm going to do Gypsy's question, then it will be your turn. So I'm going to do this here. Oh, you're okay. Oh, tell him my new Zodiac one's all right. Thank you, Chantel. Yeah, you guys, look in the description of the video. I have my Zodiac merch out, so if you guys want to check that out, it's linked down below. I have everything from Aries to Virgo. Aquarius to Virgo. Damn it. I have everything from Aquarius to Virgo. Cute too for lunch dates. Absolutely. 100%. Dinner dates. Even the odd breakfast date, you know? Coffee and donuts, anyone? Yes, please. All right, so the new designs are sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that, SC. It took me a little while to do them, if you guys can imagine. Your fave is the Aquarius. Awesome, that's the first one I did, so I'm glad you like the new designs. And I tried to make the hoodies look more minimalistic, so there's just a little emblem on the shoulder. So that's what I'm seeing there. Okay. All right, so let's move on to Gypsy's question. She's wondering with Joey. She's wondering if she can have a relationship with Joey from Friends. And it's Joey Tribbiani. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. How does Joey feel about me, and will it turn into a relationship? Let's see. And then we can look at what Ross and Chandler feel about you too. But let's start with Joey. Let me move stuff over here. There we go. All right, let's do this. All right, let's shifty shuffle, guys. I think I can do that for you. I think I can shuffle my little fingers away. You'd be surprised I can do it. I've said it once and I'll say it again. A fart sounds the same in every language. Let that sink in. I know it's deep. That's some philosophical stuff. Just think about it. All right. One more shuffle here, and then I'm going to ask you guys, why do men have nipples? It would look kind of weird if we didn't have anything, but it's just kind of strange that men have nipples. All right. Let's move on here. I'm going to do this just for 1 second, Gypsy, because I saw Reefer's question there. If they're still here. Okay, they're still here. All right, so Reefer, you said, should you let them go to the friend's house tomorrow? Something's telling me I don't feel like you have a choice in the matter. I feel like one way or the other they can get out. Checking their computer, doing stuff like that, that's an invasion of privacy. I understand you want to know your daughter at this point in time, but the harder you try to know about them in a way that's not, them being open to it, and they're not going to be open to it, it's going to push them further and further away. If you ground them and do something along those, that's why the counseling part is really important. That is why the counseling part is very important, because you can't do anything at this point in time. This stage in the game, it's not anything you can do. You've tried. There has to be someone else that comes in here. I would say let him go to the party. You know, I understand you're feeling iffy about it. I don't feel like there's a lot you could do to stop them. Unless you kept an eye on him all night, that would be exhausting. It just, to me, feels like, I understand you have apprehensions about it. Yeah, that's a tough one, but I would say let him go, because you saying no is just going to further cement the fact that they don't have any freedom. And I understand you want to give them space, and you want to do that. You don't know anything about them, and it's a confusing situation. Again, though, that's why that's needed. Hey there, Jenny. Let me see here. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. Okay. You're welcome, Reefer. I'm going to move on to Gypsy's reading now. Jenny, we can do... Let's see. Give me a second here. All right, let's do this then. So, Jenny, you'll be after Amber. And let's see what we can do for you, okay? You'll be waiting just for a minute here, Jenny, but hopefully you don't mind that. We have other people in line, but we'll see what we can do for you, okay, Jenny? Okay, perfect. All right, that bumps you up considerably. So let's do this then. So, Jenny, you'll be after Maya, who is right after Gypsy. So you'll have two people ahead of you. So hopefully that works for you. Okay. That's very nice of Ivory. Okay, sorry, Gypsy. So hopefully, Jenny, you're okay with waiting for a minute. And we'll see what we can do. Okay, let's do this here. Let's see. All right, so we were wondering if the relationship with Joey will turn into something. Let's see. Okay, how does Joey feel about you, and will it turn into a relationship? All right. You're very, very welcome, Reefer. Very welcome. Okay. It will. It'll all work out. I agree with that. Not yet, Mariam. We're doing paid readings here for a minute. If you guys stay with me, though, I will. I'll eventually get your name called. I promise. I'm not going to leave with free people on the list. So just stay with me. You're okay, Mariam. You're just fine. Okay. Foodgasms save the day. Yes, they do. Yeah, we have a good group here, Jenny. We definitely do. And welcome back. Okay, so will it turn into a relationship with Joey? Let's see. All right, and then for Moonlight, we'll sorry, you guys, I'm trying to think of how to navigate this. Okay, give me 1 second here. Yes, Ritu, I can put you on the list here. No, Moonlight, that's not it. That's not it. So Jenny came in here and she's wondering about a mediumship question with her mother. She lost her mother and she's wanting to do a mediumship reading, a small one, for the $8 that she donated. And I just told you, Heather, that I did not feel comfortable doing the mediumship readings in a public forum. And so what I'll do is this, okay? Because I don't want to be that guy. If you want to do this, Jenny, if you want to, I'll do Jenny's reading for the mediumship for the $8, and we'll see what messages I can get with that. And then Moonlight, if you want to do $8 for a little mini session to see if we can get any messages, we can do that for you as well. I hope that's fair. I know I said I don't do mediumship on here, but if I'm going to do it for one person and you're wanting something too, we could do that for you for the 8. If you would want to do that, Moonlight, you let me know if you feel comfortable with that. Yeah, so just so that I don't come across as hypocritical here. But regardless, either way, yeah, you don't need to take yourself off the list, Moonlight. You're a member here. Okay, so yeah, okay, let me shuffle these other cards here. Let me see. Let's see here. That's how I feel after I eat a stack of pancakes. I can't breathe. Because I don't have I don't have the ability to drink anything. I get very thirsty. Oh, pancakes are good. Oh, what did I have the other day that was really good? Oh, yeah, actually, my girlfriend made these puff pastries with cinnamon apple pie filling inside of them, or like cinnamon apple jam stuff. Really good. And then she sprinkled some glaze on top of it, some sugar glaze. Oh man, that was so good to have with coffee. You're more of an Eggs Benedict girl yourself. What is Eggs Benedict? I've heard of Eggs Benedict before, but never met the guy myself. All right, so let's see what we get here for Gypsy. Okay, so I have this thing here, apparently. When are we going to meet her? When she's ready. When she's ready to come on camera, I'll introduce you guys to her. I've been talking to her, so I'm thinking hopefully it won't be too much longer. Okay, Moonlight. Okay, I just didn't want to come across as a hypocrite, Heather, just because I told you I couldn't do it for you, and it's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, thank you for understanding that. It's a poached egg on top of ham and an English muffin with hollandaise sauce on it. That sounds like an egg sandwich. Why don't they call it an egg sandwich? Big mistake. I'll take an avocado croissant. Yes, avocado on a croissant. Sounds good. Avocado on an English... Anyway, damn it. Damn it, guys. Don't get me talking about food. We're not going to do the readings if we talk about food all the time. Get me talking about food. I'm okay with it. Okay, so here's what we got. We got 5 of Wands. Here, an open-faced egg sandwich, if you will. I won't. I will not, Gypsy. I won't give you the satisfaction. Blossoming abundance in reverse, 5 of Wands. Okay, and I'll show you what that means here. Then we have the Death card with the Angel of Balance. Yeah, my weak spot is food and kittens. And putting my faith in humanity yet again. That's my weak spot. Hey, Elizabeth. Oh, man. Give me 1 second, guys. I had a hard time falling asleep last night. I love kittens. And Abria has 2 cats. I have 3. I'm not trying to one-up you, Abria. I promise I'm not. I got 3 of them. We're talking 12 paws. Lots of little kitty nipples. I'm on nipples tonight, apparently. It's just going to be what I talk about. But yeah. So, the 5 of Wands makes you nervous for some reason. It kind of should. It kind of should. I'll say why, Gypsy. Okay, Moonlight. Thank you. Thank you, Heather, for understanding. Used to have 5 at one time. Holy hell. Abria, you were well on your way to becoming the crazy cat lady. You were like 3 cats. No, you were like 15 cats away from doing that. But, oh, I'm sorry, Gypsy. I'm sorry. Your other one passed. Oh, man, it's hard losing a little fur baby. That one never goes to... I love cats, too. They are my... Oh, obviously, they're my favorite. So 5 of Wands and Blossoming Abundance in reverse. That's 20 paws. However, if one cat's missing a paw and a testicle, it's like 19 and a half paws. You never know. Some of them come with them, some of them don't. It's like it's a gamble. It's been 3 years and I swear she comes to visit me sometimes. My cat does too. Only have 1 cat lover though. 13 cats. Holy shit. That's a lot of cats. That, you know what? That's cleaning the litter boxes 3 times a day. Minimum. You have 13 cats. I have 3 and I clean them once a day. And like I've said, I've been trying to teach them to clean up after me. It's sort of working. Yoshi's kind of getting the hang of it, but he lapses on that. I wish I could, poop in a box and have someone clean it up for me, but we don't live in that world yet. Okay, Death card, Angel of Balance in reverse, and no, Francis, your name hasn't been called yet. But 5 of Wands, Blossoming Abundance in reverse, Death card, Angel of Balance. So what I see here, Gypsy, it isn't the best outcome. Okay, so what I'm seeing here, no. If I'm going to be the ball breaker or the, I don't know, women don't have balls. I've checked. At least not very big ones. All right, so what I'll say here is that I feel like this connection seems to be lacking maybe maturity or maybe someone who kind of knows what's going on. I'm wondering if Joey is a little bit slowy, right? Maybe more oblivious or maybe a connection here. I feel like there wants to be a connection, but something feels like it's missing in that connection arena. When I see the Death card, Angel of Balance in reverse, and then I see 5 of Wands and Blossoming Abundance in reverse, it feels like there could possibly be a connection with this person. There could possibly be one, but I wouldn't wait around for it. There could be a sense of being oblivious, or there could be someone who isn't, they just don't quite get it, if that makes sense. Let me take another drink here. Okay. So it's not that it won't happen. It feels to me like it's far away from happening, and maybe have it as a possible prospect and put that in your back pocket. But I would pursue something else in the meantime. The Death card is change. The Angel of Balance in reverse could be refusing to change. And that he's always liked me, but you don't know. When I see these cards here, I'm going to say it like this, like I said it before. An immature connection, okay? I do feel a connection, like I said, but something tells me that if you were to get with this person, it doesn't feel like smooth sailing. And like you said, you don't know. If you're suspicious, you probably have reasons to be suspicious. Or like something doesn't feel quite right. Would it be okay, Gypsy, if I connected with your energy? Yes, Elizabeth, I'm still accepting payments. You'd have to wait for a minute, because we have a few people on tonight, but I'd get to you. As always. Okay. Yeah, would it be okay, Gypsy, if I connected with your energy? Just for funsies. Just for a little bit of fun. As a treat to me. Please do. Thank you for asking. Of course I'm going to ask. I'm going to ask. I'm not going to not ask. Unless I do. Sometimes I start connecting with people. I don't mean to, but I'm connected with them already. And it's like shit. It's like you're wearing someone else's underwear and they see you in them and it's too late to get out of the underwear, but you also don't want to step out because you'd be completely naked. I've never done that. I don't know what you guys are talking about. But that's just me. Okay. Let's move on here. Let's move these little cards over. And let's see. Okay, so okay. Let me get this going here. I really should be going to... You should be going to bed. Okay, Elizabeth. Okay. I understand. I'll see you on the next one. Okay, you take care and have a good evening, my friend. Okay. All right. Hey there, love. Whew. Damn. That was a ride. Sweet foam cream. Sweet foam cream for me. Okay, so here's what I saw, Gypsy. This Joey person is still holding on to a connection from the past. Right? That's what I'm feeling. There's something here where this person's holding on to something from the past. There's unresolved issues, possibly with a relationship, but it also feels like there could be unresolved issues from childhood, but it's like there's a relationship this person had from the past. I feel like they're not letting it go. And so getting involved with this person, like I said, the immature connection, it feels to me like you would be involved with this person, but you would also be involved with them having to go through something that they should be doing alone, because you don't need to be dragged into that. But that's what I'm seeing there. You totally felt that too. Okay. So was there, I heard the word proposal. I'm wondering if there was someone this person was going to marry, or if there was someone this person was thinking about. But then I get a feeling with Joey, there's a sense of unreality. Why am I feeling a sense of I don't feel a groundedness from him. Something feels kind of off, energetically. Okay, so let's do this here. Okay, whoever's on the list now. Okay, if you guys want to like and subscribe, you can be added to the list. After that, if you guys are here now, please let me know. I can give you a number. If you already have a number, you're on the list. Okay? That you knew broke up in August. Okay. How long were they together for, Gypsy? So, yeah, Fairy Wish, you said, so like and subscribe, I can put you on the free reading list. But anyone right now that wants to be put on the free reading list, come forward right now. I'm going to assign you guys a number, and then I am closing the free readings. So anyone that likes and subscribes, awesome. Thank you, Fairy Wish. Your number will be 32. Pretty off and on. Okay. Or pretty on and off. Okay. So, yeah, there's still something going on with that person from the past. Longing, thinking they could have done things better. I feel like a relationship with you would be a way for them to escape this relationship that they got out of. It doesn't feel like there's been any healing that's been involved. The person just wants to pine over somebody else or just jump into a relationship as a form of escapism. That's what it feels like to me, Gypsy, and it sounds like you kind of get that too. So that's what I got for you. I would say there's some baggage here from Joey, right? So that's what I'm feeling. Does that make sense? Does that resonate, Gypsy? So we do it random number generator wise, Fairy Wish. So I'll basically shake my phone and my tiny little white ass booty, and we'll see what comes up. But, right, nor do you want to deal with that. So it's not in numerical order, but right now we're on the paid list anyway, so I'm going to go to the free list here in a little bit. Yeah, but I'm on the paid list right now, so we're not on any number, but it's randomly number generated anyway, so it really doesn't matter what number we're on, because it, kind of goes to the next one. Okay, Pratima Kanal, have you liked and subscribed? I can put you on the free reading list if you like and subscribe and give you a number. I'm thinking after your number, though, I'm going to be done. So let me know when you've liked and subscribed. And hopefully, Gypsy, that answers your question. I'm going to go to another one here. Let's see. We are on to Maya. Are you still there, Maya? Oh, you're 29 already. Okay. Let me put you on here. You are 29. All right. So right now we're still doing the paid readings. But as long as you stay with me. Well, Gypsy, here's what would suck even more. Imagine that you're being single for 3 years. And then you get with somebody, this Joey person. And then you're no longer single, but there's also another person that this other person is thinking about. So I understand wanting to be in a relationship, but it feels to me like this, like I said, the connection feels immature. But, yeah. So Maya, are you there? Maya 244442. Hopefully you're still there. I know I take a minute sometimes. That would. You're welcome, Gypsy. Well, Maya's a paid reading here, so I'm going to give her a little bit more time. There we go. Awesome, Maya. Perfect. So, what you wanted me to read your energy, was that right? You're good, Fairy Wish. Okay. Hey, Yosh. Yeah. Yep. Yoshi. You too. Hey. Awesome, Moonlight. I'm glad. I'm glad we can do that here. I love to raise, to raise the vibe. That's something that I love to do, and my guides like to do that too. I'm pretty sure one of my guides is a philosopher. I'm pretty damn sure one of them's a comedian, and another one's a doctor. Between these three spirit guides that I have, let's just say my path as a psychic has been a little bit more than confusing. Because if you think about it, comedy, philosophy, they kind of go hand in hand in a way. Like, you have to understand one, I feel like, to kind of understand the other, sort of. Then there's the doctor. I said the other day, I was thinking in my mind, so Maya, what was your question again? And I was saying the other day, should I learn the different diseases medically? Like, should I learn how to sort of diagnose, not diagnose in a way that would get me in trouble, but like understand how illnesses work in the body and stuff like that? And my ear started like buzzing and ringing, and that was the doctor guide being like, hell yeah, go for it, do it. And it's like, okay, no, good Lord, no. One of the things is blood makes me squeamish as hell, and I know if I look in a textbook that's meant for doctors, I'm just going to be fainting constantly. Turn the page, pass out. Turn the page, pass out. I don't need that. Blood makes me woozy, you see. Now, I can watch the videos where they pull ingrown hairs out of people because it's satisfying as hell. That's good shit. Energy reading. Okay, Maya, let's do that then. So, would it be okay if I connected with you energetically for an energy reading? Well, that's probably what you're asking for. All right, let's do this then. You're welcome, Zarya. I'll be on Friday, so I'll be on again on Friday. Yeah, I'm sorry we don't get to everybody. But, yes, Amber, I have your names written down. I have your names written down right here, so regardless, I know who's coming up next. So, but you're right, Amber, I do have your name written down. So you're after Abrea and before Jenny, absolutely. Which means that, or wait. Here's what I'm going to do. So I have it where I'm reading Maya, and then it's going to be Jenny, because Ivory and Jenny switched. And then Moon, yeah, anyway, I have it written down there. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Zarya. Okay, so let me try Maya, do an energy connection here. My teacher taught me a new way to connect, and so I've been using it. It's been working. My head gets all buzzy and spacey, so it's kind of cool. Yeah, Fairy Wish, you're number 32. All right, let me see what we can do here. First thing I'm feeling when I'm connecting with your energy, Maya, is a sense of, it's kind of like a sense of floatiness. And then I was seeing someone with part of the arm was gone, and then they had a prosthetic going on over here with their fingers, and they had two fingers that were being held up here. I feel like you're working on building up yourself or restoring something within yourself. It feels like you're trying to find bits and pieces of who you are, trying to find your identity right now. There's still a tendency here where we're holding on to certain outcomes in life, and we're not letting things flow as much as we should be. I feel like you're getting better with it. The prosthetic that I'm seeing, though, is showing that you're still relying on maybe outdated ways of thinking. This could be relationships. This could be... there's so many ways that it can be. But I would say the way I'm seeing it is, it feels like just in everyday life, we're focusing on trying to establish a stronger sense of self and foundation. Maybe other people don't understand who we are, or maybe other people see us as lesser than or incapable, but there's something in you that's been rising up, and it's a sense of power, the sense of kind of like a surge of freedom energy would be the way I would describe it. There's a lot of energy here, and there's like a dizziness. And then I was seeing the kind of like the music video Take On Me, which is... I feel like you're kind of getting into a space where you're not caring as much what other people think, but there's still a part of you that does. And the music video for that's actually really trippy. Take On Me. It's really, really interesting. Anyway, lots of energy swirling, lots of things going on here. It feels like we're learning a lot. We're in a space where learning has become something that isn't so much a choice. It's kind of happening, but there's a lot of energy floating around. Luckily, I feel like you have a lot of energy, because it feels like right now you need a lot of energy, or it feels like there's a sense of drive, passion, something moving you forward here. I'm seeing a train, which to me would be like we're training for something, we're doing something where we're trying to get things in line, get things in a row, moving towards a goal, trying to get everything strategized, everything planned out. But you need to know that regardless of how well you plan for certain things in life, you can't plan for everything, and sometimes things will go awry. Plan as much as you can, strategize as much as you can, but don't stress too much about it, because life is meant to be lived and experienced. There isn't a destination that we get to and we're done. There is the here and now, and then that's it. There is no past, there is no future, there is here and now. And we need to be as present as we can in these moments. Let me see here. I'm seeing a sack, like a sack here, and the way I would view this, it's like an actual sack that's open, kind of like a Santa's bag kind of thing, but there's nothing inside of the bag. So I could literally view this as like you sacrifice yourself to make other people feel comfortable, like sacrifice. But I could also view this as you're trying to give something that you don't have to people that maybe you don't even care about. This could be trying to impress people. This could be trying to do something where you're putting yourself in situations where you're burning yourself out for others, but not taking any time for yourself. But there's a sense here where you make yourself uncomfortable so that other people can be comfortable. And that's going to make it really hard for you to establish a sense of self or identity, because you're going to be trying to focus so much more on what other people think of you in these kinds of situations. And it goes to show that you're a kind and caring person. But the empathy with you can be a little bit of a bleeding heart, and there can be a little bit of naiveness too. And these aren't bad qualities necessarily, but it can make it so that setting boundaries and establishing, like I've been saying, a sense of self-identity can be difficult. Just because when we're like this, right, when we're in this state, other people tell us what to do, how to think, and how to be, and we're not listening to our own higher self or our own sense of self-knowledge, if that makes any sense. Is that resonating so far, Maya? You didn't BP. I'm still doing the paid ones, though. But you didn't miss your turn. Okay. Okay. What Scott really thinks of you? Let me see. Okay. Okay, so I saw a few different things. One of them is going to be like a tree that's swaying in the breeze. Possibly showing that this person's more grounded. Maybe this person's waiting for you to make a move. I'm not sure. When I see a tree and it's like bending back and forth, I'm not really sure. It does feel like there's a gentleness with the connection. I do feel like sometimes though Scott can be kind of sharp with what they say, or they can be blunt, or they can be... as long as they're not controlling or manipulative, that's going to be the best thing for you. But it's like I saw them holding a sword, and then you're taking the sword and you're holding it like this, but the sword isn't moving and neither is your hand. And so it's not like they're going to hurt you. And I don't mean that. I'm meaning this symbolically, just so you're aware. It's not like he actually has a sword and he's going to come after you, because that never usually happens. But what I do feel with this is that there can be a tendency for this person to have offensive behaviors or different kinds of things going on. I do feel like there's a connection with this person. I do. But there could be a tendency where this person could be more sharp or icy, the way they deal with their emotions, or the way that they deal with things in general. I'm wondering if Scott has a fear of being vulnerable, or if there's a fear of intimacy with Scott, because it's kind of what I'm getting from what I was feeling. I do sense a feeling of a grounded connection, but it also feels to me like someone who still needs to work through certain emotional issues. How's that sound, Maya? Is that making sense? So I'd say yeah, there's a connection there. Okay, awesome. All right, you're very welcome, Maya. Hopefully that helped answer your question. Okay, so Jenny, are you there still? I hope you're still there, my friend. I know it's been a minute. Hopefully you're still there. Okay, Jenny, it'll be your turn here. I don't think I have another initial or name. But thank you again, Maya, for helping to support the channel. Super appreciated. I'm going to do this here. And... Awesome, Jenny. Perfect. All right, I'm trying to line this up so that you can come back and read this again. So stay there. And I'm going to come right back. Again, had a lot of water. You guys figure out the rest. It's not a mystery. This isn't a math equation. You have a lot of water. You got to do stuff. So I'll be right back. And stay tuned, Jenny, okay? Give me just a second. All right. Okay. All right, Jenny, let's do a reading here. Okay. So, I'll try and connect. We'll see what we can get here. I'm still practicing with mediumship, and so I will see what we can do. So what I'm going to do, Jenny, is I'm going to open up the channel here so I can communicate with your mother. And we'll see if she steps forward here and what messages she has to share. So give me just a second. Okay. Are you still here, Jenny? Just going to make sure one more time. Okay, one more second here. All right, Jenny, I'm just going to start here and we'll see what we can come up with. So, okay, perfect. All right, let me see what we can do. And yeah. Okay. It's going to take me just a second here. Okay, so one of the first things I was getting, Jenny, was it was like I was seeing sacred geometry and it was like vibrating and kind of whooshing around. And I'm wondering if your mom liked like kaleidoscopic or like hippie or tie-dye stuff or anything like that. The sacred geometry coming through was like these beautiful patterns, and it was like a red shifting into these other colors. And I'm wondering if that maybe means anything to you or if that was something that she liked. It was in a honeycomb pattern, was what I was seeing. And just curious if that means anything. Okay. Hey there, Ava. I'm doing a mediumship reading here, so. You know she loved red. Okay. All right, so. All right, so Jenny, let me see what else we can get here. There's I feel like I'm seeing something with her trying to touch your hand and trying to be there for you during this time. Even though it's not in a physical way, I feel like she presents herself. Something tells me it's like I'm seeing winking or blinking as a way that she represents herself, which is interesting. Maybe the lights blink or maybe people look at you a certain way, but I feel like your mother is trying to show you in no uncertain terms that there is life after death and that she's doing just fine on the other side. The more I connect with her energy, it's this beautiful, peaceful energy at this point in time. And the only thing that she wants for you is she wants you to do whatever it is that's going to make you happy, whatever it is that could make you feel excited again, and realize that she is still there with you. It's just in a different way. It's not the same way it was before, but in a way, it's kind of like she can be there for you in a much bigger way, in a more universal way now. And so it's not that she has passed on, it's that she has transitioned, right? And she's transitioned into her light body. And this to me is something that's very, very beautiful. It's a very sacred experience. And the way she likes to communicate is through the way I'm seeing it's these beautiful, beautiful symbols. The honeycomb shape that I was talking about, it's like these hexagons that are stacked on top of each other. We used to blink our eyelashes together when I was younger. Beautiful, beautiful, so that makes sense. Awesome. I love that. That's adorable. Some butterfly kisses, right? I think that's what they call them. That's amazing. Okay, and I'm feeling like there's something here with, well, give me a second. I keep seeing the right hand, and to me it's like saying I'm with you, I'm there, even during these hard times. I'm wondering if you sometimes feel a sensation on your shoulder, like maybe a tap or a light, gentle touch. That's what I'm feeling here. When I sense that there's this sensation, maybe you're not feeling it now, I'm not sure, but I do feel like there's this tendency to, like, there's a feeling here. No, on Johnny or Fairy, no. You guys haven't been called yet. I'm doing a mediumship reading right now, a little one. So, but, and your mom could present herself in a way that's like through like a static electricity feeling, or kind of like a pressure, or just a sense or a presence would be the way I would describe it. But that's something that I'm getting here. I'm hearing the words hope coming through. Okay, Trixie. Yep, girl. Sorry, my cat tried to get on my lap. It didn't work out. All right. Again, sorry. Okay. So I heard the words hope, which to me is representing that she hopes that you find your way in life. Even though she's not there physically, she is there spiritually, always. She's always with you. And sometimes when it feels like there's a distance between the two of you, it's because it's time for you to process her passing. And in time, she'll get closer and closer with you, but you have to process the passing from the physical, and then she can become closer to you even more so spiritually. She's helping you with the process of her own passing. I feel like she's there and she's administering healing energy. I'm feeling energy in my hands. And maybe she even presents herself as a cold spot sometimes as well, because that's the energy I'm feeling. It's kind of like a cold energy around my hand. And the cold doesn't mean anything negative or anything like that. Spirits can present themselves in so many different energetic ways: cold, hot, static, pressure, heaviness. And none of those are negative or positive. They're just the way spirits choose to present themselves. Kind of like how you would look at 2 or 3 fingerprints, you'd put them together. You wouldn't say which fingerprint is best, because that's ridiculous. No one has the best fingerprint. But you would say that there's differences. There's signatures that people have. It's their fingerprint. And your mother's energy, to me, can feel that way. That's what I'm feeling. And I'm seeing, again, there's with this hand mentality, and it's like going like this. And I feel like this is showing camaraderie between the two of you, but it's like bumping fists or doing something like this, like do, you know. It feels to me like there's like this hand gesture, which is her way of saying that, again, no matter what happens, she's there for you. Anything petty that happened in this life that you felt like separated the two of you was just that. It was something petty. It's not something that she's carrying with her in any way, shape, or form. There's feelings that you have. There's guilt, maybe even shame around certain ways that you acted. But there's nothing on her end besides love, appreciation, and kindness towards you. There's nothing in the world that would stop her from feeling that way about you, and where you're at and where you're going, and who you've been in the past and who you're going to be. She's proud of you no matter what, and she's there to tell you that things will be okay. Things will work out. And that she's always, always watching over you, and she will always, always watch over you. Did she have a brother that passed as well? I heard the word uncle, and I'm wondering who the uncle is. Yes, he died like a month ago. Okay. So she's with the uncle now. Obviously, they're both in spirit. They're both with each other. And I feel like they're both getting along. They're both, working together. But there's definitely some company there, right? That's what I'm feeling. So know that she realizes the passing. She understands that they're together. And okay, so your uncle passed from COVID about a month or so prior. Okay, okay. So that would make sense why the uncle came in and was doing that, because that's what I was feeling, was that the your uncle coming in. And then I heard the words cousin and not alone. Was there a cousin that passed too? The words cousin and not alone. So that was interesting. Hmm. Hmm. If not, that's okay. Or any family like that. Okay. The cousin thing was interesting. Okay. I don't know where that relates, but we'll just put that in the back pocket for now, because that did come through. But not alone is the main kind of theme that I was getting. And I would say that things may be rough, things may be difficult at times, and I can understand that. But your mother, your uncle, your ancestors, people are there for you. They care for you. They appreciate you and what you're doing. And the fact that you're still here and you're doing this kind of work, and you're healing the well, you're just healing, right? That means the world. You're working through pain, you're working through trauma, and you're doing a lot of healing at this point in time right now, and they are there with you to help through that healing process. All you need to do is call them, ask for them, and you can feel their presence, okay? And like I said, it's going to be a process of grieving and of letting things breathe, letting things happen. You're going to go through several stages of grief. You're going to be and it's okay for you to go through those stages. There's going to be times where you're going to be angry that they left you alone. There's going to be times that are going to be very difficult for you to deal with. And I want you to know it's okay to feel angry. It's okay to feel, hate or resentment sometimes with someone passing, because it feels like they left us. It's okay for you to feel those feelings. I don't want you to feel shame or guilt about feeling that way, because we can love someone very deeply, but also feel angry that they're gone and that they were taken from us. That's okay. And that's something I feel like your mom is saying, is that it's okay to process these things however you need to. Okay? She knows you love her and that will never change, and she loves you and that will never change. Okay? But there's also a lot of other emotions that need to be expressed as well. Does that make sense, Jenny? Good. Good, good. Do you feel like that helped? Hopefully that gave you some sense of peace. Because there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love there. Good. Good, Jenny. I'm glad. I'm glad that was helpful, and I'm glad I could give you a sense of peace during this time. I know things can be difficult, but you got this, and you have so much resiliency and strength, okay? You're strong, you're powerful, and you have so many people, spirits behind you that will help you in this life. You just need to ask. You just need to trust that process. But thank you so much for coming on here, Jenny, and I really appreciate the donation. And yeah, thank you again, my friend. And I wish you the best. Okay, let's see here. Moonlight, are you there? Or Heather? Heather, if you're still there, you are up, my friend. You're very welcome, Jenny. You're very, very welcome, my friend. I wish you all the best. All the best in the world. I just gotta shrink this down. There we go. Okay. I am too, Ivory. I am too. Hold on, Ivory. Remember, you decided to go last. So, what I can do though, actually, I don't know where Moonlight went. So I can do your reading here, and then I can do Moonlight's reading when they come in. Awesome. No, you're good, Ivory. We can do your question now because Moonlight I don't think is here, at least for a second. So let's do that. Hopefully you like the colors, Ivory. The bluish green. I like them. You know, I think they look nice. What are your favorite colors, Ivory? Your two favorite colors. Tell me your two favorite colors, Ivory, if you wouldn't mind. Ariza Alvarez, may you be added to the list, please. I'm thinking I'm closing it down right now. It's been about 4.5 hours that I've been on here, so I'm going to do whoever's on the list now. If you want to pay for a reading, we can do that. If not, yeah, the free list will be closed. I'm just going to do it that way. Okay, so Ivory, you said love connection, 3 to 6 months. Let's look at that. Possible love connection for Ivory Johnson in 3 to 6 months. Hopefully you're still there, Ivory. Let's look here. You're okay. You're okay, Ariza. I understand. I'll be on again on Friday, and then again on Monday. So, no need to apologize, guys. You don't know. I don't have a thing that says... Actually, I do. I do have a thing that says that, but I don't have it up. So how would you guys know? All right, hold on. Hold on. Every now and again, my pocket likes to tell me I have a pocket. So, okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do Ivory's question, and then Moonlight, I'm going to do your question right after Ivory, okay? So let's do it that way. All right, so give me 1 second here. Let's do this. Oh yeah. It's more of a sign of respect to say sorry. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want you to feel like you have to, but I appreciate the gesture, right? Ghoulish Casper ringtone, yes. Yes, okay, so let's do Ivory's question, and then we'll do Moonlight's question. It's an annoying ass ringtone is what it is. Ghoulish, yes, because it scares the shit out of me each time, but let's see. All right. Have a good one, Ariza. Awesome, you're here. Perfect, perfect. Okay, we'll do Ivory's questions. We're going to do 2 cards for 1 question, and then, of course, you guys get priority. Scuba, scuba doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. I loved Scooby-Doo when I was a kid. Oh, that was my shit. Like the old episodes, the ones were made in like the 60s, I think, or the 50s. Or was it the 70s? Anyway, loved Scooby. Ruh-roh. Okay. So, love connection for the next 3 to 6 months for Ivory Johnson. Let's take a look here. That's actually pretty positive. I'm shocked, okay, Ivory. The reason why I'm shocked is because a lot of the times these cards, as you know, like to bust some balls. They love to bust them. And even if you don't have balls, they'll be busted. But in this case, this is good. So we have the Magician right here, and we have the Queen of Coins, okay? And I love that the Queen of Coins, this deck has people that aren't just white. I love that. There's a lot of decks that don't have diversity of any kind. It's just white people, right? I think that's messed up. Anyway, so we have the Queen of Coins right here and the Magician, okay? And the Magician and the Queen of Coins, this represents attracting someone that would be a good partner for us, or someone that would be more viable. So possibly vibrating on a higher spectrum, working towards that. And I'm feeling, feels like spirit around me. I think because I did Jenny's reading, I'm feeling spirit. With this energy here, it feels like things will align for you, and I feel like a possible love interest, a good connection can happen within 3 to 6 months. You have to want it to happen and have worked on yourself enough for things to work for you, but it does to me feel like there can be a tendency, or there can be a feeling of things working out. If we do the work on ourselves, we have that love appreciation, and we do that, I think you're going to do really well. 3 to 6 months, it feels like things are going to be moving for you. That's what I'm seeing. So hopefully that makes sense, and that gives you some recognition, or some validation. I feel like it's going to go really well for you. It seems really positive, and I wish I could say that to everybody, but a lot of people, I don't get really positive cards. All right, hopefully that helps you. And that makes sense because it looks like it's going to be good. It looks like things are going to be coming up for you. So you're very welcome, Ivory. Thank you again for trading turns with Jenny. That was very kind of you to do that. Very much appreciated. All right, so let's do this. Okay. Moonlight, Heather, would you want to tell me your 2 favorite colors? Awesome. There we go, Heather. You tell me your 2 favorite colors. What are we talking about? Are you a green and a purple? Maybe you're a yellow and an orange. I don't judge. Who am I to judge, right? Maybe pink and white. Maybe brown and orange. Brorange, right? Emerald green and orange. Okay, let's do that. Emerald green and orange. I love the specifics. I love that. Let's do it. Emerald green. Okay, so let's go here. There we go. Nope. And then let's go here. Come on. There we go. Okay, so they kind of do a gradient thing where they blend into each other. Hopefully that doesn't look like barf. The colors can be pretty, but the way they blended together kind of looks a little strange. So, but it's pretty, right? It's peas and carrots sort of color. Maybe I'm colorblind. I don't know. All right, so we're wandering here. And good night, Ivory. Have a good one. Hey there, Mikey. How's it going, buddy? Haven't seen you for a while. Hopefully all is well. Okay, so let me take a stretch here. So you're wondering if, well, let me do this. Okay. You'd like to know if Sumit is true to you or if he's playing the field. All right. Yeah, pumpkin colors. Yes, that's what it is. It's pumpkin colors. These are some damn summer squash colors, pumpkin, all of it. I wish they were a little bit brighter and vibrant. Okay, so let's do this for Moonlight then. Let me adjust my handy dandy beanie weenie. Sounds dirty. It's not. It's my beanie. It's my hat. That's what we're talking about. All right, let's do this for Moonlight. Is Sumit true to Moonlight, or are they playing the field? So let's see if they are true to Moonlight. See what we can do on here. What's everyone's favorite kind of cake? Mine is, okay, if I ask the question, I have to have an answer in mind. I'm not good at this. Mine is, ooh, Fairy Wish says chocolate cake. Chocolate's good. Chocolate's good. Cheesecake. Ooh, cheesecake's good. That's a good answer. Abrea, that's good. Okay, but I gotta ask you, Abrea, we gotta break it down further. What kind of cheesecake? Also, Fairy Wish, don't like icing so much. I hear you on that. I do not like, what is it? I only like buttercream frosting. I don't like the other kind. Wait. Oh, okay, hold on. Why am I having a hard time here? Which is the one that has kind of a sour taste to it? No, that is buttercream, isn't it? The buttercream has the... What's the other one then? Shit, I can't remember. Cheesecake is good, though. Cheesecake Factory had this one cake, and it was mango lime. It was delicious. It was amazing. So Cheesecake Factory's mango lime cheesecake. Out of this world. Oh yeah, whipped icing. I like whipped icing. That's good. Just the sour buttercream stuff's not my favorite. And ooh yeah, strawberry cheesecake. Oh man, I'm telling you right now, I would be a golden girl at heart just because those ladies was always eating cheesecake. I want to do that. I want to be like, let's have a conversation and some cheesecake. Oh, I'd definitely be Blanche if I was a golden girl. I feel like I've got that robustness. All right, let's do this here. Hey there, Mikey. So my friend, I'm not taking any more questions at this time. I'll be on again on Friday though. If you want to check me out then, I'm usually on for, I've been going about 4 hours and 45 minutes now. So I'm getting ready to call it good for the night. Whoever's on my list, I'll read, but that's going to be about it for me, my friend. Hopefully you can understand that. And hopefully you can wait until Friday to possibly get an answer. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that. You've always been respectable, and I like that. Awesome. Okay, Moonlight. Let's see what we get for you here. Are they true to you? Or are they playing the field? You always wanted a cheesecake for your birthday, but always got regular cake. Well, all I got was a fistful of sadness. No, cheesecake's good. Regular cake on your birthday, it has to happen, Abrea. I don't want to be that person that says you kind of have to suck it up and just have regular cake on your birthday, but it's a sin to do it the other way. You can't have cheesecake on your birthday. It doesn't work that way, my friend. Any other day, though, you can. I don't make the rules. So we get the Two of Cups here, Heather, and then we get the Seven of Cups in reverse. So I would say if I see these two cards right here, I feel like they're being pretty true to you at this point in time. There can be a tendency, I feel like there's a sense of guarded energy around you. And I could feel that. I could feel a sense of that. But to me, I feel like this person's staying true, at least at this point in time. It seems like things are working out. Obviously, trust your own gut, follow that instinct. But if I see the Two of Cups, which is a romantic card, and then I see the Seven of Cups in reverse, yeah, that to me, that's a good reading. Honestly, I would say they're true to you. So hopefully that helps answer that question, Heather. And I'm gonna go to this. So I'm no longer doing free questions. You guys got to come on. You guys got to come on here a little bit earlier. You're in separate countries. I figured with a name like that, there was a little bit of distance between you guys. But it does seem to me like there's something going on. You're welcome. You're so welcome, Heather. So very welcome. Okay. And thanks again for supporting the channel, Heather. Sorry, Mary. I'll be on Friday, though. Just come on a little bit earlier. Come on like an hour and a half earlier. So, like 9 o'clock. My time, Mountain Standard Time, whatever time it is, your time. But like an hour and a half earlier, and I should be able to get you on the list here. You too. You too. My Moonlight friend. Okay, let me do this. Hey there, Manifesting Love. How's it going? All right, let's do this here. So then we have Abrea and then Amber. So let's do this. So Abrea, what was your question? And also, Abrea, what are your two favorite colors? I'm gonna say blue and pink. are going to be your favorite, like a light blue color and pink. Like cotton candy colors. So you tell me, Abrea, let's do your favorite colors. And yeah. One of your closest friends has liked you for a few years. Okay. I'm close. Oh. Okay, light blue and red. Damn it, pink and purple. Son of a bitch. All right, pink and purple. Let's do pink. Sorta. Okay, give me a second here, because then we're going to do purple. Can't really see the pink. Hold on. Nope, I had it. There we go. There we go. How does that look, Moonlight? Damn, or not Moonlight, Abrea. That looks pretty to me. And Fairy Wish says, there we go. Purple shade with black, going for the Fairy Wish. All right. Okay, so Abrea, you said one of your closest friends has liked you. It looks so pretty. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you liked that one. I'm glad you guys liked that one. Okay, so you said one of your closest friends has liked you for a few years. Okay. So you're wondering if they like me as well, right? As a person. That's very sweet of you to wonder. They do. I have a feeling your friend likes me very much. But this is about you, Abrea. So give me your question here. I just want you to word it in a way where I can, you know, not be doing the question for you, just so it's coming out of you and not me, right? Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good, Buffalo Man. Kinder cake with all the Kinder chocolate in it. Ah, how come he's liked you for so long? It's a good question. All right, let me look at this. So Buffalo Man, I don't know what a Kinder cake is. It sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds delicious. Oh. They one of my favorites is a poke cake. It's basically just a regular sheet cake. You buy the cake mix, and then you put holes in it, and then you put Jell-O in it. White and pink for Pratima. Ooh, nice. White and pink is my fave too. One of my faves. I also like light blue and rusty red, or like a teal sky blue and a rusty red. Okay, there we go. So, why does my closest friend like me? Is he in love with you? Let's look. So, why does Abrea's closest friend like them? Are they in love with them? Let's look here. Why do they like you? I'll do 2 cards for why do they like you, and then I'll do 2 cards for are they in love with you? Let's do it that way. Not yet, Ava. We're almost back on the free list. I have Abrea and then I have Amber for 1 question each. So Why does Abrea's closest friend like her? And are they in love with her? And then I'm going to do this one. Okay, why does Abrea's closest friend like her? Okay, and are they in love with her? Okay. Alrighty, sounds good to me, Ava. Man, this is a reading right here, Abrea. So I was originally going to do 4 cards. 2 of them came out, and then I had 1 card that came out and it flipped itself right side up. And so I put it there. Are they in love with you? Okay. Why do they, I'll go to why do they like you, but let's just do this one first. Are they in love with you? I get the Angel of Love and the 6 of Wands. And, nope. Well, Angel of Love, you can look at that one. And then I get the 6 of Wands right here. Okay. And it looks like someone's in agony or they're in pain, but it's actually a card where they're happy and they're smiling. So it's a card of celebration. It's a good card to have, especially with the Angel of Love. So are they in love with you? It looks like it, if I'm looking at anything on here. But I'm also hearing the words focus. Okay? I don't know if something's telling me to focus. It sounds like to me it's telling you to focus. Maybe watch how this person acts in front of you, look at body language, things like that. But then I get the Hierophant here, okay? And then I get the 2nd chakra Archangel Shamuel and the 2nd chakra Archangel Ariel in reverse. I've never drawn these 2 cards together like this before, so that's interesting to me. And they're both angel cards, and then the Hierophant is viewed as kind of like a priestly figure. So there could be, maybe you have a spiritual connection this person admires, or a strong faith, something along those lines. Or there could be a way that you do things which is traditional, or maybe you do things in a more old school way and this person appreciates that. I feel like there's a sense of nostalgia with you and this person, and so this person appreciates that there's a connection with you in that way. But primarily, it just feels like a good connection. If I'm looking at this here, is that making sense to you? And here's what we're going to do, guys, okay? Come in the room, stay in here. After I do Abrea's reading, after I do Amber's reading, I'm just going to say, whoever's here, raise your hand. And instead of shaking the phone and doing the random number, I'm just going to do whoever's here, all right? I'm going to read whoever's here. If I say I'm going to do whoever's here, it sounds completely gross. No, I'm going to read whoever is here, all right? That's what I mean. So stay here. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, it does make sense. Perfect. All right. So that would be your reading. You don't know how you feel about him, and that's okay. That's okay. It seems like there's something here. You figure out your feelings for him first before you do anything. Really think about it. Focus on that. I feel like that's going to be something that's going to be good for you. Hey there, Kimberly. How you doing? It's important for us to feel how we feel, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to do this here. Amber, are you there? I am doing good. I'm doing good, Kimberly. I have been talking here, asking people what their favorite cake is. What's yours, Kimberly? What's your favorite kind of cake? Awesome. There's Amber. Perfect. Thank you, Amber, for your patience. Not that you had much of a choice. I do tend to hold people hostage. Sorry about that. Yes, I do free reads. I do, because that's what the thumbnail says. I'm not misleading people, but I cannot change it halfway through. Right now, here's kind of my whole thing. Red velvet. I don't appreciate it, but I'll accept it. Red velvet to me has always been the driest. I'm sorry, Kimberly, to throw you under the bus like this, but it's been the driest, grossest cake I've ever had. And I've had some gross cake. I've had a hairy cake from Walmart. Okay, and that sounds weirder than it actually is. But I did have a hairy cake. Okay. So, Amber is wondering if Michael wants to reconnect. Let's look at that. I am going to do this here, and I appreciate your energy, everyone that's on here. And I'm sorry to do this because it looks like, well, I'm just going to do this so that people don't get the wrong idea. I will be on again on Friday, but I'm going to go like this. I made this decision probably about an hour and a half ago. About an hour ago. No more free readings at this point in time. So hopefully you guys can understand that. I will be live again on Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, usually until 11 p.m. So I'm on here for 5 hours. If you guys get here in the 4-hour mark, we're golden. I can give you guys a free reading. But when you come in a little bit later, I've cut off the free reading time frame. Just because I eventually need to get off here. I've been on for almost 5 hours now, so. And Amber, can I ask you, what are your favorite colors? Give me your 2 favorite colors. I'm going to say yellow and green for Amber. No. Pink and red. I don't know, yellow and green kind of calling to me here. Damn it. I'm already wrong. Purple? Purple and green. All right. I knew there was a green in there. All right, so let's do this one, and then let's go here. No. You love purple anything. Okay. Okay. The only purple green thing I can think of is Barney the dinosaur. And I don't judge. I don't judge. But if you're into that, Amber, go for it. All right, let me shuffle the cards here. Hopefully those 2 colors together look good. I think that looks good. It's kind of like reminds me of like an amethyst and a peridot kind of mixed together. Peridot is a gorgeous, it's a birthstone, semi-precious gemstone. So it's not like ruby or diamond or sapphire, but it is very pretty, and it's a light green color. I think it's the birth month for August, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe September. You respect the actor who had to wear the Barney costume. Here's the scary thing. It wasn't an actor. They did some crazy shit. They pulled some strings from another dimension. That wasn't an actor. Seriously though, yeah, I do too. Or the one that had to wear the Big Bird costume, or the Snuffleupagus from Sesame Street. Those were big puppets, and I'm pretty sure someone was inside of it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Okay. Does Michael want to reconnect with Amber? Let's look here. Okay, so let's see here. The Hanged Man in reverse. The Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so look at these two cards. Hanged Man in reverse, Wheel of Fortune. It looks like that Hanged Man is standing up, but it should be like this, right? He should be hanging, not manning. All right, so let's do this, and then let's go here. We have the King of Swords and the Devil himself. Okay? This right here, Amber, here's what I'm feeling. I feel like Michael wants to reconnect, and I feel like there will be attempts in the future to reconnect. It's gonna be the same relationship it was before. The Hanged Man in reverse is someone not seeing the point of view that you want them to see, or maybe it could even be you. No, Fairy, whoever's on the list, you guys get your reading. I'm just not taking any more people coming in. I always read people that stay with me till the end. Always, okay? I'm just not reading any more people that want to come in here and ask for a free reading. That's what I mean. This is to make it so no one comes in here and says, are you doing free readings? But you have a number, you're safe. Don't worry about it. All right. So, the Devil card right here could represent, like, so if I see the Hanged Man in reverse, it could be either you or him are not seeing things the way they need to be seen, right? It feels like it's going to be the same connection you guys had before. There's going to be a reconnection, but I feel like the same issues are still going to be there. It'll be up to you on what you would want to do, but I do feel there's going to be a reconnection, right? But it's going to be the same problems. I feel like this person still struggles with their masculinity in a way. They still struggle with asking for help, and they still struggle with being open and communicating with you in a more vulnerable way. Because when I see this, the King of Swords with the Wheel of Fortune that I have here, the King of Swords could represent extreme ways of thinking. The Wheel of Fortune represents trying to move forward through something, but the Wheel of Fortune is just that. Fortune can be good fortune, it can be bad fortune, but it's like you want things to keep moving, you want things to keep going, but if you stay with this connection, it's going to be more of the same. I do feel like they want to answer the question, yes, I feel like they want to reconnect, but do you want to have the same issues you had before? Here's what I say for a reconnection. Here's what I say, Amber, and you can agree with me or not, I don't give a shit. This is what I think. Number one, if you can reconnect with somebody and that person wants to talk about why things ended the first time and they're open to communication, they're not defensive, they're not guarded, they let you talk, you let them talk, and there's a sense of communication, appreciation, and respect in a way where you can be open and vulnerable about things, by all means, go for it. But if there's a part of an issue that you can't talk about, the thing that led you guys to leave each other in the first place, then no. I would say that's not a good connection to be in. So it would be up to you on that one, but that's what I'm getting, Amber. Does that make sense? You feel like you're in High Priestess aura? Yeah, he knows he messed up, but I don't think he knows how to fix it, right? Or he doesn't know what steps he needs to take to fix it. I do feel that he knows he messed up, though. But again, knowing that you messed up, that's not even half the battle, because it's like, well, I messed up. Okay, what are you going to do to make it better? What are you going to do to make it right? It feels to me like this person would prefer distance over confrontation. And not confrontation in a way that's negative, but confrontation in a way where this person has to look at themselves and their action. I don't feel like they're a bad person, but I feel like they don't look at themselves in an emotionally clear way. They believe that's for other people, right? And this one is the High Priestess right here, Chantel. And there it is in all its glory. It's a really pretty card if you look at it. Definitely deals with psychic energy. I'm sure you know that, but that's good if you're feeling like you're empowered. That's a good card to be in, actually. Hopefully that makes sense, Amber. Is he content without you? Here's the thing. Here's the thing with Michael. I don't feel like he's content with or without you. Does that make sense? There's a sense with this person of unrest. I feel like there's either not enough for this person, or there could always be more, or this person's running from things. It just, to me, feels like this person doesn't sit with themselves and do things. So are they even content with themselves? No, I feel like they're always trying to get into a project, or they're always trying to do something, or they're always trying to think about things. They're always trying to think their way out of things when they should be feeling their way out. So I don't get a sense of contentment, period. I get a sense of someone who goes from thing to thing, but I don't get a sense of someone who has peace in their soul in a way that's like, it just feels like they haven't dealt with stuff. So it's kind of like a nagging thought in the back of their mind, and if they can escape it by whatever means necessary, given the circumstance, it feels like that's what they would do. So contented, no, but it doesn't matter if you're there or you're not there. There's not a contentment. So I wouldn't hold it against him. I wouldn't be like, oh, he loves not having me around. It's not that. It's not that at all. There just feels like there's unrest in this person. Oh, there is a key necklace. I didn't even notice that. It's starting to happen, like you said before, that around now to April I would be in this mode of spiritual side. I feel it in this aura, High Priestess. Oh my, the key necklace around the neck. That's gorgeous. The card is lovely. I've never seen that one until... I love it too. Actually, I'm wanting to either get Temperance or the High Priestess. Because the author sells these... He sells the deck of cards, right? But then you can buy prints and you can put them up on your wall. I have the Magician in my room, which I love. And the Magician is my thing in numerology. You take your two numbers that are your birthday, right? Like for me, it's the 28th of April. So that adds up to 1, which is the Magician. And if anyone else has a birthday that's just one number, then it's just the one number. So like, let's say you're born March 9th, right? Then your number would just be 9. And that would be the Hermit. And so it's cool. I don't know. I like these cards. Hopefully that makes sense, Amber. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So you're very welcome, Amber. Who is here now? I'm going to do this. So let's go here. And then let's do this and... Okay, Pratima is there. Perfect. Okay. Who else is here? I'm glad to hear that, Chantel. yeah, go with it. The spiritual side, accessing the power, that's going to be important for you. The outside and grounding yourself is also going to be important. You tend to be very floaty. You tend to be more mind oriented. So if you can do something to ground yourself, that's going to be helpful. Anything you can do to take away any energies that are sticking, just flush them down into the earth. That would be the way I would focus on that. I don't know if you pray to or what you pray to, but prayer is a really good way of manifesting, isn't it? And so if there's something where you can pray or you can feel a sense of strength from that, rely on that too. If there's anything like that that you're focusing on in your life. And you're very much harnessing that scarab energy we were talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of new energy, a lot of renewal energy. Maneki neck. I need to get the cat. I would love to have that in the background. I'll look into that. Okay, Pratima, what's your question? Who is there for their question? Who did I give a number to before I closed the list? I know we had Fairy Wish and we had Pratima. Are you there, Fairy Wish? There we go. There's Fairy Wish. Awesome. Okay. So let's do this. So Pratima's going to go, and then it will be your turn, Fairy Wish. What was your question, Pratima? Maybe you're typing it out. Remember, one question, one card for the free ones. Just so we can do it that way. What other card haven't I showed you, Chantel, that you would probably like? I think I've shown you most of these. Let me see if I can find one. What's your question, Pratima Kanal? It's your turn. And then Fairy Wish will be next. I feel like you've seen... Yeah, Fairy Wish at this point, go for it, because I don't know where Pratima is, but... yeah, ask your question, then we'll circle back to Pratima. Oh, there we go. All right, yes, still ask your question, Fairy Wish, because I can go from their question straight to yours. All right, Pratima, so you're wondering, will Kay divorce from the sad marriage to be with you? Let's do that. You can post yours. You can post your question, Fairy Wish, as well. I'll just go from their question to yours, so please feel free to post it. Fairy Wish. All right, will Kay divorce from his sad marriage to be with you? Kay divorced from his sad marriage to be with you. Here's what I got right here. I get the World card right here. And I'm going to say this, Pratima. Do not wait around for somebody and waste your life waiting, okay? I see the World card here. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But the main point is, if they're already married, no matter what the situation is, I'd say leave it be. I understand you probably have your heart set on somebody, but you're just going to be hurting yourself in this way, and you're going to be waiting for someone that may or may not be showing up. So the way I see it here, I'm just going to say don't wait. Don't wait for somebody to maybe love you. Don't wait for somebody to maybe do this or maybe do that. You're going to be wasting your time. All right? Maybe that sounds harsh for me to say it that way, but I do believe that time is not a resource we get back. We can make as much money as we want given circumstances, things like that, but we cannot get time back. And every time we're waiting for something to happen with somebody, we're making our life just a little bit shorter. We're taking away time that we don't have an infinite amount of. So that's what I'm getting there. I would say at this point, the World card, there could be a possibility of it, but I wouldn't say there's anything concrete. Just don't stay in limerence. Don't stay wanting something that you can't have, fantasizing about that. I would just say don't waste your time. Because I feel like you got other things going on, okay? Let's focus on people that love us for us. Let's focus on that. And thank you, Pratima, for taking that into consideration. Feel free to do whatever it is that you want. These are just suggestions, okay? All right, so Fairy Wish, what was your question? Any of this is tarot suggestions. Some of it's psychic, but never feel like you guys have to follow what I say, okay? I'm not a god. I'm not anything like that at all. I'm just somebody who does this. That's it. So take my advice for that. Advice. Oh, man. Gotta crack them bones. Good, Pratima. And I know that sounds like it'll be difficult. I know that's going to be a difficult process, but holding on is difficult too in a different way, isn't it? So what's your question, Fairy Wish? You're welcome. You're welcome. What was your question, though? There we go. Your name is Ramya? Okay, will a reunion happen? All right. Let's see what we get here. Will a reunion happen between Ramya and Audi? 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 I'm probably saying both of them wrong. Okay. Will a reunion happen? So I get this card here. This is third chakra, Archangel Shamuel in reverse. Kind of the same advice that I gave Pratima. I would say move on from the connection, focusing on reunion happening when they're clearly has been a part of a breakup. I would say starting over would be a good idea. The third chakra, Archangel Chamuel in reverse, is a card that says that sometimes things can be out of our control, or maybe we were even dealing with a controlling person. I don't know. But it feels like a relationship that was meant to teach us something and then move on to something even better down the road. So I would say focus on self-healing, love in the journey, being gentle with yourself. But we need to, if something leaves us, right, why would we want it back? You know what I mean? It's one of those situations where I feel like when things end, there's usually a reason. And if we're waiting for this reunion to happen, you're not going to be doing anything in the meantime to try and better yourself or try to do anything else because you're expecting something to happen. And while we're waiting for a reunion, you're pausing your life for a maybe. And I don't feel comfortable in saying that it's going to happen because I don't feel like it will. But even if it was going to happen, I would still say the exact same thing. I'd say do not wait for anybody. Don't do it. It's not fair to you, and it puts a lot of pressure on them too, you know what I mean? But seriously, don't wait for people. If for whatever reason they left, okay, bye, right? If they want to come back and they apologize to you and you can talk things out, communicate with them, they appreciate you, there's a sense of trust, by all means, try again. But that's going to be the only way, in my opinion, that a relationship could work with somebody. If someone leaves one time, or if something happens, the odds are it could happen again. Generally, when something happens, it's kind of like we see the true colors. Things can happen. But, yeah, regardless, whoever wants to be with us will be with us. And waiting for something to happen, I don't vibe with that. I think time is too precious to waste. Does that make sense, Fairy Wish? The thing I'm talking about here, if I'm not mistaken, it's a word called, there's actually a word for it. Right, we're wanting something that we know we can't have in the meantime. And this puts us in a state of confusion. This puts us in a state of like not being grounded with our way of thinking. And we feel like if we had this reunion or if something happened or whatever it is, we feel like that would complete us. It won't. I'm going to tell you right now, you guys would just feel lonely, but in a different way. You would feel lonely while the person was next to you because it would be the same situation that you're dealing with. A lot of times we use relationships to run away from the problems that we have in life. We use relationships as a form of escaping. And when we do that, we're missing the point of having a relationship. Having a relationship doesn't mean we devote all of our time to the person we love. No. We still continue to grow and evolve ourselves, and if our partner's there with us, they can grow and evolve too. But there has to be that kind of limit. A lot of people get in relationships to escape. They try to escape their life, they try to escape their circumstances, and every time that you do that, you're going to mess yourself up because you're trying to find your sense of self inside somebody else, and you're going to be losing your sense of identity every time you do this, okay? So that's where the self-love, the appreciation of the self, setting boundaries, things like that, that's where these things come in handy. That's kind of what we're talking about here. So hopefully that makes sense, you guys. That helped answer your questions. It's not an easy road. It's not an easy process. And there's a lot of things that we have to undo inside our minds, inside our heads. A lot of us grew up with, at least in America, grew up with Disney princes or princesses, and I feel like in other places too. Okay, Ava, awesome. What was your question? But I feel like in other places too, people have their version of romanticism. And what this does is it blinds us to the situation that's actually going on with us. Romanticism tells us that a person will come along, they'll sweep us off our feet, they'll be able to read our mind, and it'll end happily ever after. That's not going to happen. Even in a relationship that's going to work, that's going to be a good relationship for you, there's going to be a lot to deal with. I've been in a relationship for 13 years, and there has been a lot that I've had to learn, a lot that I've had to teach myself, and my partner's grown as well, but it's been this situation where we help each other grow and we inspire each other to grow and to do better. but it's not always easy. In fact, there's a lot of issues that come up, even in a good, healthy relationship. When issues come up and you resolve them, it makes the relationship stronger. But a lot of relationships, when issues come up, it gets weaker because there's no resolution towards what the issue actually is. There needs to be, like I keep saying, open communication, appreciation, loyalty, trust, kindness. That needs to do it there. You're good. So Ava Z and Zix, please, what are your questions? I'll do Ava Z's question first, and then I'll do Zix, please question next. So hopefully Fairy Wish and Pratima, if you're still here, that makes some sense. Okay, so Ava Z says I'm back, and yeah, so XYZ, please, you can post your question here, and I'll do Ava's reading, and then I'll do yours. So Ava Z says, I was wondering if I will get to work at my dream company in New York City this time around. Let's look at that. You're very welcome, Fairy Wish. Very, very welcome. Yeah, it did. I can see your question. Ava Z says, I was wondering if I will get to work at my dream company in New York City this time around. Okay. Will you get to work at your dream company in New York City this time around? Let's look. Let's do one more shuffle here. And then XYZPLS, Zix, please. Post your question too, my friend. Yeah. It's looking likely. Woman holding a coin, taking things into your own hands. That's a good card. You're either going to get to work at your dream company, or maybe even something better could come along. That's a good card. Woman holding a coin. That's looking good to me. Honestly, that's a good card. So go for it. Give them hell. Their heaven. I don't know. New York's an interesting place, isn't it? But yeah, I think that looks good to me. So I'd say Ava, go for it. That's looking good. The energy right now, currently, it's looking on point. All right, so XYZPLS, are you there? Post your question, my friend. You're welcome, Ava. I wish you the best in this, okay? Hey there, Kiran Yadav. All right, XYZ, we'll look at that one. Let's do that. Welcome to the channel, Kiran. I don't think I've seen you here before. As I've said before, and I'll just say this right now as kind of an aside while I'm shuffling the cards for XYZ, please. Hey there, SD. When will M communicate with you? I'll say this, okay? I'm going to be pushing this more forward because I feel like this is going to be helpful for a lot of people. We can be waiting around for when someone's going to communicate with us, but every minute, every hour that we spend waiting for something, we put our sights, thank you so much, Karen, I appreciate that. We put our sights on something that possibly, more than likely, won't work out. If we're waiting for someone to communicate with us, or we're waiting for someone to talk to us, odds are we could be doing something better with our time or finding someone who would be interested, right? And Kiran Yadav, I know sometimes we get our hearts set on people and we focus on them, and we feel like if they communicate with us, if they talk with us, things will be complete, things can move forward. But a lot of times in these situations, these kind of connections, we lose sight of the self because we view someone else as having more power over us than we do over ourselves, right? And so I would say if you're waiting for someone to talk with you, don't. Don't wait for anyone to communicate with you. Live your life, do the things that you want to do, because waiting on others to do something, you're going to be wasting your time. If they're interested, they're going to show you that they're interested. If they're not interested, they're not going to show you. But you can bank on that. If someone's really into you, they will let you know. I promise you that. So, and then I'm just going to do XYZ's question here. So what do you have coming in for you? Let's do a 6-month time frame here. Hopefully, Kieran, that helped. I normally don't do readings out of turn, but for that one right there, I just wanted to say that. I've seen some people wait for years and years and years, and they never take another relationship, and then they're old. And they're wondering what the hell, right? So I just don't want that to happen to anybody. Alrighty. Alright, what's coming in for XYZ? You're in luck, XYZ. You've won some shadow work right here. Goddess of the Moon in reverse. So this is the next 6 months moving forward for you, XYZ. What I see here in the next 6 months is going to be you working towards healing more of the self. Hey there, Kimberly. Yeah, why not at this point? Go ahead and ask your question. Have it be something that's like a simpler question, something that can be answered in one card. Don't give me 3 or 4 questions. Give me one question, I'll give you one card. Because that's usually how it works on here. As long as you're subscribed, which hopefully you are. So, Goddess of the Moon in reverse, XYZ. That's going to be something here, and I'm hearing the word doll, which is interesting. I don't know why I'm hearing the word doll. Is that a nickname? Does that mean anything to you? If not, that's okay. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate that. So you'll be right after the person I'm reading right now. So Goddess of the Moon in reverse is going to be a card where I feel like we're focusing more and we're doing work on ourselves. And you're probably thinking, again, I've already done work. There's going to be more work that needs to be done, but you're focusing on healing right now. And I'm seeing a crocodile. I'm seeing someone that can... let's see, I'm seeing someone that can take quite a bit more. Basically, resiliency is what I'm seeing here. So that's what I'm feeling the next 6 months. There's going to be kind of shadow work. There's going to be things to work through. That's what I feel. So, and that's the Goddess of the Moon in reverse, which is working through subconscious blocks, subconscious difficulties, basically bringing things that are subconscious or hidden to our awareness to the forefront. So there could be dreams that we have, there could be signs of awakening that we have, Kundalini rising, things like that. Basically just energy kind of ramping up and getting stronger inside of you would be the way I would describe it. More awareness, right? More awareness of things, situations, being able to see the truth of a situation, being able to see through lies and deception would be another way I could describe it. Okay, so Kimberly, what's your question? Okay, it's not for you? All right. Well, sorry to hear that. Okay, so Kimberly, what was your question? All right. Does the Aquarius miss you? Let me look here. Let's see here. Does the Aquarius miss you? I get anxiety in reverse. Kind of an interesting card to get in reverse. Regardless, Kimberly, here's the thing, right? If someone misses you, I feel like they're going to reach out. They're going to try and talk to you. But if not, right, that kind of speaks volumes by itself. And I feel like, as I was saying earlier, we can have I'm going to lower my chair a little bit. There we go. I feel like we can have a tendency towards wanting the things that we can't have because we feel like that can solve or fix something for us. When I see anxiety in reverse on does the Aquarius miss you, I'm gonna say they would show you if they did. Even though they're an Aquarius and we all know they're cold as hell at times, right? I'm an Aquarius moon. I can say that, I think. But I would say focus on you in this situation because if you're around somebody and they want to be with you, you will know it. But if we're dealing with somebody that's hot or cold or someone that we were in a situation with and it's over, focus on moving on. Focus on doing something here, moving on with your life. And if the connection comes up again in an organic way, take that in stride. Talk about things, work through whatever it is that's going on. But if not, then I would say focus on things that are in front of you. Focus on the present moment instead of possibly pining for something that may or may not happen. Because we don't have control over other people. Unless you're a voodoo priestess, in which case, don't hurt me. You're an Aqua Moon and Rising. Okay, cool. That's a lot of Aquarius. That's a lot of Aquarius. I don't want to say you're cold as hell, but that's a lot of Aqua there. I'm going to say you're a cold person, maybe, with eccentric tendencies. All Aquariuses are eccentric as hell. They're weird as you can be. Like wearing a paper bag on your head in the grocery store kind of a thing. Yeah, Mr. Krabs, if you want to pay for a reading, you could do that. How are you doing, by the way? How was your social media break? Okay, you're not eccentric. Come on, Kimberly. I'm a little disappointed. You gotta be eccentric. You gotta be a little bit crazy. I know I am. As I've said many times on this channel, does not matter if the camera's rolling or not, I talk to the screen. I don't care if anyone's watching me or not, I'm just gonna talk anyway. Aries, Sun, and Venus in second house. Well, Taurus Sun and my Venus is in my anus. I mean Uranus. No. I don't know my placements. I probably should, but it's not something... I've looked it up before. I can't remember. You know astromolology better than I do, so I'll take your word for it. Hey, buddy. Have you guys seen Yoshi, though? Oh, he's headbutting my leg. Come here, buddy. Show your pure chompiness. This is Chunky Boy Yoshi. He's a girthy boy. Yeah. Yeah. He's a good one. He's basically like if a raccoon was a cat, and then that cat was mad. That's Yoshi. That's Yoshi. Oh. It was okay, honestly. I've been losing my mind. Well. He is. He's a cute one. He's adorable. He's also ornery as hell. He's so ornery. Oh my god. Here, I can do this. You can see a picture of him. I think I've got a picture of him on here. I've got a video. Kind of hard to see him. Isn't he cute? He's our plump little bean. He's a good boy. He is. He's really pretty. He's got stripes, gray and darker gray stripes. And his favorite toy is a Baby Yoda that we bought a loofah from Walmart years ago. And he only likes the Baby Yoda that was attached to the loofah. It's not even a cat toy. It's just a Baby Yoda that was attached to a loofah. And he loves it. He kills it every night. And then he comes in my room. He holds it in his mouth. And he screams. And it's funny because it sounds all muffled and weird, but he is cute. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, he's one of my faves. So if you want to do a reading, Mr. Krabs, we can totally do that for you and see if you are indeed feeling it. But I can also show you I can show you this stuff, guys. While I'm doing this in here, I can show you guys the artwork I've been working on while I was away. So I have merchandise. You guys can check it out down in the link below. That's whatever YouTuber says. It's true, though. Down in the links below, there is merch. Your zodiac sign on a mug, or on a shirt, or on a sweater, and that's it. That's everything. Now, there's a little more than that, but take a look at these ones. Kind of pretty, I think. And then we have well, I had this one, and I kind of like this one because it's more simplistic. But this is just flower. So I love doing flower art, and this one has that kind of look to it too. Yes, I did, Mr. Krabs. I did make it. And Chantel says the art design is very hype. Yeah, I do art in my my spare time, I guess. I can't draw worth a damn with a pencil, but with an Apple Pencil, I still can't draw, but I try my hardest. And then I did this one too. I have no idea what it is, but kind of interesting looking. Still don't know what it is, but it's kind of like psychedelic stuff. The sweater is an oversized for windy days. I like feel sexy. Yes. I need to order some of the sweaters in so that I can wear them on stream. Oh, nice. I'm glad you like that one. What about this one? It's kind of hard to see all the colors. But it's basically orange, yellow, purple, blue. You like that one? Awesome. Awesome. So, I'm glad you like that one. I'm glad you like that one, Mr. Krabs. You are indeed feeling it. Let's see. Here we go. Here's my designs. This one is one of my favorites. That one put it? I should do a shirt with it. I'm trying to think of the design colors for that one. Probably lavender for one of the shirt colors. Then we could do pink, white, red, maybe blue, depending on the color blue. This one's one of my favorites, though. Because it's got that sheen and that shine to it. This is I think it's called my Pearl Blossom. You will definitely buy. Well, you can check out the merch if you want to. I've got some of my designs already down in the link below. You can look at the store I have set up. I did 24 new items in my shop over the week that I was absent. I'm thinking of doing flowers that I sell. So you guys would basically like buy, you would go onto my website, you would buy a flower, it would be customized just for you, and you would give me the colors that you would want me to use, or I can pick my own. And basically I would make your own flower. Would it cost more to do the whole print on the whole shirt? I don't know. I think it costs the same. The company I use to do the printing, it's, I don't think it costs any more, but you only have a small, so like, you see how this Nike logo is? Right here? So, it's kind of like it can be a little bit bigger than that, like maybe the size of a basketball. But I'm wondering, though, if, I'm wondering if I could make the design smaller so that it's not center stage. I'm thinking of doing these cool designs, and then I'm thinking of putting them up in the corner. Like smaller, so they're going to be higher resolution looking, and then they're going to be up in the corner, so like by your shoulder, instead of like taking up the whole shirt. I do have two designs though. I gave one to my girlfriend, and then I gave the other one to my girlfriend because I did not know they would shrink in the wash, the hoodies that we ordered, and so they went from fitting me to squeezing my belly really good. You know, that's a confidence booster right there. But let's see. Oh, this one. You'll like this one, Mr. Krabs. Ooh, nice, Chantel. Awesome. I'm glad you guys like the designs. Awesome. So you look at that one. You look up close on that one. This one was one of my favorites. I call this one the flower of life. Shipping man, awesome. I'm glad you like him, Mr. Krabs. Is it okay if I keep showing you guys some? I don't know. I like doing this, and you guys are like my buddies. So if I can show you guys stuff. Awesome. I'm glad you like it, Pratima. Okay, so we got this one too. Some of these designs are kind of old. Oh yeah. Flower of Life has a powerful story. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, let me, as pretentious as this sounds, let me go grab my other iPad. And I'll show you guys some of the work I've been doing on that. Give me one second. Okay, so I got the magic keyboard on this one. If you guys are going to get an iPad, I got two iPads, one for the games and one for the clothes. I hear you. I hear you with that. Again, I got two iPads. I stream. I've been playing Borderlands 3 on this one. This is the new iPad. It's got the mini LED display. It's gorgeous. Oh man, the screen on this and the brightness. It looks amazing. Anyway, it's really, really nice. A Pisces hoodie in white would be better. It might be, the white color, I'm thinking, do I have a white option on the... That's Kevin Gates reference, two phones. Mr. Krabs, who's Kevin Gates? I'm sorry if that's like an influential figure that you kids are into. I don't understand. Is that like Bill Gates' cousin? Come on. There we go. Okay, so I'll show you some stuff on here. So I've already shown you he is a famous rapper. He's not that famous. I have no idea who the hell he is. So your idea of fame and my idea of fame are two different ideas of fame. All right. So I've already shown these to Chantel. Chantel, you've already seen these ones. Well, you haven't seen this one, but this one's a little bit more sloppy. So anyway. Kind of hard to see it from there, but it's got that kind of flow to it. And then we have this one. This one is the autumn flower. And, ooh, nice. Awesome, Chantel. Perfect. So this one I call the autumn flower, and it's got the kind of interesting colors. I wish I could show you if the display was more... Actually, I can. It's like a rose. It is. Okay, I can show you guys this. Give me 1 second, and I can show you guys what it is I'm doing. So I can go like this. This is the reason. This is 100% the reason why I got an iPad with a MacBook, because you can do AirDrop. And so I can show you guys what it looks like without the glossy screen. So let me do that. Okay, here we go. Hey there, Luna Divine. I'm just showing some of my artwork here. What do you guys think of this one? Do you guys like this one? Well, thank you, Mr. Krabs. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that. And thank you, Luna, for subscribing. But this one's one of my favorites that I've done recently. And then I've got this one as well. So I'm going to move this one off to the side. And I'll show you the other one that I did. So we'll put this one over here. Awesome. Thank you, Luna. Appreciate that. So we'll put this one over here. I know where to point. It's right there. It's here. Anyway, let's do this one here. So let's go like this. And then I'll show you this one as well. And let's do this. Okay, come on. Nope. This one is blood flower. So this is an autumn flower is what I call this one. And then this one over here, this is a blood flower. And really love designing the blood flower. If you guys can't tell, I love the way that one came out. To me, it's gorgeous, right? So then we have... Well, you already saw the other one. You love the blood flower one? Awesome, awesome. So, which one would you guys want on a shirt? Would you guys want the autumn flower one, or would you want the blood flower one on a shirt? What I'm thinking of doing is it's going to be... Awesome, the blood flower. I'm thinking I'm going to do a small symbol right here. So it's going to be by the shoulder. It's not going to be a print that's like this. That's a huge print in the center. It's going to be a print that's on the shoulder, and it's going to be smaller. So it's not going to be something people will notice unless they get really close, but you know, you'll notice it, and the color would be cool. You genuinely think all of them are beautiful. I love that. I love that. And well, shit, if we're going to do it this way. Okay, let me grab the other iPad, and I'll show you guys some of this shit. Ooh, I think you'll like this one. Yes, I sell hoodies, I sell shirts, I sell Zodiac mugs. Basically anything that you could fit a kitten inside of, I sell. It would be a small kitten because it's 11 ounces. Or, anyway. Yep. All right, so let's do this one. The yellow reminds you of summer. Fair enough. To me, this is autumn, right? It does kind of have a summer resemblance too. Summer. What the hell is summer? Anyway. Okay, you guys will like this one, I think. So let me do this. Hopefully I'm not being weird sharing a bunch of these. I feel like I'm kind of... Is this bragging or is this like being weird? I hope it's not. Hey there, concrete brother, how you doing? Or concrete surfer. See, I read the brother part and yeah. How you doing, bud? All right, so let's do this one. Ooh, look at that. If I go up and down, it makes the colors look all trippy. All right. Let's do a couple more here and we'll go from there. I'm showing off some of my art. This is one of my absolute favorites. Okay, here we go. So this one here, this rainbow one, I don't know what to call it. What do you guys think for this rainbow one right here? My finger can poke through it, or I can put my face right here and be like, I see you guys. I see you in there. Do you guys want to get out of the internet? I don't know what I'm doing, guys. In that one store. Mr. Krabs, the vagueness of that sentence, I'm happy about it. Okay, I'm gonna choose my last one wisely. Awesome, IG, go for it. Okay, what do you guys think of, I do like logos too, psychedelic mandala. Oh, I like that. I like that. Okay, psychedelic mandala is really good. I may steal that. And I am a dirty thief. No credit given. No, thank you, Luna. That's cool. Okay. Oh. Okay. Is there any other ones that are interesting? Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see what we can do here. I had my... Oh, thank you, donation readings if you're still doing it. I definitely am, Luna. I definitely am. And we'll have IG on here too, so we'll have us a little party. I'm glad you like them, IG. I'm glad you guys like them. I'll move these over, and we'll do this. And then I got this little bastard right here, and then I got this one. This one is not a little bastard. This one's Daddy's favorite. That one. Like that one. That's a good boy. It's a boy flower. If you guys were wondering, it's definitely a boy flower. Look at this. My nephew drew... So, never in 1,000 years, give your very young nephew an iPad with a pencil, okay? Little dude chewed it. He chewed the tip of the pencil. What is that? Is that one of the designs? Oh, it is. That's not a smudge. I thought that was a smudge. I put it right there. It looks like my glasses are dirty. You thought they were on paper. Oh, like I taped them to the screen. Hey, I might do that shit. I'm crazy enough. I might actually go for it. But my nephew drew this, and it's kind of creepy, right? Kind of cute, kind of creepy. And then we have this dog groomer here in Utah, right? And this dog groomer, you thought it was a smudge too. Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that? This dog groomer likes to kind of come in, and she's kind of weird. She's kind of a weird dog groomer. But what was funny and really kind of creepy and weird, as soon as you walk in there, she has a bunch of drawings that these kids have done, and they all look like Illuminati symbols. Not even kidding. It's a pyramid with an eye looking down, and these weird-looking paintings. It looks like she's trying to summon a demon. But she's like, these are my nephew's drawings. And I'm like, holy shit. Something's up with your nephew. He's only 6. And I'm like, damn, he's drawn some conspiracy-level shit, right? It was really weird, very disturbing, and... I don't know. When it looks like blood on paper, and then there's a shadow person with glowing red eyes and teeth, and she's like, look at how cute this is. I'm like, well, we have variations of cute here. I feel like an exorcism is needed, but that's just me. Okay, so I'm gonna take these off the screen here. But I'm glad you guys like these. I do have one more that I want to show. Oh, okay. This one I drew. This is Mr. Peabody. All right. Now, what do you guys think of Mr. Peabody here? He's ripped. He is ripped as hell. He doesn't give a shit either. He is like, what's going on here? They are really pretty. Well, thank you, Francis. Mr. Peabody appreciates it too. And then I have these ones here. I can't do these ones without, so these ones aren't going to be transparent. That's Gumby's uncle. Oh yeah, Gumby's uncle, Gunkel. Gunkel Vitus. That's his full name. Okay, so two more. I'm gonna show you guys 2 more, and then I'm gonna go for the readings we got going on here. So let me do this. Let me show you 2 more. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right, let's do this one here. I've got to pee so bad. Oh. But I'm also excited to show you artwork. You guys didn't need to know that I had to go, but I just needed to say it. Okay. So we have this one. This one took me a while to do. Think of the style of like Adventure Time, okay? Because that's what this one is supposed to be. This one is Princess Doll. I had fun doing this one. I thought it was kind of fun. And then we have this one. This is a birdana. Okay, it's a bird and a banana combined. It's it doesn't fly. It cannot move well at all. I'm just going to be honest with you. The birdana, it's extinct. Okay, didn't make it. Never should have existed anyway. God makes some mistakes, and that's one of them. All right. Please give me what you're taking. I wish I could, but it's illegal. It's not for other people. Oh, Coraline is awesome. That's one of my favorites. I'll be honest, I watched it I first watched it was like a long time ago. I was in my 20s and it gave me the creeps. Right? All right. So let's do this here and let's go. There we go. There we go. That is some of the art I've got. I'm glad you guys liked them. All right, let's do this. I'm just removing them right now, so give me a second here. Thank you guys, though, for being very sweet. I appreciate that. It reminds me of the book of Edward Tuluna the Bunny. What? Okay, what? Edward Tulune the Bunny. Rugrats Futuristic Cynthia Doll is Princess Doll, my second favorite. That's kind of what I was going for, giving her the few sparse hairs up on top. Definitely. Thank you, IG. That's very sweet. Thank you. You guys are being way too nice. Okay? Appreciated. Immensely appreciated. But, is it me? You're breaking up. The stream flickered for a second. I'm not sure why. No, it disconnected for a second for me too. Oh, man. Okay, I'm gonna go pee, and then I'm gonna do, we'll do Luna Divine's reading, and then IG, if you're wanting to do some readings, we can do that too. All right, those are NFTs, digital, they could be worth lots. You know what, though? What the hell is an NFT? I've looked into it. It's a non-fungible token, okay? Whatever the hell that means. Non-fungible token. Fungible token. I don't know. J.R.R. Tolkien, the inventor of Lord of the Rings. I don't know what the hell it is. I've looked at it. Apparently it's with the Bitcoin, right? They could be worth a lot. That's very sweet of you to say that. I've seen some shit sell for ridiculous amounts of money, you know? You paid the thing, but it was $1.99 because you don't have the penny. You know what? I think we can make that work, Mr. Krabs. Okay, all right. So let me do this really quick on Cash App. Perfect. Okay, so give me 1 second, and I will be right back, and I can yell at you guys to get off my lawn. I got to practice being an old man now so that when I'm old, I have it down. Gotta be grumpy now. Okay. I'll be back. You young kids have it so easy nowadays. Oh. Okay. All right. Yes, so here's the list. Here's the list, right? So we're going to do an IG. I hope you're okay with this, because I usually spend more time on you, usually. So here's what we'll do. I want to do Luna Divine's reading first, and then I want to do Mr. Crab's reading, which is $1.99 for Mr. Crab, so that's a 2-card reading. And then for Luna Divine, that's a $10 one. But I feel like if I do those two first, then we can spend the rest of the time on you, IG. Would you be okay with that? Just because I can then just dedicate the next however long to doing your reading without distraction. Oh. Oh, that goes down the wrong tube. Damn epiglottis. All right. Okay. Hopefully that works for everybody. So I'll look at your question first, Luna, and then we can go from there. Let me go up and read what it was again. Okay, let's do this here. Have a little brush that I use. Yeah, IG will be our Yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect, IG. I figured you'd be okay with that. I probably shouldn't do that, but you've been very generous in the past with doing that, and it makes it so that I can just focus on you for 5 questions. We can kind of focus on that. Starbucks, yes, I already had it. Shaken espresso, oat milk, goat milk supreme. They make milk out of everything. Eventually it'll be like, did you know you could milk blue jeans? Well, we didn't either. You know, and then the whole carton's going to be denim for the milk that comes from blue jeans. Okay, so Luna says, okay, is my BF going on my little family road trip next weekend? How little is the family? Are we talking like 3 inches tall, 4 inches tall? I want to meet them, right? I think they're called borrowers if they're that small. And they live in your walls. That's cool. All right, let's look. The one, give me what you're on. Yeah, it's a family recipe. I wake up just like everyone else. I put my shirt on one leg at a time. Okay. Is your boyfriend going on the little family road trip next weekend? All right, let's see here. There's a couple. There's one called yeah, that's a weird one, right? The borrowers. There's another one though that's from the guy that made My Neighbor Totoro. Have you guys heard of that? Studio Ghibli. They did My Neighbor Totoro, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, Kiki's Delivery Service. And Luna says, by the way, Ethereum Classic was booming today. I'm waiting for Sheeb. I'm waiting for Sheeb coin to take off. I'll see if it does. It seems like it has utility though, so. I'm invested in Doge and Sheeb, and I got in on Doge before it blew up, so a little bit, not like a crazy amount, but I'm doing okay with that. But the Sheeb coin, if that takes off, if Sheeb hits $1, I'm gonna be okay. All right, let's look here. I invested a little bit in something called ApeCoin as well. The classic went boom today. How much? What are we talking, Luna? How much on the increase? Because I got crypto. I've got the crypto app on. Well, I can look on crypto. Where's the... Ah, it's in my pocket. Okay, crypto. Yeah. Well, ApeCoin went up. I'm invested in ApeCoin. I'll see if that's a good investment. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, Ethereum Classic did go up. Plus 8.22%. It's actually quite a bit. If you're invested just a little bit in that, you could actually make some good money. But that right there, if you guys can see it, I can't zoom in, but I'll show you this. So Sheeb coin went up by, see that number right there in the green? That's basically from the start of Sheeb coin, I think up until now, it's gone up 1.4 million%. Okay, that means if you would have invested, I think if you would have invested $2 when it was small, Trixie, what are you doing up there? Then it wouldn't be. If you were investing $2 in, you would have been a millionaire basically, because it increased so much. Okay, so is your boyfriend going on your family trip? Trixie, honey, no. Trixie, no. Okay. This one is Trixie. Say hi. Okay. Put you down. Yeah, you're a good girl. She greets me every morning. They're saying to watch out in April. Because it's going to do so good? That's probably not a good thing. Oh, hi Trixie. You even spelled it right. I mean, not that there's... I feel like that's the way you spell Trixie, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Luna, and thank you, Mr. Krabs. She appreciates it. She says hello to me every morning, which is very sweet. She meows at me. I have this thing, right? I can feel the energy of animals. My cat's energy feels like my cat's energy, like Yoshi feels like a cat. Hazel, our other cat, also feels like cat energy. Trixie, though, I'm not even kidding. I can't feel her energy at all. And that's weird. It's weird. It's like when I look at her, she's different. And I know everyone says their cat's special, but we all know that mine is the most special. So, are they going to go on a family trip here? I get 4 of Cups with the Garden and the Gate in reverse. Starting out, it's not looking likely. Something's going to maybe hold the person back. Or they could be wishy-washy or be changing their mind back and forth, back and forth. I'm hearing something coming in that says comparisons. Don't know where that's coming in here, but it's like there's something with comparisons that I'm doing here. Trixie from the Speed Racer cartoons. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. Coming right back. I got your cards ready. That one right there. All right, guys, sorry about that. I had to say goodnight to my girlfriend, my beautiful girlfriend, and because of that, I spent a little extra time down there trying to see what's going on. Yes, I am still on, unfortunately, guys. Still on here. Still doing readings. Okay, so the wishy-washiness. It's looking like I feel like he's not going to be able to come on the trip. Maybe there's a wanting to come on the trip, because the rest of these cards here, we have Door to Spirit in reverse, we have King of Swords in reverse, okay? I'm basically going to read these like one lump, some from, let's see. There was a weird commercial, they talked about lump sums of money. You know, if you need a cash settlement, need cash now. 1-800-877 cash now. Anyway, all tied up, the Hangman in reverse, and then we have the Seven of Swords in reverse, and then we have Patience also in reverse. And literally, as I held up the Patience, and then I had the reverse card here, clap, energy, sudden shift, and then Temperance, which is bringing balance. Maybe he'll come last minute. Maybe he will come last minute and decide that they can do something, or maybe something can happen a little bit later. But it feels like, to me, it's going to be like do, and then that's kind of it, right? Thank you, Alicia. And the do motion was me saying flippy floppy backy forthy. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So what I say is going to come on the trip, it's not looking likely. There's a possibility, but it's not looking super likely. There's a chance, though. Just like in Dumb and Dumber, you know. You have a feeling that he'll come last minute. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing, too. Yeah. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he comes last minute. But that's what I'm getting there for that one. So does that help answer that question? Oh, my God. The education connection. Get connected for free with education connection. Oh, man. It was... working at an hourly wage, whatever. I remember that. I hate to admit it, got stuck in my head more than once. Find myself humming that in the shower. God, I'd rather read a shampoo bottle. May you drop the question now? Give me 1 second, and thank you for the donation, Alicia. We have... Oh, in case you get disconnected. Okay, yeah, we can do that. We can do that. But Luna, does that help answer your question? Because I generally do $10 for one. Yeah, for free. I generally do $10 one question. Hopefully that works for you. Because these are my usual rates right here. So hopefully that works for you guys. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, awesome. Okay, hold on here. So we had someone else come in here. So we had, let's do this here. Okay. Okay, Mr. Krabs. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Mr. Krabs is up next. Yes, it does. $5 gets you right here. $5 gets you 4 cards. Absolutely, it says that. So that's what you did. One question. Basically, right here, one question for $2 gets you 2 cards. One question for $5 gets you 4 cards. $10 gets you 6 to 8 cards for your question. So it's detail-oriented more so. So we'll do Mr. Krabs' reading, and then we'll do your reading, Alicia. Okay, and then we'll do... let's see. We have this one. Okay. All right, so what was your question, Mr. Krabs? Let's do this here. Okay. Oh, well, thank you. Had Latisse a great filter other than the crappy Juvederm? I've never done anything with needles in my mouth, unless it's a dentist. In which case, numb me the hell up, because I'm not doing that bullshit. Awesome. Okay, so let's do this here. I'm going to move this one over. The scorpion plumped them. I only use real scorpions. None of that fake shit. Your partner. Hold on one second. That's a good question, Mr. Krabs. Let's do that here. Let me do this. Scorpion sting. I hear you. I hear you. Okay, here we go. Nope. What am I doing? I got a button over here that does that. You're afraid you won't find love again. You will, Mr. Krabs. But it takes effort, it takes time. But I just think I won't. Okay. So eventually, what can happen is your fear of being alone will outweigh your fear of not being alone. Eventually, we make choices that can help us make alignments and work towards that. And I understand that, listen, there is somebody for everybody. I feel like there's multiple people for everybody. Just don't date them all at once, right? Because that shit happens, it's not good. But I do feel like there's multiple people that can be good. You're very welcome, Luna. Thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate you coming in here. All right, let's do this here. What are your few... Okay, so let me do that again. What is your future husband feeling right now? Let's do this. Let's do 2 cards here. I'll do one of the one of these here. You had a soul connection and it was divinely guided. Awesome, Mr. Krabs. Let's see what we can do here. Did you ever get the, Chantel, did you ever get the Google, was it the Google Pixel phone you were looking at? I saw it with my own eyes and I am over it and I feel like it's okay. It's in the past, but I don't have a lot of crushes on people. Hey there, Vash. Yeah, I was just going to say you're demisexual because it means you have a soul connection before there's any kind of intimacy in that way. And yeah, Vash, I'll be on Friday though, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That makes you feel like your chances are slim. Okay, so if we're coming at it from that perspective, it's going to be really hard for you to find love because you're focusing on it being a very difficult prospect regardless. And then you're going to factor yourself into the equation. You're going to be like, well, who would like me? What's going on here? Okay, we got to stop doing that. We got to put ourselves out of our heads, okay? I know it feels like it's going to be harder for you to find love. It's not going to be any harder for you than anybody else. Yes, your prospects you feel like are slimmer. The universe doesn't give a shit, okay? The universe doesn't care. As long as you do make connections and you do work with people, that's going to be important moving on into this. So, and the demisexual thing, that's important for you. And I understand that, right? Get to know someone before you have a relationship with them. That's a good idea. honestly speaking, that's a good idea. But I feel like for you, it's not just a good idea, it's who you are. So it's not something that's just like, I'm this, I choose to be. No, this is who you are. And that's okay. I want you to know however you are, whatever's going on with you, it's okay. Because it is. All right. I've been there too. I feel like I myself, if I didn't have a partner, I feel like I'd be demisexual too. I could never do like a one night fling or anything like that. I would feel horrible. One time when I was really drunk, I woke up the next day with $50 in my pocket and I have no idea where it came from. Just need to say that. That's a good surprise to have, but it's so weird. All right. I know, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, I know. I have an even weirder story than that, but you guys, trust me, you don't want to hear the shit I get into. This was a while ago. This was years ago, but I'm not going to say the other stuff. But anyway, it's interesting. And that's okay. The one night stand thing, not being able to do it, I think that's how most people should be. Literally, the term sex stands for sacred energy exchange. And it should be something that we don't just give to anybody, right? Just because we are connected. There's literal strings of energy. When you are intimate with somebody, your solar plexus, your energies like combine in a way, and there's like strands. There's strands that come off of it, right? And that to me, it's an interesting thing. But there's literal energy strands that are connecting. I'm a Scorpio and people seem to over-sexualize us. I can understand that too because not everyone's that way though, right? It seems kind of stupid. Thank you, Penny, for the donation. Let me do this here. Okay. End of March, beginning of April. Awesome. Awesome, Chantel. Okay, so let's do this here. And we'll look at your question, Penny. You will be after, you'll be after Alicia, okay? And then I'm just going to do this here so that we can go like this. So... Hold on one second. Now this that I'm typing right here, this does not refer to Penny's question, but it's anyone after Penny's question, okay? All right. Okay, so Mr. Krabs, primarily what I'm seeing here, we get the Star card in reverse, we get the Ten of Wands in reverse, okay? We need to quit hoping for things to work out for us and start doing, right? The being in your head part is, sorry, free readings are closed and no more paid readings either, Protokshia. I will be on again on Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. But when I see the Star card in reverse and 10 of Wands in reverse, there's a similar energy with them. If you look, there's kind of both stars in a way. And when I look at these cards, I immediately think that there's a stronger energetic connection. Maybe there can be a sense of us feeling ungrounded in the way that we approach things. I have a feeling that you're someone who thinks, and you're an overthinker, which means you're an overcarer, right? You're someone who cares too much. And I feel like a sense of self and boundaries can help us with that. And I don't want you to give up anything that you're doing at this point in time, Mr. Krabs, because who you are as a person is being expressed now. This is for you, Mr. Krabs. This is for you. I'm going to do your reading, Mr. Krabs, and then I'm going to do Alicia's reading, and then I'm going to do IG's reading. Okay? You do care. I know that you care. You probably have times in your life where you say, I wish I didn't care so much. I wish it wasn't this way. You're a very sensitive soul in a world filled with, you're a very sensitive, jello-y like soul in a world filled with needles. Okay? And I feel like there's a tendency for you to feel like there's, like we've been talking about, there's no one for you. Trust me. Not only is there a one person for you, there's several. Several upon several upon several, all right? We just have to get to a place of alignment with the universe. If we put out to the universe, we say something like, I'll never find a partner. The universe is going to be like, guess what you're going to experience? Never finding a partner. And then you'll be like, see, I knew I was right. And it's like, well, yeah, if you want to be right about that, but what the hell? Well, if you can be right about anything, be right about the fact you can find a person, a partner, right? There literally is someone for everyone. And through these connections, we're going to learn, we're going to grow, and we're going to understand. I understand the fear of vulnerability. I get that. You've been vulnerable in the past, and it has not turned out well, right? But there are still good people out there. Working through the self, working through boundaries, working through those things, that's going to help you grow and help you to identify your own emotions and ways you can improve. Right here in the back of my, if you see that book right there next to the Mario Kart banana peel, it's Elaine de Botton's book on an emotional education. Okay, order that on Amazon. I have a link down below. Order the book through Amazon. Look into emotional healing, because I feel like that's what you need to do at this point in time. I understand the trust. I understand there's different things going on. But the reason why those are an issue in the first place is because we're not trusting our own compass, our own emotional compass. We've felt like we've been so wrong in the past that it's hard for us to trust ourselves again with anything. And that's why people are scary, because people can be so crazy, right? People can be this way, they can be that way. But ultimately, if we build up a sense of resiliency, people don't affect us as much as we think they could or they would. Primarily, though, that's what I'm seeing. Is that making sense? So an emotional education by Elaine de Botton, like I said, I'm pretty sure I have it linked down below, but you can look for it on Amazon. That's going to help you. And if you're dealing with issues that are relating back to childhood, there's a book called Healing from, and I don't know if this applies to you or not. This isn't a psychic thing. This is just advice. But it's Healing from an Emotionally Absent Mother. There's a book that literally talks about the whole process of healing from someone who was emotionally absent in your life that was supposed to be a primary caregiver. And that's a really good read, too. Generally speaking, a lot of us that have this, well, lately people have been making me question myself, and I feel like my judgment my whole life has been really good. Like, truly, I've always done what is right, but lately people have been putting doubts in me, telling me to be realistic. Okay. So, and I am allowing them to do that. Okay, first off, tell people to fuck off. I don't care who they are. I don't even care if it's your parents. Tell them to get the hell out of your way. You get to do what you want to do. You're your own person. If people have a problem with that, screw them. I don't give a shit, and you shouldn't either, right? Because it doesn't help you. If someone tells you to be realistic, okay, now what? I'm more realistic than I've ever been, whatever the hell that means. What do I do now? No, people want to tell you how to live your life when they have no idea how to live theirs. Every person that I've ever met that's told me how to live my life has a shit life. They do not have it good. Okay? These are people that envy what we have, or they envy who we are, and they want to bring us down. Okay? I've never met someone that's tried to tell me who to be, what to do, that had it together. Never. In fact, the most people that I've met that have it together, they've never even given me a suggestion on how to live my life, right? So follow that. Follow that right there. You're right then, Mr. Krabs. You're absolutely right. So I'd say go for it. I would say definitely go for it. Do what you need to do. Take care of yourself. Get rid of the energy that's bringing you down. If people say you're not being realistic, okay, so whatever. It doesn't matter. You're dealing with people that are going to be naysayers anyway. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You could say, I want to be a healthy, normal person, whatever normal means. And they'd be like, nah, can't do that. You got to do this. Basically, no matter what you do, someone's going to find fault with it. And you have to rise and shine regardless. Because people are going to bitch and moan about anything. Had someone on here the other day, yesterday, basically calling me a scammer and saying they don't want to play my games because they had to wait long for a free reading. Okay? Mind you, it's free. All right? Wasn't holding a gun to their head. Wasn't saying anything not true. When their turn came up, they got all upset with me. And it doesn't matter what I do, there will always be someone that tells you, you can do better. You can do this. Don't make me wait. And when those people come along, I just block them. I don't give a shit. Unsubscribe. Okay, I don't want you here anyway. People that are going to be impatient, people that are going to rush me in my own life and my own live streams, I got no room for that. So, Mr. Krabs, I know someone told me that I'm real, so that's realistic. Well, you are real. I mean, of course you're real. Again, whatever that means, right? I don't believe reality exists. Maybe that's a little too meta, but there's an agreed upon construct that we call reality in space-time. Everyone agrees with it, everyone understands the hours in a day, but none of it exists. It's all kind of made up, and we just kind of follow the sun. We follow a giant ball of fire in the sky, and we say, oh, a year's passed. Sounds like some pagan shit, you know what I mean? Some good pagan shit. I love any of the things like that. And as I've said before, we are human beings. We are not human doings, okay? We need to take care of the self first. That is not being selfish. That is taking care of us first, because without us, there is no other, all right? So I want you to take that, Mr. Krabs, I want you to take that. I want you to kind of marinate in it, right? For a few days, put it in a Ziploc bag, put it in the fridge, marinate it, smell it every now and again, be like, it smells good, right? Get in your own damn juices, whatever that means. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Mr. Krabs. Does that help answer your question? And basically, what your husband is thinking right now, your future husband is thinking right now, is because we got the Star card in reverse and the Ten of Wands in reverse. And so I feel like right now they're in a situation where they're going through things in their life. Honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I feel like they're going through a similar situation that you're going through now. I feel like the person that you're going to meet is going to have a lot of similarities to you. But that's what I'm seeing there. You're welcome, Penny S. You're very welcome. I learned that from Scatman John. Okay. But I like that. I like that quote because it's not something that we have this tendency to think that other people have it better than us, that other people have it figured out. Nobody does. Nobody has it figured out. I've yet to find someone who has a manual on life. Okay. If there is one out there, I mean, I'd like to see it. I'm not going to follow it. But, yeah. For anyone that's coming in now, I really don't know how to make it any more clear. Right here, guys. Right here, and then literally up in the description over there. And then, yeah, so... Oh, thank you, Mr. Krabs. I appreciate that. But, yeah, that's primarily what it's going to be. There's a lot that people can do to make us question ourselves, but that's the thing, is that someone is pressing a button that's already so sensitive, and the reason why we doubt ourselves is because we've yet to heal from that injury, that trauma. And once we've healed that trauma, people can't press our buttons anymore in the same way. And then we can see people from a mile away if they're going to be time wasters. I call them tire kickers, okay? What is a tire kicker? They go into a car dealership, and all they do is they kick the tires, and they go, interesting. And they don't actually buy the car. They're not there to do anything other than waste the salesman's time, okay? That's a tire kicker. Okay, so, all right, that makes sense. I'm going to move on to Alicia's reading here. So, Alicia, are you still there? Sorry, it took me a second. I tend to take my time in these readings, so... You're very welcome, Mr. Krabs. Shit. Forgot to put the thing up. Damn it. All right, I'll do it on the next one. So it's Alicia's turn right now. Alicia, what are your favorite colors? She might have. I don't know where Alicia is. I tend to prattle on, so... We're going to do blue and yellow for Alicia. Actually, you know what? I like that color. I'll show you guys what I'm doing here. So let's do this. Let's do the compass. Let's do the this one. And let's do this. Yoshi's probably in the bedroom taking a little nappy poo. I have a feeling. All right, Alicia, if you're there, I have your reading ready to go for you. So it'll be Alicia, Penny S, and then IG. And I'll be spending a while with IG, so... Okay, let's see. You're very welcome, Penny. You're very, very welcome. If I can help, I want to be able to help. And I feel like we have a really good group here. A lot of people that come here are the most kind, beautiful souls I've ever met. Some are lost, some are wounded, some are looking for this, they're looking for that. But ultimately, it's a lot of people that have really big hearts. And maybe others have let them down. Maybe the world has let them down. But I feel like on here, it's a safe space. And it's a positive space. And so I try to give space and presence to that. Let's be vulnerable. Let's talk. Let's heal, you know? Should you get the Google Nest with the Google Pixel 6 Pro or iPhone? Do you have... So Chantel, are you in the Apple ecosystem at all? Do you have a MacBook or an iPad? Do you use them? Because I went all in with Apple, and I love Apple's products because they connect seamlessly with everything else. But if all you have is Windows stuff and like Mimikyu's face, yeah, it is kind of like Mimikyu's face. It's a cute Pokemon, by the way. I need to get a plushie of that one. Okay, Alicia, one more time here. I'm going to move on to Penny. So, Alicia, you paid for your reading. Are you still there? Oh, okay. I guess we'll go on to Penny's question here then. So, Penny, describe what's going on, and hopefully you like these colors. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, Chantel. You let a friend borrow and they broke it. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. Awesome, you like the colors. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, Penny S, so you give me your question here. So then I would say, Chantel, go with the Google Pixel Pro 6. I'm thinking, should I do all Apple if I get a mini Macintosh desktop, or should I get Google Nest and Google Pixel 6 Pro? Your husband told you news that hasn't sat well. Okay. So as I'm waiting for Penny to type her question here, I'm going to say I've never had a Google 6 Pro. I've never had any of the Google phones, so I don't know how good they are. I like Apple stuff, but I'm in on the ecosystem. You know, I have everything Apple. If you feel like you're going to use it, I'd say go with Apple. If you're going to use it, you're going to use the tools there. You know, get the AirPods Pro, get the whole deal. I'd say go with Apple. But if you're going to have something that's more of like a sparse connection, like you just want to have a phone, you don't have a computer, I'd say go with the Google 6 Pro. It's, man, that's a tough one. Or Google Pixel 6 Pro, okay. So your husband told you news it hasn't sat well. Any advice to let go and stay or move on? You feel stuck. Okay. So Penny, I'm going to say right now, and this isn't even a psychic thing, for you to come on the channel right away and pay for a reading to a stranger, I'm feeling like that to me is saying that you're really wanting to have an answer. Like you say, you're feeling stuck. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to be as gentle as I can in this process. We'll move through it together, okay? And we'll focus on what we can do. Can I connect energetically with you, Penny, if that's okay? Because what I like to do is, if I can connect energetically, then I can usually tune in. I can usually tune in a little bit more, just to kind of see what's going on. But I want you to know we're going to be very gentle with this process, so... Okay. Okay, so let me, yeah, so you let me know, Penny, if it's okay for me to connect with your energy. I ask permission because I feel like that's the, the right thing to do. That's kind of a nice thing to do. Open to receive healing and hopefully clarity, please. Okay, so I'm going to connect with your energy and just let's see what we can do here. Maybe we can do a little bit of energy healing too to kind of help this situation take its course. What happens, Penny, the way my guides work when we're doing energy work is they bring things to the surface. And sometimes it can be a bit of a painful process, but it's healing. I want you to think of something along the lines of, let's say you broke a bone and you needed to have surgery with that broken bone. Yeah, you're going to be more sore than you were when you had the broken bone, but it's going to help it to heal right. Does that make sense? Kind of going in and doing the work. So there may be some pain, there may be some emotions that come up when we do the healing work, But ultimately that's for the best. You know, it's to help. Okay. Just wanted to say that so you know. Alright, let me look here. So, first thing I'm getting here when I'm tuning into this energy that you have, and you can tell me if this is right or tell me if it's wrong, it's going to help me to understand what's going on here. I get the words sibling and then I get the words baby, and I'm curious if that means anything to you. If maybe there's been a recent birth or something, I'm not sure. The word baby that came in, though, it felt like there's a lot of energy around this issue. If none of those things make sense, that's okay. I'm still kind of tuning in, but I just wanted to say what I got so far. But let me keep looking here. Okay. Okay, you did lose a baby. All right. All right, so the baby part makes sense. So is that... Okay, stressful relationship. All right, let me keep looking here. And I'm sorry to hear that, Penny. Have you been to an energy healer to help kind of move things forward with the loss of the baby? I was seeing healing hands being placed on you, and I was wondering if maybe this was a guide, or if this was like an energy healing that you've had done. If that makes sense. Okay, you have. Okay. Good. So that's working. Obviously, that's working. That's working to move things forward. Is there anything with your... I'm being shown a picture of your back by your right shoulder. Do you hold tension in your right shoulder, or is there something with the right shoulder and on your back? Like the shoulder muscle? I was being drawn to that area. You were hoping after a loss you could come together. We had briefly, but I feel him slipping again. Okay. Okay, so you're wanting to have more of an emotional intimacy with someone that isn't able to provide that. Am I correct in saying that? Hold a lot of tension in your shoulders. Okay, makes sense. Okay. I'm hearing the words, or I'm hearing the name. I feel like it starts with a K. It's like Kara or Kason or Karen, something like that. But it's like a K name that it's coming through. I don't know if that means anything. I'm just relaying the messages that I'm getting. So if it makes sense, it makes sense. If not, that's okay. Um, he's recently told you he's bisexual and can't express his feelings. Don't know about the K name. That's okay. That's okay. Sounds like that's a lot all at once, doesn't it? In this situation, Penny, as hard as this is going to be for me to say this, I feel like it's more important for you to move on. Awesome, Alicia. You'll be after Penny, okay? So let me keep doing this here. Like I was saying, I feel like it's important for you to move on right now because I feel like this person is introducing a lot of confusion at a time where you're feeling particularly vulnerable. This isn't something that guys, right here. Look at what this says. Look at what it says in the up there in my pinned message. Okay, so let me do this here. We're doing good. I'm reading for Penny, and then Alicia, and then it will be your turn, IG, and then we can spend as much time as we need to. You're okay, IG. You're okay. We'll get to you here in just a second, because, yeah. That's not fair. That's absolutely not fair, and I'm sorry that's the case. That right there, Penny, that's emotional manipulation. You know that. You know that. That's not fair that he would put that on you. I don't like to use the word. It sounds very narcissistic. It sounds like someone very toxic and very negative, and holding that over you to keep you, it's like to keep you in line. And I understand you have children together. If there's anything you can do to get yourself out of that situation, okay. The stream disconnected there, but I want to say this again, Penny. It is not on you in any way, shape, or form. If someone is going to say something like, I'm going to take my life if you don't do this or this, that's manipulation to the highest extent. And if they do it or not, you have no control over that. You need to look out for your children's well-being and your well-being in this situation. I'm sorry that it's come to that kind of steps that you need to take, but that's not fair to you. And obviously you know that. That isn't fair. If you can, like I'm saying, I'm literally saying take your kids, run, do whatever you can in that situation, because that's not fair to you in any way. So I would say leave that situation. If you can, I would definitely say get out. Don't tell them where you're going. I would honestly say tell a few close friends and family members that you can trust and change your number. Do everything you can to get away from this person if it's something that you feel like is that way, because that manipulation, that's not right. You told him you're only willing to stay with family counseling in the process now of finding one. Has he agreed to do the family counseling? That's going to make a big difference. If someone's willing to do the family counseling, then that makes a huge difference. But you need to see if they'll follow through with it. If they just go one time and then they want to give up, you know. Okay. All right, then. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Okay. I don't think that, obviously, I don't think the emotional manipulation is right. That, to me, is gross. I had a friend that did that. He told someone he was going to, commit suicide if they didn't have feelings back for them. And then that person said, okay, I'll be in a relationship with you. And then he dumped her. And anyway, so I understand a little bit that that's a shitty situation. But if he's willing to do the family counseling and he's willing to work things through, okay, good. But take action for action. Don't take someone's word for anything in this situation. If they're making action and they're trying to change, go for it, keep going. But if they stop changing, they get complacent, you feel, like you said, you feel things slipping, I would definitely say step out of the situation because it's not going to change if that happens. If you haven't tried family counseling before, hopefully this works for you. But again, if it doesn't work, yeah, take the kids and get out of there. Hopefully that helps you, Penny. That helps to shed some light on this. I'm gonna go to the next question here, Alicia, because then I've got some time to spend on IG, so I'm gonna do that here. Hopefully, again, Penny, that gives you some insight. You're good. You're good, Penny. Okay, Alicia, what's your question? I wish you the best, Penny. I really do. Probably already asked your question up there. Maybe I can go up and look at it. Okay. Yeah, I thought you did. I was like, wait, this question sounds familiar. Okay, so does your ex and his friend believe I'm in a relationship and that the account is legit? I asked this before, but any more details? Let's see. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Let's look here. Okay, so let's do this. Do they believe the account is legit? I got what you mean. I got what you meant, Alicia. Don't worry about it. Okay, here we go. Damn, wow. Ooh. Shit, that hurt. Okay, I had an intense shooting pain in my ankle. Wow. I feel like that's more of a psychic impression. Do they believe the account is legit? I get the Sun in reverse and the Page of Swords. I'll tell you what these mean. I'm just going to show you all the cards. And then I get the Tower in reverse. And I get the Seven of Wands. So I'm going to say, do they believe the account is legit? Possibly for the time being. I feel like something's going to happen here where there could be a possibility of them finding out. I hope that's not the case. But when I see the Tower in reverse and I see all that, and then I felt that pain in my ankle, to me, it doesn't feel like... oh, man. It feels like the person, this ex, feels irrational. The pain that I'm feeling is very intense, and I feel like it's kind of, it's like the pain is quoting the person, if that makes any sense. I feel a sense of instability from him in a pretty big way, and I feel like for now, the account is working. Something tells me it's not going to last, though, and hopefully I'm wrong, though. Hopefully they don't find out, but yeah, that just to me feels like it's precarious. It feels like it could go either way. Right now, though, I don't think they know. It doesn't feel like they know, but I do feel like they will find out. Some way. I don't know. It just feels like they're going to find out some way. Have you been careful? Did you do the steps I told you? The very... like plain profile picture that doesn't show you as a person. No, like you changed your birthday, you changed your name, you changed everything. Very careful. Okay, good. Keep saying that way, or keep staying that way, and I think it will be okay. Just don't let people know that are outside of your inner circle what's happening here. Be really careful with who you trust and who you divulge information to at this time. If you do not want this person to find out, just be careful, be diligent. I don't think they know yet, but if for some reason you said this, you said, do they believe that the account is legit? Have they seen the account already? How would they see the account? You know what I mean? The way you worded the question makes me think that they've already seen the account that you've made. Is that what you're referring to? Have they seen it? Or are you asking me, what makes me say they will find out? I'll give you an example of something. Depending on the kind of energy that we put into something, if someone is snoopy, so IG, I would be on again on Friday. If you'd want to do that, we could. But I've been going for a minute. You know, it's been about close to 7.5 hours now. It would be up to you, IG, on what you would want to do. I'm just not going to be on tomorrow. That's the thing. I would be on Friday at my usual time, though. If you'd want to do that, we could. I mean, it's up to you. But so basically, Alicia, what I was going to say is people can find stuff out. It can be maybe there's someone that tells them, or maybe you show up in their feed. It's really weird how it works. And sometimes depending on the distance, where you live, the town, whatever it happens to be, you could be in a suggested friends thing. Did you see what I posted above? Yes, I've read everything you've posted. So, again, I'm just going to say be careful. Keep things going. I don't feel like they know anything now. Did you see what I posted above? Please see above. I'm looking here. I've read everything you've sent so far. Unless one of your messages didn't go through. Oh, thank you, Chantel. I'll try to show more of them as time goes on. I just can't shuffle them. I don't have the girthy hands required. Yeah, I've read everything you've said, Alicia, and yeah. Am I missing something here? Because you said what? The last thing I can see that you said that basically says what makes you say they will find out? Sometimes people can just get a feel for energy, and I know that sounds kind of weird and creepy, but I'm not saying it will happen, but I don't know. Maybe there's someone that says something, maybe something happens. I'm hoping, though, if you're being careful, I think you're going to be fine. Just remain careful, remain diligent. Okay, thank you, IG. I appreciate that. So just remain careful, remain vigilant, and if you feel like you have to change things out, if you feel like you need to make a new profile, ditch the old one every now and again to kind of keep things going, do that, okay? Take every precaution you can, Alicia. I think you can be okay. Just really only trust people in your inner circle, people you know you can trust. You're welcome, Alicia. Okay, I'm going to go to IG's questions here. So what's your first question, IG? And let's do this here. And what are your two favorite colors, IG? I like the pink and the white. Okay, let's look at that. Pink and purple. I got it. Damn it. I had it right. Well, I mean, this works. It's kind of like pink and purple, but it's white and pink. All right, that works. Okay. You'll settle for second best this time, IG, because that's how it works. That's how it works on this channel. Okay. Thanks again, IG, for the donation. And what would happen if you messaged the Leo? Okay, perfect. Perfect. What would happen if IG messaged the Leo? Yeah, so IG, I had the drink again. I had the Starbucks. You got to get it when you're there. Starbucks shaken espresso, venti, iced. I only do iced coffee, okay? I don't know if you're the same way. I assume we're twinsies. I only do iced coffee. It could be the dead of winter. It could be the coldest it's ever been. I will still drink iced coffee. I do not like hot coffee as much as iced. I'm hoping I'm making myself clear. How do you prefer your coffee, IG? Do you like it hot? Do you like it cold? Are you a person that just likes the room temperature stuff because you leave it out too long? Not here to judge. I'm just kind of saying. Let's see. So IG, I had high hopes for you, but now I got to put a minus sign next to your name because you're losing points here. You're losing points. Slytherin's going to win at this rate. You loved ice. I hear you. I could be sick as a dog and I'm still going to go for iced. I could be cold as I've ever been. Going for iced every time. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I did French vanilla. Or no, okay. It's called toasted vanilla. Let's see. Toasted vanilla, 4 shots of espresso, venti, where did I put it? I had the cup. I think I threw it away. But yeah, so shaken espresso, venti, toasted vanilla with oat milk. That's the important part because it makes it creamy and really good. And 4 shots of espresso. So don't add an extra 4 shots, just do 4 shots. And it's good. I would honestly say tell them to do 4 pumps of the sweetener because I think they do 6, and 4 pumps. It's too sweet with 6, right? So you got to do 4. Anyway. Oof, feeling lightheaded here. So, an IG, you can be honest with me here. When you ask the question, should you message the Leo, or not should, how did you ask it? If you message the Leo, what would happen? Have you been thinking of doing this? Like, not just in a playful kind of way. Is this something where you're feeling like the thoughts have been kind of stronger? The brown sugar oat milk. Yes. Because there's no judgment here. I'm just curious because I felt a wave of something come over me, and it felt I felt really foggy, and so I was curious if that's kind of an area you're at. You've been having a rough day / night. I understand. I completely understand. Like I said, there's no judgment here. I just felt a whoosh of energy kind of come over me. Yeah, okay. Very emotional. The first word that comes through when I'm hearing the word very emotional, it's very dense kind of emotion. And I feel like you're used to feeling emotions, but these kinds of emotions are different, right? These feel like a emotion 2.0, right? So it's okay. The emotions will pass. I want you to realize that. I want you to think you're a boat in an ocean. The ocean is sometimes really rough, okay? Maybe the boat analogy is not the best because the Titanic, but you're a boat in the ocean. Sometimes it's stormy, but then it clears up. Don't know what to think anymore. I've had different readings and I don't know what to think. Okay, so with outcomes and what will happen. Okay. Let me do this and we'll see. Because what I'm getting here is you're wanting to find, okay, first thing I'm hearing is you're wanting to find a place you can belong or a place you can fit in with somebody else. You're wanting to have something here, and I understand that there is that sense of confusion. I get that, and that's absolutely normal during this process because it's a healing part of this. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to scribble these here. And here's what we're going to do because I'm doing some psychic impressions here. I'm going to do 4 cards because we can get the same meaning here because I basically have the answer that we need. I don't feel like we need any more cards here, but I'm going to do some psychic stuff as well. This is going to be a time in your life, IG, that's going to be difficult. There's no other way to say that, but this will not last forever. I promise. It won't last forever. And if you message this person, here's what I get. Okay? We get these cards here. We get the Empress in reverse, okay? This is you kind of bending back. The Empress in reverse is you reaching out to them and messaging them. And then the next cards here, literally these next cards, been feeling confused all day on what to do. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't do it. And the reason is this. Take a look at these cards here. Okay, the Sun card can be Leo energy. The Sun card is in reverse. Okay, that to me is saying don't do it. The King of Wands can be Leo energy. That's also in reverse. And then the Three of Swords, literally the Three of Swords, the Heartbreak card came out on that one. And that to me is saying if you message this person, you're going to be bending and doing something. And I feel like after you message this person, you're not going to feel a sense of like, oh, I'm glad I did that. It's going to be like, why did I do that? What's happening here? You know, it's not going to be something, it feels good in the moment, right? But if you do it, it's not going to be something you're going to think fondly of later on. I'll just put it that way. And if other readings are coming through here, I want you to know on this channel, okay, I want you to trust what I'm saying. And maybe other readers have said this too. I really want you to listen to me on this though. What you're going through is limerence. It's called limerence. And in the tarot community, almost every single reader, and I'm not trying to say this to call out any other readers, but a lot of readers promote limerence. They promote people coming on and saying, when will they talk to me? When will this happen? A lot of the questions I have, that's the questions. When will they talk? When will there be communication? When will there be reunion again? And the thing that happens is that the tarot reader feeds into it. And they tell you, oh, this is going to happen this time. It's going to be this way. They're not going to be willing to go into detail and depth in trying to help you through the situation. And I've actually seen, I saw a tarot, someone on YouTube called Crappy Childhood Fairy. Lovely name, right? But they're called Crappy Childhood Fairy, and they had a question where someone was talking to them, and they emailed them and said that their sister, right, would watch tarot videos, and she would like be obsessed with them and try to find information from there, and she would use these things to try and find how the person was feeling, what's going on with this person. But she was living in a fantasy world, and the tarot readers on YouTube, and myself included at one point, were kind of egging this behavior on, okay? I don't want to do that on my channel because I don't think it's ethical, right? So what I'm seeing here is that it's not going to be something that's going to work out in your favor. And if other tarot readers have said different, they're promoting deliverance, right? Or they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, and I hate to be that person that sounds like I'm bashing other people. These are people's lives. These are people's well-being. And to me, a tarot reader in a lot of ways is kind of similar to the occupation, and to me, it's a very sacred thing. It's similar to the occupation of a therapist. I'm not a therapist, okay? Have no qualifications, but I do know that people come here that are experiencing a wide range of issues. And if I can help them through those issues, and mostly I can, I want to do that. Other tarot readers, I don't necessarily get that vibe. There's some good ones out there, I'm sure, you know. But limerence on YouTube is huge. Look, I mean, seriously, right now, IG, if you're on a computer, I don't know if you're on a computer, if you look up when will they come back on YouTube, you would be shocked and surprised at how many tarot readers are promoting when will they come back, what's going on here, instead of telling the person to heal or move on. It's this thing, this love-obsessed culture that we live in, and thinking that the other person holds some value that we don't understand, right? Thinking that that other person has the key to our keyhole kind of thing. And it's like, no. And I had another person come to me. This was years ago when I was doing tarot readings before, and they told me they watched a lot of tarot readings. And what will happen, right? Someone said he never will message me, and it made me really emotional. I can understand that. And that, in a way, IG, that needs to happen. That's good. If someone says that, in my opinion, and I understand you're emotional, I understand you're in that space, I want you to hear me on this, because we need to sort of break that illusion eventually. And I know it hurt to hear that. That's not a fun thing to hear. I can understand that. But I'm telling you right now, it would be in your best interest if they didn't contact you, right? Because it puts you in a bind. It puts you in a situation where you're dealing with things you shouldn't have to deal with in a normal relationship. And that's not fair to you. But I feel like you're someone that would say, well, it's okay if it's not fair to me. I'll try to make it work. I'll try to do this because you're a good person. You want things to work for you. You want things to move on here. But this person doesn't hold the value that you're seeking, right? And so that's going to be the main thing here that we're talking about. And like I said, limerence. Look it up. Look up limerence, please. I try not to promote any of that stuff. In the past, I sure as hell did. I did, and I made a ridiculous amount of money in a weekend, okay? Because people are hurting, and I exploited that fact. I don't do that anymore because I realized what I was doing was wrong. That's a journey in itself, right? But does that help answer that question, IG? And thank you, Penny, for coming on here. And again, I'm hoping, IG, I'm not coming across as harsh. I want to be someone that's kind of like the friend you can talk to. There's no judgment here. It's just me talking with you and focusing on what we can do, right? How we can how we can approach this. And there's going to be days that are going to be easier. There's going to be days that are going to be more difficult. And each and every one of those, it's important for you to be there for yourself, okay? All right, it does. All right, so now, again, no judgment, no matter what the second or third question is. Please post it, and we'll go through that together. All right? So let's do that here. When will he message you? Okay, so would that be the number 2 question? We can kind of see if that's going to happen here. Oh, yeah. So here's how it goes, IG, so that you're aware. A person's energy, yeah, you know energy changes. I feel like you understand that part. But the way it works, from my understanding, and again, I don't have all the answers. Okay, this is, I'm going to say from my perspective, from my understanding, because I want my opinion to be able to change and flow as I get older, because I'm sure I'm going to get some things wrong. But from what I understand, when you're dealing with someone who has closed off emotions or someone that can have manipulative tendencies, their energy is going to change rapidly. It's going to be a very quick moving, like this way, that way, this way, that way. When I'm dealing with someone like you or someone who's more stable and has a more stable flow of energy, it's going to be more constant. It's going to be more of something that I could tune into and I can get more of predictions for, because it's going to be working towards that kind of goal. Other people that are emotionally closed off, it's harder for me to understand where they're coming from, how they're doing, and what's going on. Okay? Sometimes people will want me to tune into someone's energy. I can't get anything because the person's so closed off that they're not even allowing themselves to read their own energy. You know what I mean? They don't even know what they're thinking. But that's kind of the situation that can happen here. So that's why the energy can change and it can be so different, because we're dealing with someone that has more volatile energy. It can be this way, it can be that way. But right now, the energy is in a huge state of flux. There we go, I'm back. So, all right, we'll do question number 2. When will they possibly message? Let's see here. Does May 23rd mean anything? Thank you, Penny. I appreciate that. For some reason, May 23rd is coming into my mind. You like your analogy? It's very mature and sophisticated. Chim, it sounds like you're tooting your own horn over there. You don't know. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, IG. If there isn't any significance with May 23rd, feels like towards the end of May there could be something. I still think there could possibly be contact this month, next month. May feels like it could happen. Oh, when you were going through something. Okay. Okay, I was closing my eyes a lot, so I missed certain things. But to me, it feels like May. If we're doing time frames, if you're asking when, I'm not going to look at the cards for when, because it's kind of like I can do that psychically. I can tune into that psychically, so it's not going to be a card question. It's going to be a question where, you know, I'm not going to draw a card and be like, oh, May 23rd, here's the card for May 23rd, you know? I know we had said May there would be movement. Someone else told me May too, but I don't know. Okay, IG, point blank here. And like I said, feel free to talk with me, be vulnerable, right? If you're okay with that. You seem like you have emotional maturity, so I feel like I can talk to you point blank. And so I'm just gonna say it like this: what do you feel this person can give you? What is it that you feel this person can provide you with? Okay, so thank you, Chim. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about here is going to be this. You say you're looking for closure, but also I care about this person and I want things to work. Okay, fair point. I understand that. So that's where the confusion lies. You want closure, but at the same time, you want there to be something ongoing. Both of these parts, again, the cognitive dissonance, right? Where we hold two opposing beliefs to be true. Some days you're going to believe one way. Right, absolutely. It's very conflicted. It's very confused. Some days you're going to feel one way, and then the next day you're going to feel a different way. Sometimes there will be a trigger or a memory that happens. You'll remember the good times. Sometimes there will be something that happens. You'll remember the bad times. But the whole point is that there's still a connection that's going on between the two of you, and so I can understand where that would be a confusing kind of feeling. I was watching a TED Talk a while ago, right? People use the term the other day to describe anything that's happened from yesterday to 10 years ago. So I'll use the term the other day. The other day I was watching a video, and it was a TED Talk video, and it was talking about relationships that are ending and stuff like that. And something that happens with relationships that are ending is you literally will go through a grieving process once you've decided that you're not wanting to be in the relationship anymore. You grieve that person as if they have died. And when you start to do that process, there's going to be anger, there's going to be a lot of different emotions that come up. But it's basically going through a grieving process because you're going to be thinking of all the things you didn't get to do together. You're going to be thinking of all the things you wanted but aren't going to be happening. And you have to almost go into a state where that person in the connection that you wanted is dead and gone in that way. And that's hard. That's a hard pill to swallow because it's like you're grieving someone that's still alive, right? Let me read what Chim said. Speaking from experience, whenever we can't let go of someone, it's because we feel they can provide us with something others can't. True. / won't, and we can't / won't provide ourselves. Just knowing that can be good. Absolutely. Absolutely. But the thing is, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful terms, closure in life would be great. It would be the best thing if it always happened. It doesn't. In so many cases, we get people that will not give us closure for one reason or the other, and we have to learn to move on without the closure. Eventually, us moving on is the closure, and that's the end of that connection, but we have to be the one that closes the door on that connection. If we leave it open, that person can come in and mess with our energy whenever they please. But if we close that door, it makes it so that person can't come back. And that can be a scary thought, but it can also be a liberating thought, because even if we were with this person, something would still be missing. Right now, it's that feeling that someone else can complete us and make our lives much better than it is now. Okay? And we're using the relationship, this possible relationship, as a form of escapism. And because we're thinking of it, because we're having these kinds of thoughts, it gives us this kind of fantasy world that we can go to, because we don't have to focus on the everyday, the mundane. And we feel like this person's going to provide us with some meaning one way or the other. And no, there's something that we need to heal inside of us. That's what needs to happen. And then that feeling that you have that someone else can complete you, that will start to go away and dissipate. But that's kind of where you're at right now. And this is one of the most painful parts. But if you get through this part, it gets easier and easier. And you can understand things. You can understand things from a higher perspective. But it takes time. And there are going to be days that are confusing. There are going to be days that are not... actually several. And I want you to be there for yourself. Bro, you're just narrating my life. No, Chim. It's a common theme. A lot of people go through these kinds of situations. It's it's just not a... Yeah, is that making sense, IG, what I'm saying? I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I said it right that time. Said it right. Yeah, like today I really wanted to reach out. It is. Awesome. Okay. Okay, so... Okay, yeah, I did. I said it right. Like today you really wanted to reach out. And you know what? You didn't, and I'm so proud of you for doing that, because I want you to think of it like this, IG. I really want you to think of it like this. You saying that you wanted to reach out, I want you to look at this like what it is. It's an addiction, right? It's literally like this person is a drug. They're going to give you the endorphins. They're going to give you that happy feeling when you think of them and you think of reaching out. So if you think of it like a drug and you're quitting a drug, it takes time to get over that, if that makes sense. Last one. Okay, thank you, IG. Let's see what we got here. And thank you, Chim, for being so sweet. You thought about the salt water. Good. Good. Hopefully that helps, because that's that situation. It's been almost 2 months. Good. Good. Here's the part that's a little bit different, IG, though. In the 2 months, you've gone from a state of, oh, I hope they call. I hope this happens. You know, I hope this happens. And so the 2 months, it's been a waiting period. So that whole 2 months, only the last little bit have you been focusing on, well, not the last little bit, about a month, I'd say. You've been focusing on yourself and healing. And so it's going to take some time to turn things around. Again, it does get easier. You wanted to reach out. You didn't. I'm proud of you for not doing that. I will say this, though, IG. If something happens and you do reach out, it doesn't mean I'm any less proud of you, okay? Regardless of whatever happens, I can be here. I can help. I just want you to know that. Because I understand sometimes we reach out, something happens. I'm not advising to do it in any way, shape, or form. But if you do, I don't want you to be so ashamed that you don't come on here and you don't tell me what's going on, because I'm here to help. I'm not here to judge. Again, so I'm just throwing that out there. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right, next 3 months between Leo and you. Let's look. Next 3 months between Leo and IG. I understand. I understand. There's going to be difficult days. There is going to be difficult days. That's okay. That's okay. On difficult days, we be even more gentle with ourselves. You know what? We say, this is a hard day for me. I'm going to be even more gentle. You know, that's what we need to remind ourselves of. A lot of times we get in a trap of being like, oh, I'm thinking of doing this. I'm so weak. I'm so useless. I'm so blah, blah, blah. No, stop it. Shut up. It's not true. It's not true. We go through difficulties. We are human. Okay, we have hearts. You dozed off earlier from crying. I'm sorry, IG. But it's good you're releasing it. It's good you're crying and you're venting and you're letting it out. That's good. That's a powerful release. Crying is really, really good. So I feel like that's going to be something that can help us here. So let me look at the next 3 months between the Leo and you, and we can go from there. You're welcome, IG. That's what I'm here to do. I understand when we're in the midst of it, when we're right in the center of the storm, you know, we don't know where to go. We don't know what to do. Let me and my guides be a signpost for you, okay, to help you through this time. So let's look at what we can do here. Right, next 3 months. Let's look at this month, or let's look at April, because this month is kind of getting close to being over. So let's look at April, May, and June. Does that sound fair? Regardless, I'm doing it anyway. All right, April, May, and June. So we have... This is going to be in April. We have Patience in reverse, and we have the King of Coins. Okay? That, to me... So I feel like in April, we're going to be looking at you. I feel like I'm trying to think of how to word this. I feel like when I see the King of Coins and then I see Patience in reverse, that makes me think of possibly giving up our power. You could be reaching out in April. Because Patience in reverse is telling me that we're ready to, we're getting in the process of reaching out. We've thought about it. We've weighed the pros and cons, and we're going to see what happens here. I'm hoping that's not the case. The King of Coins is you resisting the impatience, you resisting the call, and there can be a lot of grounded energy here, but there could be a tendency to want to call or want to text or whatever it is that you want to do. There could be that tendency to reach out and try to get the connection going again. I want you to know this, though, and I want you to remember this part of this conversation. When we're talking about this, when we're talking about this kind of connection, when it gets so difficult and unbearable that it's almost impossible to bear, give it a few more days after that, and it's like you break a fever. It's like you're literally breaking that fever. You're breaking the things that are tying you down. The reason why it's getting to that anxious point. Okay, perfect. You're going to do your best not to. The King of Coins is showing that iron will, so that's going to be good. I'm not thinking you're going to either, but the cards here are saying there could be a point where you could be impatient. I'm hoping you don't, but again, no judgment if you do. This right here, though, is going to be you wanting to, possibly wanting to reach out, stopping yourself. I'm hoping That's exactly what happens, because I think you can do it for sure. Now, let's see. Yes, okay, so it's like breaking a fever, okay? It's like when a fever breaks. I feel like as soon as it gets to the point where it can be unbearable, you snap kind of into a point of clarity, and it makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more sense. But you have to kind of hit that point where we get to a place where we sort of come to, right? And so know that when you're in the midst of it and it's hurting the most and it's the hardest, it means that you're healing the most. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. It doesn't feel like you're healing. It feels like you're just hurting. But trust me, healing and hurting in this situation feel pretty similar. One thing that really helped me is when you feel the need to reach out, the pour of emotion, tell yourself not today, maybe tomorrow. It tricks your brain into thinking it's possible, but when the intense emotions are gone, it's easier to shut it down and be like, no. If that helped Jim, I can understand that. That's not a bad way to do it. And then eventually you don't even need those cues at all. But it's not a bad way to do it. So that's what I'm feeling in April. Okay, April. So let's look at May. So we have Goddess of the Moon in reverse, and then we have the Hanged Man in reverse. Okay, these two cards right here, Goddess of the Moon in reverse, Hanged Man in reverse. This is did it only once, thank God. I hear you, Jim. This is good though. You guys are talking, communicating. These kinds of things, when we communicate and we talk about them, it becomes something where there's a sense of community and healing can happen. What can happen if we don't talk about this kind of stuff is it feels like this secret. It feels like this dirty secret. It feels like there can be no resolution. When we air things out and we talk about them to people we trust, it makes it so that we can start that healing process. It's not a dirty secret. Let's talk. Let's be open, right? That's where I'm coming from with this. And so that's why I want to build a community that can help with this. Because that's what I want this to be. Anyway, so hey there, Nadia, how's it going? So Goddess of the Moon in reverse and the Hangman. So in May, right? In May, I'm feeling like that's going to be more of the thick of the healing, okay? So this right here, the Hangman in reverse, is not seeing things from a different perspective. So there's still a part of you healing, still a part of you going through that journey. And then we have this. We have Goddess of the Moon in reverse. And this could be a refusal to look at the inner workings here, okay? The inner self, the shadow work. Now, this is immensely important, especially in the spiritual work that I do. You have to integrate the shadow. I'm still doing it every day. By no means have I perfected this at all. Okay, I still have a lot of shit I need to deal with. I'm probably not going to be able to deal with all of it. I'm going to die before I deal with all of it, right? Okay, Nadia, thank you so much. Let's do this here, and you'll be after, you'll be after IG, who I'm reading right now, so hold on. Okay. Thank you for the donation, Nadia. Appreciate it. Let's do this here. Okay. I'm doing good. I took a break for a minute, so I'm doing good. Integrating part of the shadow is part of the work that you do in the spiritual community, and it is not a light a candle, sniff an incense experience. It is not, okay? It is a hard time to go through. There's gonna be a lot that goes into this. It's not an easy process, but it's worth it, okay? Thank you, Chantel. So, the Hanged Man in reverse is going to be you kind of facing the change, you trying to understand it. I want you to know, IG, that whenever you're facing something, when you look at it directly, emotionally, whatever it happens to be, it loses a lot of its power. Because as soon as we start hiding things from ourselves, it grows and grows and it festers in the shadows. And it's like this wound and it will not heal. But as soon as we start looking at it and we're not shying away from it anymore, there's no secrecy left. And there's nowhere else for those emotions to go other than to be converted into the conscious mind. And so that's going to be where you're going to be coming from here. The shadow part, healing that shadow, that's an important part. Our job is not to get rid of the shadow. The shadow serves a very important purpose. It balances the light side of ourselves. Okay? We're not trying to get rid of the shadow. We're trying to heal the parts of the shadow that have been unseen, the parts that need the light. Okay? And that's what we're talking about. All right. Now, we have this one in June. Angel of Love in reverse and the Emperor right here. I could view this, honestly, as in June, you're starting to move on and you're starting to realize how important you are in the equation of you, right? And I feel like, you know, literally the word universe, right, has the word you in it. You're kind of the most important thing in your own universe. You're a little biased with your own story, sure, we all are. But this right here, Angel of Love in reverse, the Emperor, this is you coming out on top. They're holding this up right here. So this is going to be in June. This is you coming out on top and you realizing your power and focusing through that. There's going to be a lot of strength here, and there's going to be you coming to a lot of realizations. The next 3 months, it's going to be a lot of realizations and healing. I do feel like during this time, there could possibly be a reach out from this person. I really do feel like that strongly. As soon as you start healing, a lot of times people come out of the woodwork to see if you really are healed. And that's when you are tested by the universe on, do you really want to drop this connection? Is this what's going on? And you need to say, yes, I'm ready to move on to something else, because then the universe can give you something better. But if you want to keep learning the same lesson over and over again, the universe is more than happy to do it. Over and over and over again. It's up to you when you're ready to move on. Does that make sense, IG? Good. Good. I'm glad that makes sense. So, are you wanting to do, you said you wanted to do the other 2 questions on Friday, right? So hopefully I can see you on Friday and we can do that. If not, Monday or Tuesday or next Friday. But yeah, hopefully this helps to kind of vent, to let these things out, because it's not a dirty secret, right? It's something we can talk about, we can discuss it. Should you ask the other 2 or Sage? Or save, is that what you mean? I'm wondering, IG, I'm going to be doing Nadia's reading here. And then I could definitely use a little bit of sleep. It's been 8 hours that I've been on now, and so if it would be possible, could we do the other 2 on Friday, if that would be okay? Okay. If you wouldn't mind saving them for me, I would mucho appreciate. I'm kind of hitting my limit here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you for understanding that. Yeah, it's been a minute. I have it right up there, Nadia, where it says, if you can read up there in the message that's pinned, it says no more free or paid readings. But you came on here and I wanted to give you a reading here, but yeah, I don't know how to decline donations, so I don't think I can. But yeah, you're very welcome, IG. You're very, very welcome. All right. Let's do this here. Okay. Good night, good night, good night, Chim. Good night, IG. Have a good one, okay? No, you're good, Nadia. You're just fine. You're just fine. You are a member here, so we can do this. We can do this. I'm hoping it's the last question of the night. Have a good one, Penny, and thank you, my friend. I wish you all the best, everyone. Okay, let me do this here. What are your 2 favorite colors, Nadia? Tell me your 2 favorite colors. Okay, red and pistache. Okay. Is that like pistachio? Like light green? Is that what that is? Maybe pistache means something else, though. I don't know. Hopefully that works, Nadia. Yeah, hopefully that works. It's kind of red and light green. It's sort of gradient. I think it looks pretty. You know? Okay. I'll be honest, you guys, I do not belly dance. It seems like everyone else does. Be horrifying to see me belly dance. It would look like I'm having a seizure standing up. It's not something you guys want to see, trust me. I belly dance to the fridge and then back to my room. That's about as good as it goes for me. All right, let's do this, Nadia, and let's see what we got. Nadia gets it. It's not good. Next week for Nadia. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to think how many cards. Let's do next week, like you said, or no, this week. What can you expect this week? Okay, so let's do this week. Let's do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 5 cards. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. All right. Wednesday, Thursday. And I'll show you these cards, don't worry. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ooh. That's an interesting coincidence right there. So I'll show you the cards we have. So Wednesday, okay, we get the 3 of Swords in reverse. So when I see the 3 of Swords in reverse, it could be healing from heartbreak, or it could be healing from a situation that's been bothering us. Maybe something clarifies itself, or maybe something works out, but it's like healing from something. That's what I feel is going to be for Wednesday. Healing through something, healing for something. but it's like resolving certain issues, working through certain things. So Wednesday is going to be a day of healing. Then we have Thursday. Thursday we get the Death card right here. Okay, the Death card is interesting because this talks about changing, and change is a really interesting one here. So death is viewed as a transition point. It is not a point of actual death. It is a transition, okay? And when we're working through energy where it's transitioning, that's the whole point. Just like autumn turns to winter, winter turns to spring, spring turns to summer. And then you know the deal. There's seasons now, apparently. When I was a kid, there was one time. It was literally daylight all the time. There was no seasons. It was nice. It was temperate, you know, no storms. There was no mountains when I was younger. You kids have it so easy. But death is a card here that comes through to say change is inevitable. We can either accept it and embrace it and love it, or we can dread it, be dragged kicking and screaming, and not know what to do with ourselves. But Thursday is going to be a day of change. So this could be a big change, or it could be several minor changes, but to me it feels like a more bigger change on Thursday. This could literally be like you could be changing jobs, you could be getting a new car. It could be an actual pretty big change depending on kind of what's going on in your life right now. But things are going to be changing on Thursday. Lots of energy on Thursday. So I'll be curious to hear about that. That sounds interesting. Now, here we have the Queen of Wands. This is going to be for Friday. Okay. We have the Queen of Wands in reverse. I feel like on Thursday or Friday, someone's going to be coming up to you and they're going to be telling you like what you can and can't do. It feels like that's going to be a day where you're going to have someone or somebody saying, it could be because death is a Scorpio sign as well. Queen of Wands here on Friday. In reverse, this could be someone coming up and telling you what you can and can't do. We could be dealing with a toxic fire sign maybe on Friday, or someone that doesn't know who we are as a person, but they'd like to define us in one way, shape, in one way or another. There we go. So it feels like it's going to be a day of kind of defiance. I want you on Friday, Nadia, I want you to say, I am enough, what I'm doing is good enough, and even if for some reason, whatever happens, I'm always enough, okay? There will be people that resist, there will be people that try to tell you that you should do it this way, that way, or the other, but ultimately those people are not you. Follow your heart, follow your instincts, okay? So I do feel like I was saying, Friday can be a day that's you being more defiant, do what it is that you want to do. Maybe someone comes up and they tell you you can't do that, or you shouldn't do this, or boy, let's do this. Like, let's, maybe there's a forceful person, a fire sign that tries to convince you to do something. Don't listen to it if it's not something you want to do. Focus on being you, focus on doing your stuff. And if someone gets upset that you don't want to do the thing, let them get upset. Oh, well, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Get upset. Go for it. Cry your eyes out. I'm going to go do me. Okay. Now, then we have this. We have the Empress right here. Okay, this is going to be for Saturday. This is divine feminine energy. This is really good. This is really good energy. And so for Saturday and Sunday, okay, and I'm going to show you this other card here, and then I'll talk about both days. For Saturday and Sunday, we have the Empress, we have the Sun. Both of these are upright. Both of these are very, very good cards. Saturday and Sunday, there could be changes coming up for you. Maybe a vacation or change of location. But it feels like there's going to be a change coming up here, and it's going to be a good change. Positive things are going to be coming close to the end of the week. So Saturday and Sunday feel like positive days. It feels like we're working through things where in a place where we're feeling good. I feel like good things are happening for us. And so Saturday and Sunday feel good. They feel positive. They feel like good changes, good vibes. And that's a good way to end the week on Saturday and Sunday. So this looks really good. This honestly looks very good. Just take some time, take some extra time this week if you can, and focus on you. I want you to do the things that make you happy. And you know what? Maybe each month, try something new that you've never done before. Try something new you've never done before. Expand your horizons and see what other options lie out in hobbies, interests, passions, whatever it happens to be. But try different things. Expand your horizons, Nadia. I feel like that could be something that's helpful. Well, it could be a possibility, Nadia, but it could also be, because we've talked about this one before, this other person, right? I think it was the neighbor, if I'm not mistaken. So Sunday it's your daughter's birthday. Perfect. So that makes sense why we have the sun card. That's awesome. Oh, that's good. How old is she going to be? I'm going to say 8. Or maybe 11. That's cool. Let's see. So Sunday would be March 27th, right? Oh, 12. Damn it. I was close, Nadia. Let's fudge the numbers a little bit and pretend I said 12. All right. Nobody has to know. It can be our little secret. She's going to turn 12. I predicted that psychically. Yeah, there we go. That's awesome. So almost a teenager. Well, she's 11 now. Yeah, that makes sense. So almost a teenager. Enjoy the time you have left with her before she turns into a little hellion. And then she mellows out when she gets older. Right? But yeah, that's what I'm getting here, Nadia. Does this resonate here? I mean, yeah, I feel like it's going to be really good. So honestly speaking, this looks dynamite, right? Hopefully that makes sense, Nadia, and it helps you. And I think I've been on for almost 8.5 hours now. I think I'm going to try and get some rest. Hopefully, though, Nadia, that helped answer your question. You're so welcome, Nadia. You're very, very welcome. Thank you again for supporting the channel and coming on here and donating some more, too. I really appreciate that. And I wish you the best. I'll be on again on Friday if you want to see me, or whenever you can, you know. Oh, I will. I'll get some rest. I definitely will get some rest. So, all right. Awesome. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys very much. And I want you guys to know that I'll be on again Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. See you guys later, okay? God bless you too, Nadia. Have a good one.